Chapter 73. When Ningchen woke up, the first thing he saw was Jiang Xuan's happy yet angry eyes, as well as Qing Ning's calm expression. But Ningchen only woke up for an instant before fainting once more. Jiang Sun and Qing Ning were both startled. They immediately called for the shopkeeper to examine him. The final result was neither good nor bad. Ningchen's body was still a mess, but since he had woken up once, it was very likely that he would wake up a second time. To Jiang Sun and Qing Ning, no more bad news was the best news. As long as he didn't die, nothing else mattered. 5 days later, Ningchen woke up once more. This time, he didn't immediately faint again. When he saw Jiang Sun, he wanted to smile, but he was powerless to do so. Be honest. No one wants to see you smile. Jiang Sun grumpily scolded him. She was the clearest about Ningchen's smile. It looked harmless, but it was filled with evil tricks. In truth, Ningchen really did want to smile. Before he had fainted, he had clearly seen the caltrop crystal flower bloom. It was very beautiful, just as beautiful as Wild. Wild wouldn't die, and he wouldn't die either. There was nothing better than this. When a person was happy, it was easy for them to become excited. Ningchen fainted once more. This time, Jiang Sun was in no rush. She calmly had Qing Ning bring the shopkeeper over. She didn't even wait for the result before returning to rest. She hadn't rested for several days because she was worried about this little fellow. In the princess courtyard of the barbarian dynasty, Wild was weakly sitting on a bed with a pale face. In front of her was the barbarian king's face. "I want to go find him," said Wild. "No." The barbarian king shook his head, refusing without hesitation. That fellow had already harmed his precious daughter. How could he allow Wild to go find him? "I want to go find him," insisted Wild. "No." Seeing that Wild refused to give up, the barbarian king's fury soared. "You're only thinking about that stinking brat. Do you even have me in your heart?" "Yes." A man nodded and replied very seriously and honestly. The barbarian king choked. In the end, he couldn't bear to lose his temper. He could only patiently and tactfully advise, "Wild, that brat is too weak right now. He can't protect you. Once he has enough strength, you can go find him." "How long do I have to wait?" asked Wild softly. "Wait until he reaches the peak of the 9th rank," the barbarian king said casually. A man thought for a moment and frowned. She had forgotten to ask Ningchen what rank he was. However, since he was so good at fighting, he should not be far from rank 9, right? Thinking of this, a man nodded seriously. "Okay." Barbarian king looked serious on the surface, but he was laughing proudly in his heart. He had just received the latest news. Although Ningchen had woken up once, he was almost crippled. He could go to hell if he wanted to cultivate to the peak of the 9th level. Although it wasn't appropriate to lie to a man like this, in order to prevent her daughter from being hurt, her mother's spirit in heaven would definitely support him. In Marquis Clear River's estate, Ningchen had also received the news from Jiang Sun that a man had woken up. The smile on his face never disappeared, and he looked like a love-struck fool. Qing Ning couldn't stand it any longer and slapped him hard on the head. Ningchen grimaced in pain, but he didn't dare to resist. He could only raise his head and smile brightly. However, after Ningchen woke up, the gratification on Jiang Xuan's face only appeared for a short moment before he was distracted by the dangerous situation in the Grand Xia. Ningchen listened to Qing Ning talk about the recent situation in the Grand Xia, and his heart sank. He didn't expect that so many things had happened while he was unconscious. The matter of the Beiwu Marquis was far beyond his expectations. The Grand Xia Emperor actually didn't do anything, and watched as Yangue City was slaughtered into a ghost town. Then, why did he pay the price to return to the imperial city to deliver the letter? As for the coldness and power displayed by the military advisor of the Northern Meng imperial court, Fan Lingyue, Ningchen wasn't too surprised. This was a ruthless woman that even a nobody like him wanted to get rid of. One could only imagine how scheming and ruthless she was. Sister Qingning, push me to see Her Highness, said Ningchen softly as he looked at Qingning. Hearing this, Qingning frowned. She didn't understand what this brat wanted to do. There's an important matter, said Ningchen seriously. Qingning nodded and didn't ask any more questions. She helped him onto the wheelchair and pushed him towards Zhang Xuan's room. When the two entered, Zhang Sun was writing a letter to Prince Yan. She knew that the two had an agreement. Ning Chen was to be her sword attendant for a year. Now that the time was not up, the agreement should still be fulfilled. The most important thing for a man was a promise. There was no reason to shirk it. As long as he didn't die, he had to fulfill it. Her Highness, said Ning Chen respectfully, and I will summon Prince Yan. You still have to go with him. After the year is up, I will send Qingning to pick you up. As Zhang Sun spoke, she folded the letter and put it into faith, then handed it to Qingning. Her Highness! Ning Chen reached out to stop Qingning from leaving. He looked at Zhang Sun seriously and said, I can't go with Prince Yan and he can't come either. Hearing this, Zhang Sun frowned. She didn't like hearing these words, especially coming from Ning Chen's mouth. Give me an explanation, said Zhang Sun in a low voice, suppressing her patience. Ning Chen bowed respectfully again and said, Her Highness, have you ever thought about where the Seven Cities Rebellion originated from? In this world, there was no one who would seek death for no reason, unless there was a great temptation waiting for them. The Seven City lords were already lords of their own cities. They could be said to be great officials of the border. Their real power was only second to the 10 marquises of the Great Xia. Why would they rebel? Their goal was very clear. They wanted to become the protectors of the dragon and re-establish the dynasty. And in the Great Xia, there were only 3 people who had the qualifications, ambition, and not much hope of inheriting the throne. The 3rd prince, the 10th prince, and Prince Yu. Zhang Sun was clever. Hearing Ning Chen's reminder, she knew what he meant. She couldn't help but frown and say, You suspect Prince Yu? I'm not sure yet, but Prince Yu is indeed a suspect. After saying this, Ning Chen told her about how Prince Yu had tried to recruit him. He really wasn't sure if it was Prince Yu, but without a doubt, Prince Yu was a great suspect. There was such a thing. Hearing Ning Chen's explanation, Zhang Xuan's frown deepened. Prince Yu had been exiled far away to Nanjiang by the Great Xia Emperor, and even a Marquis was sent to suppress him. Ning Chen was right. Whether or not Prince Yu was the mastermind behind the Seven Cities Rebellion, she had to be careful. Prince Yan was indeed the best candidate. There was no need to act rashly and alert the enemy. His strength alone was enough to deal with everything. Xian Tian was an undefeatable monster in this world, and Prince Yan was one of them. Even more commendable was that although Prince Yan seemed uncompetitive, he was actually a very perceptive person. If Prince Yu really did anything, the sword in the hands of the current legend of the Great Xia would not show any mercy. Qingning, destroy the letter, Zhang Sun sighed softly and said. Okay. Qingning nodded. Her delicate hand clenched, and the letter inside immediately turned to dust. Your Highness, I'll say something that I shouldn't say. Now that the Great Xia Emperor's fate is unknown, if we consider the situation of the Great Xia, letting the Great Prince ascend the throne as soon as possible is the best choice. When he said this, Ning Chen did not have any resentment or personal feelings. The Great Xia indeed needed to stabilize the hearts of the court and the people, and the rule of the Great Xia was to choose the eldest son. No matter how one looked at it, the Great Prince's ascension to the throne was justified and there would not be any disputes. In the short term, the Great Prince's ascension to the throne could cause the 3rd prince and the 10th prince to be dissatisfied and even rebel. However, once the Great Prince ascended the throne, any rebellion would become an illegitimate rebellion, and the 2 princes would have to seriously consider it. The strength of each prince of the Great Xia was far from enough to change the dynasty. The only result of rebellion was death. Of course, if the mastermind behind the Seven Cities Rebellion was either the third prince or the 10th prince, this matter would be another matter. However, there was only 170% chance of rebellion. Regardless of whether or not the mastermind was one of the two princes, it had already rebelled. Even if the great prince's ascension to the throne caused chaos in 8 cities, 9 cities, or even 10 cities, it could only be so at most. In general, the great prince's ascension to the throne had far more advantages than disadvantages. Ningchen knew that his words were somewhat disgraceful. After all, the great Xia emperor's death had not been confirmed yet. Thus, he only dared to say these words to Zhang Sun. In reality, it was not very practical. As expected, when he heard Ning Chen's words, Zhang Sun's face immediately darkened, and he gave Qing Ning a look. Qing Ning understood tacitly. She walked to the door, looked left and right, and then closed the door. "There's no one." Qing Ning walked back and confirmed. Bang! Just as Qing Ning finished speaking, Zhang Sun suddenly slammed the table and said angrily, "Are you tired of living? How dare you say such things?" Ning Chen's words were undoubtedly cursing the great Xia emperor to die early. If anyone else heard it, they would have died 100 times over. "I was just saying," Ning Chen muttered resentfully when he saw that Zhang Sun was angry. "You are not allowed to say such things again in the future." "Not to anyone," Zhang Sun said angrily. Her anger had yet to subside. "Definitely, definitely." Ning Chen hurriedly nodded. He was asking for a scolding. Ning Chen's promise caused Zhang Sun's anger to subside slightly. She suddenly thought of something and asked seriously, "What was the thing you used to blow up Jingqi Palace that day called?" "Gunpowder." Ning Chen's eyelids twitched as he replied. "Where did the method come from?" Zhang Sun continued to ask. Ning Chen did not know how to answer. After thinking for a bit, he could only make up some nonsense. "An old Taoist priest taught me." Zhang Sun did not believe him at all. These words could only fool a child. However, that was not what she was concerned about. Since Ning Chen did not want to say, she would not force him. This consort does not care if it was an old Taoist priest who taught you or not. This consort only wants to ask you one thing. Are you the only one who knows the method to make gunpowder? Zhang Sun asked seriously. Yes, 100%. Ning Chen nodded and said very seriously, that is, if there was no other transmigrator in this world. Are you willing to tell me the method? Zhang Sun asked. Definitely not, Ning Chen denied without hesitation. In his world, the invention of the steam engine had pushed civilization forward, but the invention of gunpowder had pushed war forward. He could not allow this world to fall into the flames of war 100 or even 1,000 years in advance. Thus, only he knew the method to make gunpowder. Chapter 74. Ning Chen's insistence made Zhang Sun frown, but she didn't force him. She understood him better than anyone else. Making him yield was harder than killing him. Since you're unwilling to say, I won't force you. However, if necessary, I hope you can help Great Xiao once for my sake. Zhang Suan's words had already taken many steps back. Ning Chen naturally wouldn't be so ungrateful and heartless. He nodded and said, Your Highness, please don't worry. Ning Chen pondered for a moment and asked in confusion, Your Highness, has Great Xia sent anyone to assassinate the military advisor of Northern Meng's imperial court? In his opinion, this kind of person who was extremely powerful and could even decide the outcome of a war was the easiest to deal with. Just send someone to kill the key person of the other side. He didn't deny that Fan Lingyue was so powerful that it made people afraid. However, no matter how powerful she was only a wise person and not a Xiantian. There was always the possibility of her being killed. Zhang Sun was startled, then shook her head. Not yet. Ning Chen felt helpless in his heart. It was no wonder that Great Xia kept losing in this war. The other party had used all sorts of methods, massacring cities, and even the assassination of Emperor Xia. Bei Meng probably had something to do with it. On the other hand, Great Xia was still at the same spot. It would be strange if they did not lose. War was actually a battle of money, manpower, and schemes. In his understanding, schemes were basically shameless. Whoever was willing to be shameless and use all kinds of methods would be able to gain the upper hand in the war. Then have the third prince and the 10th prince been put under house arrest? Ning Chen was somewhat unwilling and continued to ask, "Not yet." Zhang Sun shook her head and replied. Ning Chen was completely disappointed. The chaos of the 7 cities was about to reach the imperial city, but there was still no response from Great Xia. Although the 2 princes weren't confirmed to be the masterminds behind it, it wasn't wrong to lock them up. "Your Highness, at this time we can actually temporarily not compete with some methods," Ning Chen reminded her tactfully. Zhang Sun nodded with a serious expression. She had been careless. After the Xia Emperor's accident, the 3 dukes were in charge of the court. Among the 3 dukes, the Grand Advisor was the head of the Confucian school. He was most concerned about righteousness and etiquette. Naturally, he couldn't do such a thing. "Ning Chen, you're really full of evil tricks." Qing Ning suddenly interjected from the side. "Haha." Ning Chen rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Was that so? He thought so too. Zhang Sun smiled helplessly, then asked, "Ning Chen, what do you think about this war?" Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, "Looking at the current situation, the Northern Ming royal court is undoubtedly the Great Xia's biggest enemy, followed by the Eternal Night cult and the chaos of the 7 cities. However, it's better to pick on the weak. The Northern Ming royal court and the Eternal Night cult won't be able to fight back in a day or 2. Therefore, resolving the chaos of the 7 cities is the most urgent and most important matter." "Is there any solution?" Zhang Sun asked again. The best way was to secretly get rid of the 3rd prince, the 10th prince, and Prince Yu. Of course, Ning Chen only dared to think about this in his heart. Divide them, then destroy them one by one. Ning Chen continued, "Since the 7 cities didn't rebel at the same time, and 3 of them only rebelled after the Great Xia Emperor disappeared, it means that the 7 cities aren't united. The person behind them only has the ability to influence the 7 cities, but doesn't have the power to command them. If you want to be a guardian of the dragon, you have to be alive. You have to control 2 princes and 1 prince, then use threats and promises on the 3 cities with the weakest wills. You can even give them the position of Marquis, a death exemption medallion, a red letter, or anything else. As long as 1 city succeeds, you can leave the backstabbing to it. Stabbing a knife once is enough. No matter who it is, they hate traitors the most and fear traitors the most. If 1 city rebelled, it would definitely attract the attention of the other 6 cities and cause them to be suspicious of each other. What's left is to create rumors. The Northern Ming's military advisor is very good at this, and he almost killed me. Of course, when the city that rebelled is besieged, the Great Xia must go and save it. It must be done with great fanfare, and the whole world will know about it. This way, it will be difficult for the other 6 cities not to waver. That's all I can think of for now. I'll add more when I think of it in the future." Ning Chen's mouth was a little dry from talking. He wanted to ask for a cup of tea, but he found that Zhang Sun and Qing Ning's expressions were not right. They were looking at him like he was a monster. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong again?" Ning Chen thought back. He did not say anything disgraceful. "Who did you learn all these schemes from?" Zhang Sun came back to her senses and asked in a strange tone. "Ha!" Ning Chen laughed awkwardly. He was too lazy to make up another lie. "From an old Taoist. Qing Ning, write these words to Duke Jingwu word for word." Zhang Sun ignored his lie. She glanced at Qing Ning and made a prompt decision. Although Ning Chen's words were a little sinister and straightforward, they were crude, but not crude. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Duke Jingwu was not a pedantic and ignorant person. He would definitely come up with a more practical and feasible method. "Yes." Qing Ning nodded and said respectfully, "Report." At this moment, an urgent voice came from outside the door. Soon after, the person knelt in front of the door and said urgently, "There's an urgent report from the front lines. Please see me, esteemed Empress." Hearing this, Zhang Sun immediately stood up and opened the door. She asked gravely, "What is it?" Ning Qin looked at the bloody general in front of him, and his heart could not help but thump. He had a bad feeling. "Esteemed Empress, last night, 3 assassins attacked the barracks. 2 great generals died tragically, and the Marquis of Taiping was heavily injured." What? The sudden bad news caused Zhang Sun to stagger. The exhaustion and worry of the past few days overwhelmed her. Her vision darkened, and she immediately collapsed backwards. "Esteemed Empress," Qing Ning panicked and immediately went to support Zhang Sun. "Go to the barracks." Zhang Sun said the last sentence with difficulty before losing consciousness. Ning Chen's face was so dark that it was about to condense water. This was the worst possible outcome. He had never thought that even a Marquis of the Great Xia would be assassinated. There were very few people in the world who could assassinate a Marquis. Apart from those few Xiantian experts, the number of people who could do so could be counted on one's fingers. An hour later, the carriage set off from the Marquis of Clear River's estate and headed for the Marquis of Taiping's barracks in the north. 3 days later, the carriage finally arrived at the barracks. Zhang Sun, who was still very weak, immediately got off the carriage and headed for the Marquis of Taiping's tent. Qing Ning pushed Ning Qin behind her, a trace of worry on her face. They knew very well just how great of a blow the Marquis of Taiping's assassination had been to Zhang Sun. The Empress had not been able to eat for several days already. "Esteemed Empress, long live the Empress!" Zhang Suin's arrival startled all the soldiers in front of the barracks. They hurriedly knelt and paid their respects. "Rise." Zhang Sun was worried about her elder brother's injuries, so she casually said this. Then she opened the tent and walked in. The scene that greeted her made her stagger and almost faint again. Fortunately, Qing Ning was on the side and immediately went up to support her. The Marquis of Taiping was lying on the bed with a pale face. On the left side of his chest, there was a bone-deep wound that reached all the way to his ribs. The medical officer who had accompanied the army was changing the dressing. Seeing Zhang Sun enter, he hurriedly knelt down. Zhang Sun walked up, her heart in pain. It had only been a few days since she had last seen him, but something so unexpected had happened. "How are the Marquis of Taiping's injuries?" Qing Ning asked from the side. "This official has already done his best, but the Marquis's injuries are still not getting better," the medical officer said with a trembling voice, his expression troubled and fearful. "Get up. Continue changing the dressing." Zhang Sun suppressed the sadness in his heart and forced himself to recover his strong side. He shouted in a deep voice, "Many thanks, esteemed Empress." The medical officer fearfully got up and continued to clean the Marquis of Taiping's wounds. Zhang Sun felt even more pained as she watched the bloody bandages being washed off her elder brother's wounds. The army had no lack of medicine. Her elder brother had not woken up yet, so his heart must have been injured. Ning Qin looked at the wound on the Marquis of Taiping's chest and narrowed his eyes. "It's a sword wound." Qing Ning also nodded. It was indeed a sword wound. There was no mistake. Was it done by the Northern Meng Imperial Court? Qing Ning asked suspiciously. Ning Qin shook his head and said, "It doesn't seem like it. There are very few people in the Northern Meng Imperial Court who are good with the sword. Even their Xiantian doesn't use a sword. Although Si Mingjian uses a sword, it's impossible for him to injure the Marquis to this extent by himself. Moreover, when I received his sword, the difference in aura is too great." Qing Ning's expression became even more serious. If it wasn't for the Northern Meng Imperial Court, the Great Xia would have one more terrifying opponent. Actually, Ning Qin already had a suspect in his heart. However, without any evidence, he could not be sure. According to the general who had reported, the 3 assassins were all swordsmen. In this world, the place with the most swordsmen was Sword City, and the only swordsmen who had the ability to assassinate a Marquis of the Great Xia were from Sword City. That sort of Sword City had once taken in 3 disciples. Now, they were all experts above the 9th rank. If they worked together to assassinate a Marquis of the Great Xia, the chances of success were not small. One should not have the heart to harm others, but one should also have the heart to guard against others. Even if he used the heart of a gentleman to steal the belly of a villain, Sword City still had to guard against him. This could not be said out loud. Ning Qin could only whisper his suspicions to Qing Ning. When Qing Ning heard this, she was shocked at first. Then she walked to Zhang Suan's side and whispered a few words. Zhang Sun was still feeling heartache. Those who were involved could not see clearly, so she did not think so much. However, when she heard Qing Ning's words, she immediately reacted. She knew the origin of Sword City better than anyone else. She immediately confirmed her suspicions. Although she could not be 100% sure, there was an 80 to 90% chance that Sword City was behind this. Unexpectedly, that woman from the Northern Ming Imperial Court had also persuaded Sword City to take action. They had repeatedly assassinated important officials of the Great Xia. This was to completely destroy the foundation of the Great Xia. Zhang Sun waved her hand and dismissed everyone in the tent, including the officer who had just changed Marquis Taiping's medicine. Then, she said solemnly, order Marquis to strictly monitor Sword City's movements. If there is any movement, immediately report back. Yes. Qing Ning received the order and quickly walked out. After giving the order, Zhang Sun felt a wave of exhaustion. In just a short month, the Great Xia had been surrounded by enemies. The Northern Ming Imperial Court in the north, the Eternal Night Cult in the west, Sword City in the east, and even the 7 cities' rebellion within the Great Xia. The only fortunate thing was that the kingdom of True Extreme, which used to be the most arrogant, was much more well-behaved this time. The loss of 20,000 war horses was a huge blow to the kingdom of True Extreme. It would be difficult for the kingdom of True Extreme to have the confidence to mobilize a large number of troops in a short period of time. When she thought of this, Zhang Sun looked at Ning Chen with even gentler eyes. Fortunately, this fellow was still by her side during this most difficult time. Chapter 75. The assassination 3 days ago had a great impact on the morale of the soldiers. Luckily, after Zhang Suan's arrival, the negative atmosphere gradually dissipated. Zhang Sun was different from other empresses. She was the daughter of a marquis and was not afraid of the battlefield. After a short rest, she immediately summoned the remaining general. There were originally 3 generals in the army. Now that 2 of them were assassinated, there was only 1 left. He was already old, and his role in the army was to stabilize the morale of the soldiers. Empress! After the old general came, he immediately knelt down with tears in his eyes. He was full of guilt. Old General Ling, please rise. Zhang Sun quickly went forward to help the old general up. The latter had been with the Zhang Sun family for more than 30 years and was loyal to them. Although she was the empress, she could not accept this. He is the father of the General Ling you know in the palace, Qing Ning reminded. Ning Qin was shocked and then understood. No wonder General Ling took care of him in the palace. After letting him go, Zhang Sun did not punish him and even promoted him. Actually, General Ling was a good person. Ning Chen had not seen him for a long time and missed him very much. After Zhang Sun helped the old general up, she was about to introduce Ning Qin to him. However, when she saw Ning Qin spacing out again, she was furious and slapped his head. Greet old General Ling. Ning Qin came back to his senses after being slapped by Zhang Sun. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, Greetings, old General Ling. This is... The old general was confused and asked, Ning Qin, You should be familiar with him, Zhang Sun introduced. Oh, the young man who bombed Zhangqi Palace? As expected, heroes come from the young. When the old general answered, he was a bit surprised. Looking at the Empress' behavior just now, she did not treat the young man as a servant at all. That was something an elder would do to a nephew. Ning Chen was a bit embarrassed and smiled shyly. Why did she remember these things? He had a lot of positive images, such as bravely jumping into the frying pan, he admitted that he only thought of this. Zhang Sun and Qing Ning did not like Ning Chen to smile. When they saw this smile, they felt uncomfortable all over. Therefore, Qing Ning went up and gently patted the latter's shoulder. Then, Ning Chen began to secretly grimace. After chatting for a while, Zhang Sun looked worried and asked, "Old General, what's the situation now?" "Reporting to Your Highness, Northern Meng's army of 300,000 has set up camp 200 li away. It's possible that they could attack at any time," the old general said in a heavy tone. 200 miles. When Ning Chen heard this, he was shocked. He couldn't care less about the rules and asked anxiously, "When did this happen?" "This is the news sent by a spy at noon. Just now, another spy confirmed this information," the old general replied. There was a trace of doubt in his words. Was there something wrong? "What's wrong?" Zhang Sun knew Ning Chen's personality. There had to be a reason for him to lose his composure. "Someone might attack the camp tonight," Ning Chen said in a low voice. "Impossible," the old general immediately denied. "Even the fastest horse would take more than 2 hours to cover a distance of 200 miles. Before that, our spies would be able to send back the news." "What if the spy doesn't know?" Ning Chen asked. "How is that possible? 300,000 is such an obvious target." "Idiot." At this point, the old general was suddenly startled. His expression changed, and his entire body began to tremble. 300,000 was extremely obvious. It could even be said that it was impossible not to notice. However, on the other hand, if a few thousand soldiers were missing, no one would know. As long as the army was used as bait, these few thousand soldiers could avoid the spy's line of sight and be done without anyone noticing. This was a very simple logic. However, with Wu Ho injured and 2 generals dead, he was the only one left. It was already difficult for him to stabilize the morale of the army, so he didn't think about this aspect. Just a little bit more, and he would have become the sinner of Grand Xia. "I'll send the order now. The entire army is to be on guard against a night attack," the old general said in a low voice. "Wait." Ning Chen frowned and stopped the old general from leaving the camp. "Little brother, what do you think?" The old general stopped and asked politely. "Just call him Ning Chen. He's just Hu Mengmeng." "He doesn't have the qualifications for the old general to be so courteous," Zhang Sun interjected. "Haha." Ning Chen rubbed his nose and said, "What I want to say is that even if there really is a night attack, there won't be too many people. There's no need to make a big fuss and make the morale of the army nervous again." Hearing this, Zhang Sun nodded in agreement and said he's right. Now that the morale of the army has finally stabilized, it's not good to be overly nervous. The old general nodded, indicating that he understood, then left the camp to make arrangements. Nyang Nyang, the old general, is too old. He's not suitable to lead the army anymore. After the old general left, Ning Chen tactfully reminded her. He had already endured for a long time. This old general really wasn't cut out for leading troops. He could handle logistics, but if he went to war, he would only harm others and himself. How could Zhang Sun not understand the meaning in Ning Chen's words? She sighed softly and said, "Old General Ling has been with the Zhang Sun family for over 30 years. Even if he doesn't have merit, he's still worked hard. Once this war is over, this consort will make arrangements for him to enjoy his remaining years." Hearing Zhang Suan's words, Ning Chen didn't continue talking about the old general. He asked, "Nyang Nyang, is there a general in the Marquis army that's worth promoting?" If there's no other choice, we can transfer one from somewhere else. We can't keep going on like this. There's not enough time. Also, changing generals at the last minute is a big taboo. This consort will take care of this for now. Once this war is over, we'll choose a new general, Zhang Sun said gravely. Can you do it? Ning Qin muttered softly. He was very doubtful. Slap. Qing Ning unrestrainedly slapped the former's head. This brat was becoming more and more impudent. When Nyang Yang followed the Marquis to the east and west, you weren't even born yet, Qing Ning said unhappily. Ning Chan was hit until it hurt, but he didn't dare resist. His mouth was cheap, so he deserved to be hit. Qing Ning was a die-hard fan of Zhang Xuan's, so he didn't want to get hit again. Ning Qin, this consort knows that you have talent that normal people don't have, so this consort needs your help in this war. As she spoke, Zhang Sun actually stood up and took a step forward to bow with a solemn expression. Seeing this, Ning Qin was so frightened that he almost fell out of his wheelchair. He quickly turned his wheelchair and moved away from Zhang Sun, avoiding this bow. Nyang in my hometown, being bowed to by an elder will shorten one's lifespan. You can't harm me. Ning Qin smiled bitterly. Wasn't this just scaring him? He didn't have much of a burden and couldn't endure this kind of torment. On the side, Qing Ning also jumped in fright and said, Nyang, why are you still being so polite with him? Zhang Xuan's mood from the two's nervous actions also disappeared. She straightened her body and said calmly, in any case, this consort has already said what needed to be said and done what needed to be done. If this consort finds out in the future that you still haven't done your best, be careful of your head. That's more like it. Hearing this, Ning Qin and Qing Ning both inwardly sighed in relief. Zhang Xuan's actions just now had truly frightened them. Suddenly, Ning Qin realized that he was a bit cheap. He wasn't used to hearing nice words, so he had to be hit and kicked to feel better. The main reason was that Zhang Xuan's strength had left a shadow in his heart. If this happened, no one would be able to endure it. Do you still have the jade pendant this consort gave you? Asked Zhang Sun. Yes. Ning Qin took it out. He had always kept it close to his body, afraid that if he lost it, Zhang Sun would chop off his head. Be careful. Zhang Sun nodded and didn't say anything else. This was her keepsake, and also the keepsake of Zhang Xuan's bloodline. It might be of great use at a critical moment. All right, you guys go back and rest. There's still a tough battle to fight tonight. Zhang Sun waved her hand and dismissed them. Yes. Ning Qin and Qing Ning bowed respectfully, then left. Sister Qing Ning, what happened to Her Highness just now? She scared me to death. After leaving the tent, Ning Qin still had lingering fears. Qing Ning sighed softly. Right now, Emperor Xia's fate is unknown. Great Xia is surrounded by enemies and Marquis Taiping is seriously injured. The pressure on Her Highness right now is greater than anyone else's. She really wants to win this battle. After saying this, Qing Ning turned around and said with an incomparably solemn expression, Ning Qin, you must help Her Highness win this battle. I will do my best, promised Ning Qin seriously. The reason it was a promise and not a promise was because he knew how terrifying the military advisor of Northern Meng's imperial court 200 li away was. He didn't have the confidence to win against her, even if he was a transmigrator. Transmigrators weren't omnipotent, but that military advisor was almost omnipotent. It could be said that the current situation in Great Xia was basically caused by that woman called Fan Lingyue. Great Xia had been at peace for a very long time and had been invincible for a very long time. That was until the appearance of this stunning woman, who forcibly raised the strength of Northern Meng's imperial court to a level where they could barely fight against Great Xia. It was very likely that the many hidden dangers in Great Xia had the shadow of this extraordinary woman. Otherwise, why would the Eternal Night cult make a move as soon as Northern Meng's imperial court sent out their troops? Even Great Xia's territory was in chaos. In his opinion, The best way was to get rid of this woman as soon as possible. Otherwise, this battle would be too difficult for Great Xia to win. It was said that the times created heroes, but this saying didn't really apply to Northern Meng's military advisor, because this woman was so powerful that she could single-handedly create an era. Against such a person, he really didn't have the slightest confidence to win. At night, the moonlight descended. Ning Chen wrapped himself in thick clothes and sat on a high ground in front of the camp. He quietly looked into the distance, and his mouth would cough from time to time. Qing Ning accompanied him by his side. Whenever she saw him cough, her heart would always ache slightly. She knew very well that Ning Chen's injuries were far from healed. Otherwise, why would a cultivator need to wrap himself in such thick clothes at night? Gradually, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. His cultivation had already fallen between grade 4 and grade 5. Moreover, it was extremely unstable, sometimes high and sometimes low. This was only because his foundation was far superior to others that he was barely able to maintain a little bit of his cultivation. The current him only had the ability to shoot an arrow. Therefore, this arrow must be shot accurately. Chapter 76. The sound of iron hooves clanging against the cold wind could be heard as the horses galloped in the dark night. One could vaguely see the cotton covers tied to the horses' hooves. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes even more. The military advisor of Northern Meng would not make any mistakes. How big was the impact of the cotton covers? In fact, it was not big. To put it simply, it was nothing more than hearing the galloping of horses from 5 kilometers away or 9 kilometers away. However, on the battlefield, a distance of 1 kilometer could result in a completely different outcome. The military advisor of Northern Meng did not make any mistakes in this detail. The general leading the troops was an expert. The closer he was, the harder it was to hide his aura. Ning Chen slowly drew his bow and nocked an arrow. He was about to shoot, but after a while he pulled back his bow. Is the imperial concubine safe and sound? Ning Chen turned around and looked at the woman beside him as he asked softly. Qing Ning nodded. Zhang Xuan's tent was surrounded by experts from the army. As long as it was not an expert like the one who tried to assassinate Marquis Wu, the Empress' safety was guaranteed. Although Marquis Taiping was seriously injured in the assassination a few days ago, the 3 swordsmen were not much better off. They would not be able to attack again in a short period of time. Then I am relieved. Ning Chen turned his wheelchair and walked down from the high ground. He said, Sister Qing Ning, let's go greet the military advisor of Northern Meng. Since he only had the ability to shoot 1 arrow, why not give it to the woman of Northern Meng? Qing Ning was startled, but she did not stop him. With her around, nothing would happen to Ning Chen. After a while, a horse carriage set off from the camp and disappeared into the darkness. The distance of 100 kilometers was not far. If a horse galloped quickly, it would take 2 hours. The horse carriage was not as fast as a horse, but after 3 hours, it arrived in front of the Northern Meng camp. Ning Chen found a place with slightly higher ground, then looked in the direction of the Northern Meng camp and drew his bow again. In front of the Northern Meng camp, Fan Lingyue stood in the cold wind and quietly looked in the direction of the Great Xia camp. Her eyes were emotionless. The light blue clothes were simple, but revealed nobility. Fan Lingyue's identity was not difficult to recognize. When Ning Chen saw the light blue clothes, he felt a sense of familiarity. When he looked at the former's face, his body could not help but tremble. It was her, the woman he had coincidentally met in Moonfall City, Moon Spirit. Fan Lingyu, Yuling Fate really played tricks on people, full of lies. It was no wonder that the 8th prince of the Great Xia dynasty had died so easily. It turned out that she had appeared at that time for this matter. There was no reason to take back a bow that had been bent. In this cold wind, Ning Chen's eyes were terrifyingly cold. Just as Fan Lingyue had said, she and Ning Chen were very similar people. Beneath their calm exterior hid an extremely heartless heart. They appreciated each other and even chatted happily with each other. However, none of this could stop the two of them from killing each other. The arrow in the cold wind was like a shooting star. The silver light was so dazzling in the night sky. However, before he could react, the arrow was already in front of him. However, this stunning arrow was caught by a hand. The young general appeared in front of Fan Lingyue and blocked this merciless arrow with one hand. "Sister Qingning, let's go," Ning Chen said softly. "Yes," Qingning replied. The two of them got on the carriage and left quickly. Not long after, they disappeared into the darkness once again. In front of the Northern Ming camp, the young general looked at the direction where the arrow came from and couldn't help but frown. He didn't understand who wanted to assassinate the military advisor. "He is Ning Qin," Fan Lingyue said indifferently. She turned and walked towards the tent. She didn't expect that the two of them would still meet. What a pity for those 3,000 light cavalry soldiers. Fan Lingyue knew that the attack on the camp had failed. She had said before that they were very similar. Not only were they heartless, they were also scheming. The old general in the Great Xia camp was a mediocre person, but Ning Qin wasn't. On the contrary, not only was he not mediocre, he was also an extremely intelligent person. In the dark night, a blurry shadow flashed past the speeding carriage. Ning Qin sat in the carriage, his face slightly pale. That arrow, just now, was too much of a burden for him at the moment. He was already mentally prepared for the fact that he didn't manage to kill Fan Lingyue. However, he still wanted to say something. Fuck genius. That young general was obviously not much older than him, but he was at least at the peak of the 9th grade. Since when were there so many geniuses in this world? He had worked so hard to train for so long, and there were always experts guiding him. He didn't even lack Xiantian experts. However, after training for so long, he returned to the 4th or 5th grade. That old woman, Fate, was really fucking unfair. When the two of them returned to the camp, the battle had already ended. The 3,000 light cavalry soldiers were basically shot into a hornet's nest. Even if 100 or 200 of them escaped in the dark, it wouldn't change anything. Zhang Sun saw the two of them coming back in the carriage. She frowned and asked, "Where did you go?" Ning Chen got off the carriage and said honestly, "I went to greet the military advisor of the Northern Ming Imperial Court." Qingning nodded at the side, indicating that this was indeed the case. Zhang Sun didn't ask anything else. She snorted and said, "Don't be so mischievous in the future." Ning Qin and Qingning looked at each other and immediately separated with tacit understanding. It seemed that Zhang Sun was in a good mood. She didn't ask anything else and didn't scold them. The 3,000 light cavalry didn't bring anything with them. Their horses and armor were either dead or broken, so there was nothing to retrieve. However, no matter what, this was still a victory. Most of the soldiers who were woken up in the middle of the night were excited. It turned out that the Empress had already predicted that the Northern Ming would attack the camp. In an instant, the sound of "Long live the Northern Ming" spread throughout the entire Great Xia camp. Zhang Sun accepted it calmly. After boosting the soldiers' morale, she returned to her tent to rest with a trace of relief. Ning Qin wanted to shout, "I guessed it, I guessed it!" Unfortunately, he didn't dare to. The soldiers of the Great Xia needed a hero who could step on colorful, auspicious clouds. Obviously, the Empress, who had an extremely high reputation in the Great Xia, was the most suitable candidate. She was the tiger daughter of a general, and Zhang Sun was fully deserving of the title. Ning Qin also returned to his tent to rest. He was the most tired person tonight. That arrow had exhausted all his strength, and in the end he didn't succeed. He had to pull Fan Lingyue away from the young general beside her. This was Ning Chen's last thought before he lost consciousness. The next day, Qingning, who hadn't seen Ning Chen for a long time, directly came to the tent. Just as she was about to pull him up from the bed, she felt that something was wrong. She was shocked when she touched his forehead. It was too hot. The military medical officer quickly arrived. After checking Ning Chen's pulse, his expression was extremely ugly. This pulse was even more chaotic than Wu Ho's. Zhang Sun also rushed over after hearing the news. After seeing Ning Chen's sickly red face, her brows furrowed even more. He was fine last night. What happened? Zhang Sun asked angrily. Seeing that the Empress was angry, the medical officer became even more nervous. He hurriedly said, "Your Highness, this is caused by a cold." A cold? How could he have a cold? Zhang Sun was even more furious. In her worry, she completely lost her usual virtuous, motherly appearance. The medical officer couldn't explain. He didn't know anything about the young man in front of him. He only knew that the latter was very trusted by the Empress and was always by her side. "Your Highness." Qing Ning stepped forward and whispered a few words in Zhang Suan's ear. "Nonsense." Zhang Sun was furious after hearing this and shouted, "He doesn't know anything. Don't you know anything? How can you accompany him in his nonsense?" Last night, she didn't ask much. She thought that the two of them just went to the Northern Ming camp to take a look. Who would have thought that the two of them actually dared to assassinate that military advisor? This brat's body wasn't easy to stay awake, let alone attack. Couldn't he make her worry less? Treat this consort. If you can't, bring your head to see me." Zhang Sun snorted angrily and said, "Yes." The medical officer trembled as he replied. Immediately, he hurriedly went out to prepare herbs and hot water. 6 hours later, Ning Chen woke up once. Looking at Zhang Sun beside him, he only said a few words before fainting again. "Your Highness, no matter what, we must defend to the death. In addition, write a letter to the old Marquis and ask him to lead troops to intercept Northern Ming's provisions. We don't need too many people. 50,000 should be enough. Also, if Fan Lingyue really uses cavalry to attack, Your Highness, please give up the 30,000 cavalry in the camp. Great Xia can afford to fight, but we can also afford to waste them. It's worth exchanging 30,000 for 20,000. In addition, even if all of these 150,000 people die in battle, we can't retreat. A defeated army is like a landslide. She has 100,000 cavalry, we can't retreat." Even in the midst of his illness, Ning Chen's words were still calm and ruthless to the point that it was terrifying. With just one sentence, he directly gave up the lives of the 30,000 cavalry and even the soldiers in the camp. "Rest well. We'll talk about other things when you're better." Zhang Sun couldn't bear it. She didn't agree or reject, but instead comforted him softly. Ning Chen smiled weakly. Before he could answer, he fell into a coma again. Qing Ning felt a chill all over. This was the first time she saw such a ruthless side of Ning Chen. "Do you feel like he's become a different person?" Zhang Sun didn't turn around and guessed Qing Ning's thoughts. "Yes, I'm not used to it," Qing Ning answered honestly. "The weaker a person is, the less they know how to hide themselves. Ning Chen isn't an affectionate person to begin with. All the shyness and even harmlessness that he usually shows is just an act for others to see. The more you interact with him, the more you can feel the coldness that comes from his bones." After saying this, Zhang Sun sighed softly and continued, "In the entire army, as long as nothing happens to you and me, I'm afraid that even if everyone else dies, he'll at most sigh emotionally and then turn around and won't take it to heart. I feel more and more fortunate that I forcefully dragged him into Weiyang Palace when we first met in the palace. Otherwise, if this kind of person became Great Xia's enemy, there would be a second military advisor in the world." The more Qing Ning heard Zhang Suan's words, the more shocked she became. She never thought that Ning Chen, who didn't dare to breathe loudly in front of her and her Highness, would actually be someone that her Highness thought so highly of and even feared. "Your Highness, Ning Chen won't harm Great Xia." Qing Ning couldn't help but say this. She could hear the fear in her Highness's voice and couldn't help but defend herself. "Ha ha!" Zhang Sun laughed softly and said, "Don't worry, I don't have any other intentions. Although he's ruthless, he still cares about that little bit of emotion in his heart. I never thought that he would betray Great Xia. Of course, that's on the premise that you and I are still alive." Chapter 77. Ning Chen's fever was very bad, and it didn't get better even when night fell. The doctor in the tent was very anxious. The Empress' words were still ringing in his ears, and his mind was completely focused on this young man. Zhang Sun listened to Ning Chen's suggestion and did their best to defend. Regardless of whether the Northern Ming imperial court's attack came or not, their side had already expressed their attitude of defending to the death. On Marquis Qinghe's side, the letter had already been sent out, and he would probably receive it soon. Xingqiao Pass was originally guarded by 50,000 soldiers, and with the addition of the 100,000 soldiers that Marquis Qinghe brought over, there were already more than 150,000 soldiers. Deploying 50,000 soldiers at any time wouldn't affect the situation in the short term. After Yangue City was broken, Fan Lingyue left less than 10,000 soldiers in the city to wait for the reinforcements to arrive without exhausting the military strength of the army. This was also the reason why Fan Lingyue chose to massacre the city. She wanted these 10,000 soldiers to truly form a fighting force of 10,000, and not be on tenterhooks all day long due to various sudden sneak attacks. Rations were something that war didn't lack. The Northern Ming Imperial Court's rations would definitely pass through Yangue City, and Marquis Qinghe's mission was to bring 50,000 soldiers to delay or even destroy the rations of the Northern Ming Imperial Court. The amount of rations needed for 300,000 soldiers was extremely terrifying, and it was impossible for the Northern Ming Imperial Court to gather them all at once. They could only transport them through Yangue City to the front lines. The reinforcements of the Northern Ming Imperial Court had already entered Yangue City. Currently, there were at least 60,000 soldiers guarding Yangue City. If they wanted to take back the city, they would need to expend at least 3 times the number of soldiers, and this was under the condition that the Northern Ming Imperial Court didn't send any reinforcements. Therefore, it was unrealistic to want to cut off the rations of the Northern Ming army once and for all. At the very least, the current Great Xia didn't have that many soldiers to spare. As long as Marquis Qinghe could cause trouble for the Northern Ming army's rations, it would be the greatest help to Zhang Sun and even the entire Great Xia. The current Great Xia needed time to catch a breather, and Duke Jingwu was in the imperial city to mobilize all the soldiers in the world. Ning Chen was a true genius. Although his cultivation talent was average, he was smart and could see the key to the Great Xia at a glance. Zhang Sun was a person who knew how to make good use of people. She would seriously consider Ning Chen's opinions. What the army lacked the most at the moment was talented generals. Ning Chen's reminder would make her feel much more relaxed. It was precisely because of this that she couldn't leave this brat's help for even a moment. Ning Chen's coma really made her very anxious and annoyed. At night, the cold wind blew again. Ning Chen still showed no signs of waking up. Zhang Sun paced back and forth outside the tent in frustration. His eldest brother was unconscious, and so was this fellow. Qingning didn't know anything about military affairs. She didn't even have anyone to discuss things with. "Your Highness, why don't you summon the first prince over?" Qingning suggested when she saw her eldest grandson's expression. The princes of Great Xia were all rare talents. Perhaps they could be of some help to Her Highness. No, he's the crown prince. The future of the Great Xia depends on him. He can't be in any danger. Zhang Sun rejected without hesitation. Cough, cough. At this moment, a series of violent coughs resounded. The wheelchair turned, and Ning Chen walked out, wrapped tightly. His face was terrifyingly pale. "Your Highness is right. The first prince can't come. It's not suitable for him to come either." Ning Chen said tiredly. The first prince was too righteous. He could be a Taiping sage, but it was not suitable for him to come to this battlefield full of schemes and plots. when did you wake up?" Qingning asked with a joyful expression. However, before Ningchen could reply, Zhang Suan's angry voice sounded. "Who let you come out? Go back and rest." "Your Highness, I'm fine. I've slept for a day, and my head is a little dizzy. I came out to get some fresh air. I'll go back in a while." Ningchen pleaded helplessly. Actually, he was a little worried about Zhang Sun and wanted to come out to take a look. The great Xia dynasty had been established for more than 1,000 years. This was probably the first time that the current empress came out to oversee the army. One could imagine how much pressure Zhang Sun was under. The great Xia dynasty was now surrounded by enemies. If they could delay the northern Ming imperial court's army for one more day, they would gain one more day for the great Xia dynasty. Just as he had said earlier, he would do everything he could to help Zhang Sun get through this difficult time. Zhang Sun frowned, but did not say anything more. This kid's temper was even more stubborn than a bull. It was useless to persuade him. "Your Highness, I remember that there is a river 300 kilometers behind us. If we lose, send someone to destroy the bridge," Ningchen said calmly as he looked at the northern Ming imperial court's army. "Is there no hope?" Zhang Sun sighed and asked, "If it was someone else, there might be hope. But our opponent is Fan Lingyue. We will definitely lose," Ningchen said honestly. He was speaking the truth. They were already at a disadvantage in terms of military strength. Moreover, Fan Lingyue had 100,000 cavalry while they only had 30,000. This was a fatal difference. They could not stop him. He would do everything in his power to delay this day as much as possible until Great Xia could catch its breath. Ultimately, the Great Xia dynasty was still the strongest. As long as they were not defeated in a single breath, the final victor would be the Great Xia dynasty. To be honest, after this battle, it would be clear whether the Great Xia dynasty would lose or not. They could lose or even lose miserably, but they could not lose meaninglessly. Currently, their best choice was to fight a war of attrition. The longer they fought, the more desperate the battle would be, and the more disadvantageous it would be for the northern Ming imperial court. "Your Highness, how is the situation in the east?" Ningchen thought for a moment and asked. The Eternal Night cult and the northern Ming imperial court had sent out their troops at the same time, forcing the Great Xia dynasty into a sorry state. Unlike the northern Ming imperial court, who had a military advisor, the Eternal Night cult relied on their tyrannical martial strength to open the path. An unparalleled martial monarch acted. From the martial Marquis to the generals of the Great Xia dynasty, no one could stop him. Monsters like Xiantian were truly troublesome existences. They have already broken through 2 cities. Fortunately, the Eternal Night cult does not have many heavy cavalry, only 30,000. Otherwise, the Great Xia dynasty would have no need to fight this war, Zhang Sun said tiredly. It was rumored that there were no more than 10,000 heavy cavalry. Anything above 10,000 could not be lower. This was referring to the Eternal Night cult's heavy cavalry. It would be an exaggeration to say that one of these terrifying soldiers could fight against 10. On the battlefield, they were practically invincible and undefeatable. Heavy cavalry had extremely high requirements for horses and soldiers. As a result, even the Eternal Night cult, which had a deep foundation, was unable to train more of them. Unfortunately, although the Great Xia dynasty occupied the entire Central Plains, the rate of production of horses was too low, not to mention this type of heavy cavalry that had extremely high requirements for horses. "Your Highness, is there no one in the Great Xia dynasty who can stop the Eternal Night cult's heavy cavalry?" Ningchen asked, puzzled. The Great Xia dynasty had 1,000 years of foundation. If it were to be crippled by 30,000 heavy cavalry, it would be too unjustifiable. The Great Xia dynasty had been unparalleled for so long, they would definitely have some trump cards. There is the military god, Marquis, triumphant return, and the 100,000 Blackwater army under his command. Zhang Sun nodded with a grave expression. Then why has Marquis, triumphant return, not made a move? Ningchen asked, even more puzzled. He had also heard of the military god, the head of the 10 marquises. Since he was so powerful, why didn't he make a move? Could it be that he really wanted to wait until the great Xia dynasty was completely crippled before he was willing to make a move? Because before His Majesty disappeared, he strictly prohibited Marquis' triumphant return from making any moves. As she spoke, Zhang Xuan's expression was also somewhat puzzled. She was becoming more and more unable to understand the great Xia dynasty's intentions. Ning Chen was speechless. How the hell were they supposed to fight like this? They couldn't possibly have ordinary soldiers fight the Eternal Night cult's heavy cavalry, right? And there was also that unparalleled martial monarch who could stop him. Moreover, he had heard that the Eternal Night cult had a Xiantian who had never appeared. Just what was the Eternal Night cult planning? Ning Qin discovered that there were still many things he didn't understand, especially regarding the Eternal Night cult. His understanding was practically limited to the legends. He didn't know anything about the true internal situation of the cult. Northern Meng's barracks. Fan Lingyue was sitting in her tent. Her elegant face carried a trace of fatigue from many days of marching. After a long time, she softly asked, "When will they arrive?" Reporting to the military advisor, "They have already set off at noon. They will arrive in 3 days at the latest," the young general respectfully replied. "Tell Qing Huio to be careful. Don't let the spies of the great Xia discover any clues," Fan Lingyue calmly reminded. Yes, the young general accepted the order, then immediately turned and left. Not being able to kill him back, then, has indeed attracted a lot of trouble. Fan Lingyue lightly sighed. She originally didn't plan to use them so quickly, but the great Xia's determination to not appear at all forced her to use this trump card in advance. Allowing a tiger to return to the mountains would eventually lead to trouble. With Ningchen, there were too many variables. Unfortunately, Siming Jian was heavily injured by that Prince Yan of the Great Xia and couldn't attack again in a short period of time. Otherwise, eliminating this hidden danger as soon as possible would be the best method. Thinking of this, Fan Lingyue's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. If she guessed correctly, Ning Chen should have the same thoughts as her at this moment. She could give him a chance, but at the same time she was also giving herself a chance. A moment later, Fan Lingyue picked up her brush and wrote a letter. Shortly after, she opened her mouth and said, "Men, present." An armored guard walked in. "Go to the Great Xia barracks and personally hand this letter to a young man named Ningchen. After arriving at the Great Xia barracks, directly say that you want to see this person. The Great Xia's Empress will naturally introduce you to him." Fan Lingyue said indifferently as she handed over the letter. "Yes." The guard bowed and then also walked out. 2 hours later, the guard arrived at the Great Xia barracks and directly said that he was a messenger from the Northern Meng Imperial Court and wanted to see the Great Xia's Empress. A general of the Great Xia came up and carefully searched his back, then immediately personally led him to Zhang Xuan's tent. "Empress, a messenger from Northern Meng requests to see you." "Come in." In the tent, Zhang Sun was still awake and spoke. "Go in." The general pushed the guard and said in an unfriendly tone. Zhang Sun casually glanced at the Northern Meng guard in front of her and said indifferently, "Why did your military advisor ask you to come here?" The guard felt uncomfortable from Zhang Sun's glance, but he still braced himself and said, "Under the orders of the military advisor, I am here to deliver this letter to a person named Ning Chen in your barracks." Hearing this, a cold glint flashed across Zhang Xuan's eyes. In an instant, the temperature of the entire tent seemed to drop. Chapter 78. Late at night, Ning Chen was invited to the commander's tent by Zhang Sun. Only then did he find out that Northern Meng's military advisor had sent a messenger to deliver a letter. After opening the letter, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that Fan Lingyue was still impatient to get rid of him. Their thoughts were very similar. They both believed that getting rid of the other was the most direct and effective method. Go back and tell your military advisor that Ning Chen will keep the appointment, Ning Chen replied calmly, crushing the letter into pieces. The Northern Ming guard cupped his fists and bowed, then turned and left. Can't you see such an obvious trap? You can't go, Zhang Sun said angrily. Ning Chen shook his head. Nyang, this is our only chance, and also our only hope for victory. I have to try no matter what. No. Zhang Sun was unmoved and said angrily, Nyang, I've made up my mind. If you're really thinking about my safety, then let me think about how to keep tomorrow's appointment. Ning Chen's expression also darkened, not backing down at all. You. Zhang Sun trembled with anger. This brat was simply trying to anger her to death. At this time, Qing Ning also rushed over after hearing the news. Before she reached the tent, she heard the two arguing and quickly separated them temporarily. How can you talk to Nyang like that? Outside the tent, Qing Ning reprimanded in annoyance. There's no time to explain. Sister Qing Ning, come with me. After speaking, Ning Chen turned his wheelchair and walked towards his tent. After arriving at his tent, Ning Chen immediately took a brush and wrote down a list of names, saying, Sister Qing Ning, go alone. Be careful. Remember, you must return before dawn. Qing Ning took the paper. After a moment of surprise, she nodded lightly, then quickly left under the cover of the night. Only Ning Chen was left in the tent. He sat there with his eyes closed, pondering silently. He was thinking about what Fan Lingyue's trump card was. Fan Lingyue didn't know martial arts. This was something that everyone knew. Moreover, he had been in close contact with her before, and he indeed didn't feel any martial arts aura from her. In this world, unless one reached Xiantian, it was absolutely impossible for martial artists to completely conceal their aura. If that was the case, then what was her trump card? Fan Lingyue's calculations were very accurate. He knew that he would not refuse such a tempting meeting, and he indeed could not refuse, because this was his only chance to help Chang Sun win this battle. What exactly was it? Ning Chen tried his best to think about it, but he still had no clue. In this world, other than him, was there anyone else who possessed a weapon that could counter martial arts? There were only 6 hours left until daybreak. Ning Chen didn't move at all. He sat there, thinking hard. This meeting was too important. He didn't want to make any mistakes. At daybreak, Qing Ning finally came back. Ning Chen said a few words to her, then chased her out of the tent. Then he went to work alone. Zhang Sun had come to visit several times, but Qing Ning shook her head and refused to let him in. At this time, she was the only one who could support him. Zhang Sun was so angry that his face turned pale, but he was still blocked by Qing Ning. Qing Ning's heart ached, but she was very stubborn. Actually, Ning Chen only said one sentence to her. If I die this time, I'll still be smiling. Your Highness's body is priceless. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to bear it much longer. I will fight for this opportunity with all my might. I'll leave the rest to you guys. Half a day later, Ning Chen came out wrapped in thick clothes. Qing Ning went up and pushed him, heading north. Zhang Sun quickly went up to stop him, but was blocked by a jade pendant. Ning Chen took out the jade pendant and said softly, Your Highness, you said that you would agree to 2 of my requests back then. The first one has already been dropped. Now I want to say the second one, which is to ask you to let me pass. After saying this, Ning Chen respectfully bowed one last time, then walked around Zhang Sun and continued walking. Zhang Sun stood there in a daze with the jade pendant in his hand. His heart throbbed with pain. That day, she had promised him that she would fulfill 2 of his requests. The first was that he wanted to leave the palace, and she had refused without hesitation. Now he had brought up the second request, and she could no longer say anything to refuse. In the cold wind, Qing Ning pushed the person who wanted to go north all the way north. In the north, the young general accompanied the person who wanted to go south all the way south. Before sunset, the four of them finally met face to face. Sister Qing Ning, you can go back. Ning Chen glanced at Qing Ning and said softly, You can leave too. Fan Lingyue waved her hand and said calmly. Both of them looked worried, but they had no choice but to turn and leave, slowly disappearing into the night. After we parted in the imperial city of Grand Xia, I didn't expect that we would meet again under such circumstances. Fan Lingyue sighed softly and said, At that time, she had things she needed to do, so she didn't care too much about Ning Chen's identity. She didn't expect that she would let go of the person she wanted to get rid of the most. Ning Chen also sighed. Maybe this was the so-called will of the heavens. At that time, if one of them recognized the other's identity first, they wouldn't be here today. Should I call you Yuling or Fan Lingyue? Ning Chen's gaze was complicated. Who would have thought that the person who gave him the sword back then would become his enemy today? It's just a form of address. You hid your name and I also hid mine. It's not like we're lying to each other. Fan Lingyue walked behind Ning Chen and quietly pushed the wheelchair under the moonlight. She was still so natural and not pretentious. In this world, perhaps only he and she were the most similar and the most familiar people. Unfortunately, they had become enemies. Do the ideals you spoke of back then still count? Ning Chen didn't turn back and asked softly. Fan Lingyue nodded and said, I didn't lie about this. The world is peaceful and the people are prosperous? Ning Chen mocked softly. Huh. Fan Lingyue laughed softly and said, It's never changed. Does your so-called world include Grand Xia? Does your so-called people include the citizens of Grand Xia? The sarcasm in Ning Chen's voice grew thicker. Of course. Fan Lingyue's reply left no room for doubt. Ning Chen laughed coldly and his tone became calm again. I thought my skin was thick enough. I didn't expect to meet my match here. Fan Lingyue wasn't angry at all. Her beautiful face was still as calm as before, perhaps even with a trace of a smile. She always liked to talk to people like her, even if they didn't agree with each other. She had seen too many stupid people in this world. Ning Chen's appearance made her feel fear, but at the same time, she was somewhat happy. Loneliness was always the scariest thing. Moreover, she had been lonely for a long time. Fan Lingyue, what are you thinking? The war started by Beimeng not only brought the flames of war to Grand Xia, it also brought disaster to Beimeng. How many of these 300,000 soldiers do you think will be able to return to Beimeng alive? Ning Chen asked in a low voice. I will do my best to bring them all back. Fan Lingyue said softly. Do you really think you can fight against the entire Grand Xia by yourself? Ning Chen laughed coldly. That's the truth, Fan Lingyue replied calmly. After saying that, the two of them fell into a short silence. After facing each other, although they were still standing together like before, they really didn't see eye to eye with each other. Fan Lingyue, what role did Grand Xia play in your so-called world peace? Ning Chen's eyes flashed with deep fatigue as he asked. Fan Lingyue laughed softly and said, Beimeng's world is too small. I need to bring them out, and Grand Xia is the biggest obstacle in front of me. That's all. How do you know that the people of Beimeng despise their world for being small? Maybe this is just your own wishful thinking. Ning Chen couldn't suppress his emotions again and mocked. In front of this woman, he didn't need to hide himself, nor was there a need to. Fan Lingyue didn't answer, but asked calmly, You're not a citizen of Beimeng. How do you know that they don't despise their world for being small? Humph. Twisting words and forcing logic, Ning Chen was angry, but he couldn't say anything. He was indeed not a citizen of Beimeng and didn't know much about it. He only knew that it was indeed a region with poor resources. Fan Lingyue's words might be right, but her methods were too intense. Fan Lingyue, the 170,000 soldiers of Great Xia in Yangui City, and millions of civilians were killed just because of a single sentence from you. Don't you feel the slightest bit of guilt? No, there will always be people who have to be sacrificed on the road to peace. You, me, and them. You're a lunatic. Ning Chen mocked. He used to think that he understood this woman very well, but now he realized that he was wrong. This woman was a lunatic, and he didn't understand her at all. Fan Lingyue didn't refute and said indifferently, "It's because there are too many normal people in this world that this world is so abnormal. Why can Grand Xia occupy the rich central plains, but Beimeng can only live in the cold north? The world belongs to the people of the world and not Grand Xia." Ning Chen was speechless. The difference between countries existed in every dynasty and even in different worlds. World peace had always been an ideal, and no one and no era could truly achieve it. Fan Lingyue, if you continue like this, you will destroy Grand Xia and the northern Meng royal court. In this world, it's impossible for true peace and fairness to appear. Not in the past, not in the future. Ning Chen sighed and advised, "You haven't tried. How do you know it's impossible?" Fan Lingyue sneered and continued, "Do you know what's the biggest difference between us? You don't want to try because you hate failure. But I don't care about these things. So what if I fail? If I fail, I'll just give up my life to be buried with the people of the world. But no matter what, I've already tried. On the road to world peace, I, Fan Lingyue, don't want to regret it and won't regret it." In the cold wind, Fan Lingyue stood upright, her beautiful face filled with determination and coldness. Her life was so short, and she didn't want to see the world still like this when she died. Ning Chen tidied his clothes and felt a little cold. The weather in the north really made him unhappy. It was already spring, but it was still so cold. Chapter 79. The two of them, finally, had nothing to say to each other. In the past, they were just acquaintances, but now they had nothing to say to each other. It wasn't a simple difference in their standpoints, but the way they looked at things and did things was completely different. Fan Lingyue's methods were too intense. Ning Chen didn't like it. Ning Chen also thought too much before doing things. Fan Lingyue also felt that it was shameless. Ning Chen couldn't refute Fan Lingyue. He couldn't even prove whether her methods were right or wrong. There weren't so many right and wrong in this world. The biggest right and wrong had always been the human heart. If Fan Lingyue succeeded, 100 years later, she would be a good minister who created a prosperous world in the eyes of the world. If she failed, she would only be left with a bad reputation. Unfortunately, she didn't care about this. What she cared about was just as she said, the world was peaceful and the people were prosperous. Ning Chen never doubted the sincerity of Fan Lingyue's words. He mocked her only because he didn't like her methods. The two of them finally stopped. Ning Chen sighed, "Let's stop here." "Okay." Fan Lingyue nodded. It was time to stop. Although they were similar people, they weren't on the same path. They couldn't continue walking forever. "I'm very curious. How are you going to get rid of me here?" A cold wind blew past. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. He still couldn't guess what her trump card was. There were only the two of them here. Although he was seriously injured, it was more than enough to deal with a weak girl who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. He never liked people walking behind him. But Fan Lingyue was an exception. Firstly, it was because the two of them really had a good chat before, and secondly, it was because Fan Lingyue didn't know martial arts. "You'll know soon enough." Before she finished speaking, Fan Lingyue raised her palm and pressed it against Ning Chen's back. Her majestic true qi suddenly erupted, leaving no trace of life. This palm came without any warning. It was the most unimaginable result. At this moment, time seemed to slowly stop, unable to move forward. How could... Ning Chen didn't have time to say the words in his heart. He had calculated everything. But he didn't expect Fan Lingyue to know martial arts. He originally thought that he valued her a lot, but he didn't expect that in the end, he still underestimated her. He underestimated this girl who even deceived the world, who said that the Northern Meng's military advisor didn't know martial arts. Looking at it now, it was the stupidest thing in the world. However, after a moment of surprise, Ning Chen still smiled. His smile was so bright that flowers bloomed on his face. Boom! At the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion rang out in the dark night like a sudden clap of thunder. The dazzling light could be seen from 100 li away. Ning Chen, military advisor. Several miles away, Qing Ning and the young general, who had been paying attention to the situation, were shocked. They stomped their feet and flew toward the center of the explosion. In front of the Great Xia camp, Zhang Sun stood outside the tent. His pupils constricted as he gazed at the north, and an extremely ominous premonition arose in his heart. The night was enchanting. The bright moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling down a cold waterfall. Two figures, one from the south and one from the north, were rushing over at an extremely fast speed. They were like two shooting stars in the night sky, so fast that it was shocking. The cold wind was biting cold, but the two people who had fainted on the ground could no longer see the scene. There were only scars all around them, quietly telling the desolation of the night. Ning Chen didn't expect Fan Lingyue to have the Book of Chaos, which could conceal any aura. Fan Lingyue also didn't expect that gunpowder, other than being ignited by fire, would also explode under great pressure. He couldn't guess her trump card, so he transmigrated into a body full of gunpowder and a few flamethrowers. He originally planned to use them to save his life at a critical moment, but he didn't expect to be hit by Fan Lingyue's palm, saving him all the trouble. Qing Ning and the young general arrived at the same time. After a brief exchange of glances, their palms collided with each other. Soon after, they swept up the figures on the ground and left in a flash of light. Not long after, the Northern Meng camp in the Great Xia camp fell into great chaos. The furious Zhang Sun and the young general almost overturned the entire tent. They poured panaceas and miraculous medicines into the mouths of the people on the bed, only hoping that they could save the lives of the people on the bed. However, the injuries of the two were too severe. The panaceas and miraculous medicines they usually used were now, like dregs, not having the slightest effect. One day later, the news of the military advisor of the Northern Meng being seriously injured and in a coma spread throughout the world, shocking everyone. No one expected the military advisor of the Northern Meng to be injured at this time. This was a shocking matter. Once the Northern Meng army lost this military advisor, the threat of the army would be reduced by at least half. The Great Xia could take a breather and even free up their hands to deal with the Eternal Night cult and the chaos of the Seven Cities. The lords of the Seven Cities were in a state of panic. This sudden change disrupted all their arrangements. With the military advisor of the Northern Meng injured, no one could pin down most of the Great Xia's energy. Once this powerful dynasty that had been invincible for thousands of years took a breather, the lords of the Seven Cities would probably deal with them first. In the residence of Prince Yu of the southern border, Prince Yu's face was ashen. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Now he couldn't hide anymore, even if he wanted to. If the lords of the Seven Cities were defeated, he couldn't escape the fate of being exposed either. He had the blood of the royal family. Now that the fate of Emperor Xiao was unknown, he might still have a chance if he fought under this banner. Half a day later, a shocking battle broke out in Prince Yu's residence. Under the cover of 7 ninth-level masters and 2 half-step innate masters, Prince Yu finally escaped from Prince Yu's residence. However, none of the 7 ninth-level masters and 2 half-step innate masters survived. The green and red swords in the hands of Prince Yan were stained with blood. He mercilessly killed everyone who stood in his way. Since then, the masters that Prince Yu had recruited over the years were all wiped out. Not a single one was left. Soon, Prince Yu came to the light and became the ruler of the chaos of the 7 cities. He ordered the rebel army to attack the imperial city of the Great Xia. However, at this critical moment, Emperor Xia, who had been missing for many days, appeared. Emperor Xia returned to the Heavenly Mandate Palace. Without any explanation, he took back all the political and military power and immediately ordered Marquis, triumphant return, to send troops to suppress the rebellion of the 7 cities. With the appearance of the god of war, the situation changed. The might of the 100,000 Blackwater army once again shocked the world. The 250,000 strong rebel army of the 7 cities was as vulnerable as tofu. In 3 days, they were defeated again and again. Eunuch Pei, who was by Emperor Xiao's side, made his move. He killed all the masters of the 7 cities like a whirlwind. Even the half-step innate masters were not spared. Only then did the world discover in horror that the eunuch by Emperor Xiao's side was actually a master of the innate level. No one knew how this eunuch managed to hide from the world. But there was no doubt that this old man was truly a master of the innate level. In the end, the rebellion of the 7 cities, from the lords of the cities to the ordinary generals, was completely wiped out. Emperor Xia announced his return in such a cold and merciless way, completely shocking the world. Prince Yu's ears and nose were cut off by Emperor Xia for his crime of rebellion. He fell from the city wall and was hanged alive. His miserable screams lasted for 3 days, scaring the children into crying in the middle of the night. There was silence within the great Xia dynasty. There was not a single sound of dissent. All of the courtiers were terrified of Emperor Xia, who sat on the dragon throne of the Heavenly Mandate Palace. Only now did the people of the world, and even the people of the Great Xia, realize that the Great Xia dynasty was in such a sorry state and couldn't withstand a single blow from Emperor Xia. His purpose was to draw out the hidden dangers within the Great Xia dynasty. Now that the hidden dangers were eliminated, Emperor Xia, who had been enduring for a long time, finally showed his ferocious fangs. On the 2nd day after the rebellion ended, Marquis, triumphant return, and the Blackwater army headed east in the direction of the heavy cavalry of the divine sect. On the northern battlefield, the 200,000 soldiers, gathered by the 13 cities, quickly rushed to the camp of Marquis Taiping to provide support. They wanted to completely annihilate the northern Ming army before the military advisor woke up. In the camp of Marquis Taiping, Zhang Sun, who had been dealt with one blow after another, looked extremely haggard. She held a letter in her hand, and tears streaked across her beautiful eyes. This was the letter that Ning Chen left in the tent. When he left, he was still worried about her, so he gave her a final warning. "Your Highness, if I don't come back, it means that I failed. Remember what I said to you. You must defend to the death. Fan Lingyue is unwilling to fight us head-on, so defending to the death is the best choice. In addition, Fan Lingyue is an extremely smart person. She will definitely have a backup plan. If something irreversible happens, Your Highness, remember to destroy that bridge. Horses are different from humans. They are still afraid of water. Even if Fan Lingyue finds a boat, it will be useless. In the end, Emperor Xia is very likely not dead. Your Highness, you only need to hold on until Emperor Xia comes out again. You are the Empress. No matter how ruthless Emperor Xia is, he can't just watch as something happens to you. He will definitely send troops to save you." Ning Chen presents his last words. The words in black and white were still vivid in her eyes. Zhang Sun finally couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes, and they fell down. Why did he always not listen to her? "Your Highness." Qing Ning stood at the side, holding back her sadness, and advised, "Your Highness, he is not dead yet. The letter has already reached Prince Yan. I believe Prince Yan will be here soon." Prince Yan was a Xiantian. At this time, she could only hope that, as a Xiantian, Prince Yan would have a way to save his life. Although she knew that the chances were slim, although she knew that she was lying to herself, she still didn't want to believe that he would die like this. He was always so lucky, escaping calamity after calamity. This time would definitely be no exception. A day later, Prince Yan arrived. Without saying anything, He directly took Ning Qin away. Barbarian dynasty. Princess side courtyard. A man sat on the bed, clutching her chest. Her small face was pale. She felt that something had happened to him, and it was a very, very big thing. She wanted to look for him, but she promised her father that she wouldn't look for him for the time being. He said that he had to keep his word. She couldn't disappoint him. She didn't want her father to worry, so she had been eating, drinking medicine, and sleeping obediently. However, she really couldn't pretend anymore. Northern Ming army camp. Fan Lingyue was still lying quietly on the bed, her face pale. Beside her, the young general was silent, guarding her day and night. At the last moment, Fan Lingyue circulated all her true qi in front of her to protect her. The chaos scroll also appeared to protect her, but her internal organs were still injured by the violent explosion, and she fell into a coma. The Northern Ming army's morale was at its lowest. Without the military advisor, no one thought that they could continue. The 10,000 soldiers, led by Qing Huio, had already arrived a few days ago. They were stationed in the army camp, silently waiting for the military advisor to wake up. Chapter 80. In the west of Daxia, the invincible martial monarch and the invincible martial Marquis finally met. The divine sex armored cavalry against the Blackwater army, a true battle of generals against generals, soldiers against soldiers. Brilliance in Wu Ho's hand clashed with desolation in Wu Jun's hand. The battle between the saber and the halberd of the war god shook the heavens and earth, causing the sun and moon to lose their splendor. The invincible cavalry of the god's sect finally stopped in front of the Blackwater army. Neither side gained an advantage. After a day of fierce fighting, they had to stop temporarily. The undefeated martial monarch was injured, and the world was once again shocked. The head of the 10 marquises of the Great Xia, Marquis Triumphantien, was actually an exceptional expert that did not belong to the 5 strongest experts in the world. For a time, the entire world was guessing what exactly was in the palace of the Great Xia dynasty that could hide from the eyes of the world. The phenomenon of breaking through to the Xiantian realm was earth-shattering. Unless one had some kind of precious treasure, it was impossible to cover up the pillar of light that soared into the sky. The martial monarch was injured, but not defeated. Marquis Triumphant Return was unable to kill the martial monarch. In fact, there was no one in the world who could kill the martial monarch. The strength of a martial lord did not only lie in his incomparably powerful strength, but also in his almost immortal and indestructible physique. In this world, there were always some unreasonable people, and martial lords were one of them. It could be said that the Eternal Night cult would not be defeated as long as they could not kill the martial lord. This was a problem that the Great Xia had to overcome. But no matter what, the war in the west of Great Xia was temporarily stabilized because of the appearance of Marquis Kaishian. For a short period of time, no one could do anything to the other. On the other side of the battlefield, the reinforcements from the north of Great Xia were much slower than the Blackwater army, which could travel 150 kilometers in a day. Ordinary soldiers could not compare to the Blackwater army, which was made up entirely of warriors. Within the Northern Ming camp, panic had started to spread. The 200,000 reinforcements of Great Xia and the 150,000 soldiers of the Taiping camp had surpassed them in terms of numbers. The unconscious military advisor became the only hope in the hearts of the Northern Ming army. As long as the military advisor woke up, he would definitely be able to lead them out of this crisis. However, to their disappointment, the military counselor had yet to wake up when the reinforcements from Great Xia arrived. The commander of the Great Xia reinforcements was a direct descendant of Emperor Xia, General Zhuo Qiuxing. When he arrived, he took over all military power and read out Emperor Xia's decree, asking Zhang Sun to return to the palace. Zhang Sun received the order and took the unconscious Marquis Taiping away. Before leaving, he repeatedly reminded Zhuo Qiuxing to focus on defense and attack as support. When the Northern Ming army could not help but reveal the trump card left by Fan Lingyue. Then he would make targeted arrangements. She believed in Ning Chen's judgment. Northern Meng's military advisor must have a hidden card. If they attacked rashly, they might suffer a great loss. Zhuo Qiuxing responded respectfully. After Zhang Sun left, he snorted and returned to the camp. This was his best chance to be conferred the title of Marquis, so how could he not come out? He wanted to take advantage of the Northern Meng military advisor's injury to completely crush the Northern Meng army in one fell swoop. On the second day after Zhang Sun left, Zhuo Qiuxing gave the order to break camp. 50,000 cavalrymen with a vanguard, 30,000 shield-armored soldiers, and 20,000 archers took turns covering and following closely behind. The remaining 250,000 soldiers continued to follow, pressing towards the Northern Meng imperial court like a tide. However, something that terrified the Great Xia soldiers happened. A group of heavily armored cavalrymen appeared from the Northern Meng imperial court's camp. There were at least 10,000 of them. The flood of molten iron instantly crushed the 50,000 cavalrymen of Great Xia. Under the attack of the Northern Meng heavy cavalry, the valiant shield-armored soldiers were immediately scattered. The 20,000 archers were completely useless and were swallowed by the flood in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, the 100,000 cavalrymen of the Northern Meng imperial court suddenly moved, completely pushing the Great Xia soldiers into the abyss of death. Wherever the butcher's knife went, blood flowed like a river. When the Northern Meng soldiers who were already in low spirits saw this, their morale was immediately boosted. They followed behind the 100,000 cavalrymen and crazily vented the anger in their hearts. The war lasted for an entire day and night, but it had already become a one-sided massacre. On the second day, the 35-man army of Great Xia was completely wiped out. Corpses were everywhere within a radius of 100 miles. Zhuo Qiuxing fled. He was scared out of his wits. In his fear, he forgot Zhang Sun's instructions. If the army was defeated, he was to immediately destroy the bridge behind him. After the great victory, the 100,000 cavalrymen of Northern Meng traveled 300 miles in a day and stepped over the most important Lu Yueqiao. From then on, they truly entered the hinterland of the Central Plains. When Zhang Sun, who was still on the road, heard the news, his face instantly turned pale. He leaned weakly against the carriage and couldn't say a word. Great Xia was in trouble. This was the thought in everyone's mind. No one had expected such a huge reversal of events. Originally, they thought that with the return of Emperor Xia and the deployment of the military god, Great Xia would be in an invincible position. However, they didn't expect such a shocking thing to happen in the northern battlefield, where there shouldn't have been any problems. The military advisor of Northern Meng hadn't woken up yet, but the backup plan she had set up had once again dealt a heavy blow to Great Xia. The 10,000 cavalrymen of Northern Meng were wearing the same heavy armor as the cavalrymen of the divine sect. They were invulnerable, and even ordinary warriors would find it difficult to contend with them. Great Xia had lost miserably and sullenly. However, the most important thing was that Great Xia had lost the initiative. The Northern Meng army had entered the hinterland of the Central Plains. The issue of provisions that they had been worrying about for a long time could be alleviated to a large extent. The Central Plains was rich and had no lack of provisions. After this battle, the Northern Meng army that had entered the Central Plains could be said to be like birds flying in the sky. No one could predict their attack route anymore. The current Emperor Xia had endured for so long, but in the end, he still made a mistake in the use of people. Zhuo Qiuxing was a talented general, not a talented commander. He was good at commanding troops and fighting wars, but he was far from good at strategizing. His only mistake had become the key to deciding the outcome of the war. After Zhang Sun returned to the palace, she went straight to Weiyang Palace. She didn't even see Emperor Xia. She didn't want to see Emperor Xia and had nothing to say to him. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Emperor Xia was even older. His eyes were even more ruthless. He wasn't wrong. He was the emperor of Great Xia. No matter what, he couldn't be wrong. Zhuo Qiuxing was executed by 1,000 cuts. His blood dyed more than half of the execution platform read. His shrill cries continued for an entire day. Emperor Xia was becoming more and more ruthless. He was even more ruthless than before. The entire court was silent. Everyone was in danger. They were afraid that they would be killed if they said something wrong. While the 3rd prince and the 10th prince were restraining themselves on the surface, they were moving more frequently in secret. They could see that Emperor Xia didn't have much time left. The Northern Ming army had become a sharp sword hanging over Great Xia's head. Great Xia kept organizing troops to stop them, but they were evaded time and time again. Everyone could see that the generals of the Northern Ming imperial court were trying their best to preserve their strength and wait for the military advisor to wake up. Great Xia's territory was too big. If the Northern Ming army wanted to evade, no one could stop them in a short period of time. Emperor Xia gave 3 orders at once. He urgently summoned Marquis Bai, Marquis Xiang, and Marquis Jiyu back to the capital. Apart from the necessary defense forces, each of them led 100,000 troops back as reinforcements. This was the first time that 3 marquises had issued orders at once since the founding of Great Xia. It could be seen that Great Xia was truly anxious this time. The atmosphere in the Northern Ming army also became tense. The 3 marquises of Great Xia had returned. In addition to the mobilized troops, they could gather at least 500,000 troops. This was extremely disadvantageous for them. However, they didn't dare to rashly attack the south. Every stronghold of Great Xia was impregnable. If they continued to attack, the 300,000 troops would be wiped out before the military advisor woke up. In this world, not everyone could scheme against the world with their own wisdom like the military advisor. In the east of Great Xia, in the number 1 shrine of Evernight, the martial lord was sitting high above. The 3 generals below him were kneeling respectfully. Every one of them was at least at the peak of the 9th rank. Some even showed signs of breaking through. After the divine sect's heavy cavalry took down 2 cities, they completely destroyed them. Wherever the flames of war passed, not even a blade of grass was left. The martial lord was injured and returned to the number 1 shrine to recuperate. The 3 generals followed him back. The 30,000 heavy cavalry also returned to the borders of Great Xia to await orders. The valiance of Marquis Kaixin and the Blackwater army was unexpected. This military god of Great Xia rarely showed himself. They only knew that he was a powerful figure, but they didn't expect him to be this powerful. The martial lord's injuries weren't serious, and he recovered quickly. His special constitution had an unimaginable self-healing ability. The reason he returned to recuperate was to ensure that his body would be in perfect condition for the next battle. The Great Xia's Marquis Kaixin was a formidable opponent. He needed to treat him seriously. "Is that woman from Northern Ming still not awake?" the martial lord asked from above the main hall. Reporting to the martial lord, according to the news, Fan Lingyue is seriously injured. There's no possibility of her waking up in a short period of time, a red-clothed general reported respectfully. The martial lord frowned. Without that woman, the Northern Ming army was no different from a toothless tiger. This was very bad news for the divine sect. Once Great Xia seized the opportunity to destroy the Northern Ming army, they would definitely gather all their forces to resist the divine sect's invasion. In a direct confrontation, the divine sect would definitely suffer heavy losses. Take a divine heaven pill and send it to the Northern Ming camp. Have that woman wake up as soon as possible, the martial lord ordered. Yes. The red-clothed general stood up and left. Military advisor of Northern Ming, don't disappoint me. After the red-clothed general left, the martial lord closed his eyes and softly muttered. The divine sect wasn't ready to start an all-out war with Great Xia. At this time, He didn't want anything to happen to Fan Lingyue. In the northern Meng imperial court, a green light streaked across the sky. After appearing for a short while, it turned into a streak of light and flew away. Half a day later, in a desolate area of the northern Meng imperial court, the green light appeared once more. With a wave of his hand, he threw the person in his hand into the lake. He had heard that the northern Meng imperial court had a heavenly lake, so he came here. As for whether or not he could save this kid's life, he had to try first. Boom! At this moment, the winds and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. A terrifying intent quickly descended, as if angered by this intruder. "You name!" The rumbling voice seemed to come from beyond the 9 heavens. A powerful pressure stirred up the surrounding winds and caused the void to tremble. "Great Xia, Prince Yen!" Prince Yen stood in the wild wind. His young face was indifferent. He was not moved at all. His green clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. This was the legend of Great Xia. Chapter 81. There was only one Khanate master in the northern Meng imperial court, and that was the imperial preceptor. What was the most precious thing in the northern Meng? The imperial preceptor and the heavenly lake. The imperial preceptor was just an idiot in the eyes of the imperial preceptor, but that idiot was really good at fighting and was one of the 5 strongest people in the world. There were 3 disasters and 5 tribulations in the Khanate realm. It was a punishment from the heavens and also a training for martial arts. The strongest person could go through the 3 disasters and the 5 tribulations. When they reached the peak, they could summon the dragon gate that had disappeared for a long time. Currently, the 5 most powerful people in the world had basically all gone through 5 tribulations and experienced 3 of them. Among the 5, the dean of the Tiansong Academy, the martial lord of the Eternal Night sect, the abbot of the Dui Temple, and the imperial preceptor with the golden staff of the northern Meng imperial court had already shown themselves. The only person who hadn't shown himself was also in the Eternal Night sect. It was said that he was a peerless cultivator who could rival a martial lord. Those 5 were recognized as the strongest people in the world. They were also the earliest Khanate masters. Any one of them could easily beat up a new Khanate master. The 3 disasters and the 5 tribulations weren't on the same level. Although the legends of the Xia dynasty were geniuses, they hadn't cultivated for long and hadn't gone through the 5 tribulations yet. The imperial preceptor didn't care. Ning Chen needed to go to the heavenly lake to recover. Before that, he just needed to stop that idiot. The imperial preceptor landed beside the heavenly lake. The imperial preceptor went forward and grabbed the profound condensation sword. He didn't pull it out, but took back a part of his power. Boom! At that moment, a golden light suddenly struck down from the sky. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens. With a light kung sound, the green sword flew out and blocked the sudden attack in the air. He had already said that this idiot had nothing but martial prowess, let alone any sense of shame. The green sword flew into the imperial preceptor's hand. The imperial preceptor slashed at the sky, and a terrifying crack appeared in the sky. With a boom, it crashed towards the person who was hiding his head and tail. "You've angered me." A furious voice was transmitted from the sky. Immediately, a large hand came pressing down. The 5 fingers were like 5 mountains, while the palm was like a golden sky that covered a 10,000 feet radius. Facing the giant palm, Prince Yen was not scared at all. He clenched his right hand and the red sword flew out. Then, the cyan and red sword merged and pointed to the sky. A beam of cyan and red sword light shot into the sky and broke the giant palm. Clang! An old figure appeared, smashing down on Prince Yen with a golden staff. There was no warning, but it was still blocked by the green sword. The sword had a sword aura, so it was much faster than a person's reaction. This kind of sneak attack was meaningless to him. Northern Meng's golden staff imperial tutor is still so shameless. Prince Yen said indifferently as he swung his sword and knocked away the golden staff. "Kid, you're not big, but you talk big." The golden staff imperial tutor took 2 steps back and sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden staff imperial advisor made a grabbing motion with his right hand. An invisible force broke through the restrictions of space and attempted to grab Ningchen out of the heavenly lake. Prince Yen moved his feet, and the red sword slashed through the air. With a bang, it cut off the force that was heading towards Ningchen. In the next moment, Prince Yen moved again. He swung his sword and slashed towards the golden staff imperial tutor. Boom! The sword and staff collided. A fierce wind roared and surged. Around the two, the ground cracked and rocks flew everywhere. Cyan and red breath at the same time, absolute chi. Prince Yan's spirit shivered. His body moved, and he used his shocking martial arts again. His 2 swords were like lightning, extremely fast. The cyan and red swords danced and dazzled the eyes. In that instant, countless swords flashed past. The golden staff imperial tutor's pupils constricted. He retreated again and again, but he still could not avoid the lightning-like swords. In the blink of an eye, he was injured by 3 swords. "You!" The golden staff imperial tutor was furious. The humiliation made him lose his mind. He was actually injured by a junior. This was an unbearable humiliation. The golden staff imperial tutor raised his golden staff imperial tutor. Thousands of golden rays illuminated the world. The golden staff imperial tutor mobilized the power of heaven and earth. He wanted to send the junior in front of him to hell. Prince Yen glanced at the figure in the heavenly lake and could not help but frown. Was this lousy lake even useful? With a wave of his left hand, the cyan sword turned into a ray of light and entered the sword frame. Immediately after, he clenched his fist and the Ningyuan flew out. The black light made people's hearts palpitate. Prince Yan's figure flashed and slashed towards the golden staff imperial tutor. Immediately, the light on the golden staff imperial tutor disappeared. Even the wind and clouds that were being pulled by the golden staff imperial tutor quickly stopped. Sealing sword. The golden staff imperial tutor was shocked. Didn't this sword go missing? How did it fall into his hands? In the moment of shock, the red light flashed past. The golden staff imperial tutor immediately reacted and retreated 10 meters. At this moment, a painful groan was heard from the heavenly lake. Immediately after, silver and yellow lights flickered and swallowed the spiritual chi in the heavenly lake. The 2 pages of the heavenly book appeared and floated above the cyclone in his dantian. Vaguely, the 2 pages of the heavenly book were broken into pieces and lost their light. When the heavenly book exploded, it automatically protected its owner and barely saved Ning Chen's life. The broken pages of the heavenly book kept absorbing spiritual chi. The 2 cyclones also spun violently and kept expanding. In Ning Chen's body, the 4 heaven reversal pills that he had taken earlier also exploded with medicinal power that was far from being used up. They destroyed and regenerated crazily. The heavenly book, the heavenly lake, and the heaven reversal pills worked together and finally unleashed their power. After the destruction, the power of regeneration took over and quickly repaired Ning Chen's almost destroyed body. Ugh! The painful groan was heard again. Ning Chen's body began to tremble. Every part of his body was regenerating. With the help of the 3 heavens, he returned to his original state. Gradually, the heavenly book quieted down and the heavenly lake calmed down. In the blink of an eye, the sky dispersed and Ning Chen slowly opened his eyes. When he first opened his eyes, there were no ripples, no spirit, and no emotions. After a moment, emotions poured into his eyes. His memories returned, and he gradually understood everything. "Let's go!" Prince Yen waved his 2 swords and made 2 moves at the same time. Immediately, he turned into a ray of light and left with the awakened Ning Chen. The golden staff state preceptor blocked the 2 rays of sword light with an ashen face. He looked at the 2 people who disappeared, but it was too late to chase after them. In the northern Meng camp, the red-clothed warrior under the martial monarch sent a divine heaven pill to help Fan Lingyue wake up earlier. The young general sent the pill to the military advisor's tent. After a while, he walked out and thanked the red-clothed warrior and the martial monarch for their good intentions. The red-clothed warrior left without stopping. The battlefield in the east was still unstable, and there was a possibility of another war breaking out at any time. He had to go back and wait for orders. Another 7 days later, the 3 martial monarchs of the Great Xia each led their army from afar. They didn't return to the imperial city, but went directly north to intercept the northern Meng army. The 3 martial monarchs arrived almost at the same time. After several encirclements, they finally succeeded in blocking the path of the northern Meng army in front of Heaven's Gate. This was the most impregnable pass of the Great Xia. If the army wanted to go south, this was the only way. The 3 martial monarchs led the army north through Heaven's Gate and spent a lot of effort to force the northern Meng army into a dead end. 300,000 against 300,000. No one had the upper hand. Comparatively speaking, northern Meng had the advantage of 10,000 heavy cavalry and 100,000 iron cavalry. Their chances of victory were much higher. However, the Great Xia didn't seek victory. They only sought to delay. As long as they delayed the northern Meng army, the Great Xia army would arrive continuously until the northern Meng army was completely wiped out. The northern Meng army obviously didn't want to go head-to-head with the 3 martial monarchs of the Great Xia. They tried their best to stall for time while waiting for an opportunity to break out. However, the martial monarchs of the Great Xia weren't idiots like Zhuo Qiuxing. Every one of them was good at war and strategizing. The 3 of them worked together and naturally wouldn't give the northern Meng army any chances. Step by step, they didn't rush and surrounded the northern Meng army in a triangular formation. The northern Meng army was in a desperate situation. Behind, left, and right, there were martial monarchs of the Great Xia guarding. In front of them was the impregnable pass of the Great Xia. The only choice was to force their way out. However, this would definitely result in heavy losses. At this critical moment, an unexpected order was given from the northern Meng commander's tent. They were to break through the pass immediately. The beautiful figure that walked out was still as beautiful as before. However, her face was even paler. The impregnable pass was over 100 feet long and was made of molten iron and gold wood. Without a mechanism, it was impossible to open it with human strength, unless it was an innate expert who could use the power of heaven and earth. However, there were no innate experts in the northern Meng army. The strongest person was the young general. He was at the peak of grade 9, but still wasn't an innate expert. With the impregnable gate and the Great Xia soldiers guarding Heaven's Gate, the northern Meng army would have to lose at least 100,000 soldiers to have any hope of breaking through this impregnable pass. No one knew what the northern Meng military advisor was thinking. Similarly, no one knew when the northern Meng military advisor woke up. 10,000 heavy armored cavalrymen were in front and 100,000 northern Meng cavalrymen were behind them. Fan Lingyue stood in front of the formation and looked at the immortal pass in front of him. Begin. Yes. The young general respectfully accepted the order. Immediately, the aura around his body started to rise and soar. The next moment, a pillar of light suddenly shot up into the sky, shocking the entire world. The 3 martial monarchs of the Great Xia were also shocked. As if they had thought of something terrifying, they hurriedly ordered the army to stop at all costs. However, it was already too late. The young general who had reached the innate realm quickly passed the demonic tribulation of the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations. Immediately, he turned into a stream of light and rushed into the impregnable pass. He mercilessly killed all the guards and the 3 consecrated experts. The gate of Heaven's Gate, which had not been broken through for 1,000 years, slowly opened. Under Fan Lingyue's order, the Iron Hooves stepped into the impregnable pass and destroyed all resistance. After the northern Ming army entered, the gate of the impregnable pass closed with a bang. The 3 martial monarchs of the Great Xia, along with the 300,000 soldiers, were locked outside the pass and had no chance of entering. Find the mechanism diagram and kill everyone who knows about it. After entering the pass, Fan Lingyue coldly and mercilessly ordered. Yes, the young general accepted the order. Leave 50,000 people behind to guard the pass. You stay too. Fan Lingyue narrowed his eyes and continued to look at the territory of the Great Xia. Yes, the young general was startled. In the end, he still nodded respectfully. Chapter 82. The news of de Xia's gate being breached was like thunder. Behind this, the Northern Ming military advisor once again played a terrifying role. The Northern Ming army was previously forced into a corner by the 3 martial marquises of de Xia and retreated all the way to Heaven's Gate. Who would have thought that such a shocking change would occur at such a crucial moment? The young general beside the Northern Ming military advisor breaking through to the Xiantian stage was too coincidental. It was so coincidental that it sent chills down everyone's spine. It was impossible to suppress the Xiantian stage for a long time. When one was about to break through, it was extremely difficult to even suppress it for a day. So was this really a coincidence? No one in the world would believe that such a terrifying coincidence could exist. Not only did the Northern Ming army, which was already in a desperate situation, manage to break through the encirclement, but they also completely blocked the 3 martial marquises of de Xia and their 300,000-strong army outside the gate. At this moment, even a fool would know that something was amiss, but they couldn't guess what the problem was. In the entire Northern Ming army, only one person knew the truth. Even the young general was kept in the dark most of the time. De Xia's Heaven's Gate was the #1 pass in the Central Plains. Its terrain was unique, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Fan Lingyue, who had long since woken up, had been waiting for an opportunity to take down this pass without shedding a drop of blood. The reason why she had been hiding was partly to show weakness to de Xia, and partly to wait for the Eternal Night cult to make their move. The Eternal Night cult and the Northern Ming Imperial Court were now in the same boat. Once the Northern Ming army was defeated, the Eternal Night cult would have no choice but to bear the full fury of de Xia alone. Therefore, the Eternal Night cult would definitely do anything to wake her up. In the Eternal Night cult, there were many miraculous doctors and elixirs, but there was only one thing that could definitely wake her up: the Divine Heaven Pill. Just like the Xiantian Pill in de Xia's Imperial City, the Divine Heaven Pill was a panacea that only the Eternal Night cult had. It was even more precious than the Xiantian Pill. The Eternal Night cult had a long history, and its foundation was beyond imagination. Even so, the number of Divine Heaven Pills they had could be counted with one hand. At this moment, she needed a Divine Heaven Pill to help her break through the impenetrable defense of de Xia's gate. The Eternal Night cult did not disappoint her. They sent someone to deliver a Divine Heaven Pill, but the one who consumed it was not her, but Yang Hong. Yang Hong had followed her for 7 years. He had the right to take the Divine Heaven Pill, and he had to take it. Yang Hong had been stuck at the pinnacle of the 9th level for a long time. Originally, he was already showing signs of a breakthrough. All he needed was an opportunity. Now that he had taken the Divine Heaven Pill, he naturally succeeded in stepping into the Khanate stage. The 3 martial marquises of Grand Xia came at the right time. In order to deal the greatest amount of damage to Grand Xia, she asked Yang Hong to forcefully suppress the arrival of the Xiantian phenomenon. Although it couldn't last for long, it was still possible to do so for 7 days. There were no accidents in the plan. The 3 martial marquises of de Xia were rejected outside Heaven's Gate, and de Xia's strength was immediately reduced by nearly half. Now, she only needed to completely destroy de Xia's resistance in the shortest amount of time, and the 1,000-year-old de Xia would not be far from destruction. The only unfortunate thing was that the internal strife in the Great Xia had been quelled by Emperor Xia while she was unconscious. Otherwise, the current situation would have been even more advantageous to her. Speaking of which, Ning Qin had already ruined many of her plans. Fortunately, he was dead. Without this variable, she would have a lot less trouble in the future. Northern Meng Royal Court, flat moon plains. Two figures walked one after the other, neither hurried nor slow. With the heavenly tomes, the heavenly lake, and the heaven reversal pill. Do you still need this thing? Prince Yin walked to the front and asked indifferently. It's been a long time, and I've already gotten used to it. Furthermore, it would be a waste not to use this trump card. There's no need to rush it, Ning Qin replied indifferently from his wheelchair. Scheming is just a small trick. Prince Yen frowned and reminded him. Huh. Ning Qin laughed softly but didn't reply. He wasn't Prince Yen, and he wasn't strong enough to suppress everything. Scheming was still necessary. Senior, where are you going? Ning Qin asked a moment later. I don't know. I'm just walking around, Prince Yen said calmly. Why don't we take a trip to the Northern Meng Royal Court's capital? Ning Qin thought for a moment before suggesting. Sure, Prince Yen replied. After a simple discussion, the two of them changed directions and headed in the direction of the Northern Meng Royal Court's capital. The Northern Meng Royal Court's territory wasn't small. However, most of it was grasslands and deserts. In addition, the climate was cold and resources were scarce. This was why it was so poor. In the past 7 years, under Fan Lingyue's governance, the Northern Meng Royal Court's situation had gradually improved. However, it was still far inferior to the powerful and rich Great Xia. It was said that the Northern Meng Royal Court's capital was a city built in the desert. It had more than 1 million people, and it was the most prosperous and rich place in Northern Meng. On the way, Ning Chen was a little worried as he asked softly, Senior, will Imperial Preceptor Golden Staff spread the news that I'm alive? No, that idiot doesn't even know me. How can he know you? Furthermore, although he's shameless, he cares a lot about his face. He definitely won't mention such an embarrassing matter to anyone, said Prince Yen with certainty. That's good. Ning Chen nodded. He was prepared to give Fan Lingyue a surprise. So how could he expose it now? Senior, what realm are you at now? Ning Chen asked the question he wanted to know the most. The peak of the 4th tribulation of the 5th tribulation realm, said Prince Yen honestly. Hearing this, Ning Chen unconsciously smacked his lips. What a powerful realm. Senior was about to catch up to those 5 old monsters and become the 6th monster in the world. Compared to the senior, he realized that any so-called genius or heavenly pride was laughable, let alone a martial trash like him. He was handsome, talented, and also good at fighting. Walking together with such a senior really made him unhappy. He thought of Wild. In this world, only Wild would seriously and cutely say that he was good at fighting. Wild is very good. It's just that he's been restricted by the barbarian king, said Prince Yen. Ning Chen's heart trembled. How did he know what he was thinking? This wasn't the first time. Could it be that there was still a mind-reading cultivation method in this world? Prince Yen didn't say anything else. He continued to walk forward step by step. He also didn't know what the current situation in the Great Xia was like. Ning Chen was worried. Ever since the two of them had come to this godforsaken place, they hadn't encountered a single person in a long time. In fact, let alone a person, they hadn't even seen a ghost. Perhaps they would only be able to ask about the situation of the 2 dynasties once they reached the Northern Meng capital. Hopefully, the Great Xia hadn't been destroyed yet. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence in the Great Xia. It was just that Fan Lingyue was too scary. And since he hadn't died, it was very likely that Fan Lingyue wouldn't die either. How could a peak 9th grade martial artist be killed so easily? Fan Lingyue was too patient. She could use anything to scheme against him. If it wasn't for the heavenly book protecting him, he would have been killed before the gunpowder could explode. Of the 2 pages of the heavenly book, Fan Lingyue had shattered one, and the gunpowder had shattered the other. It was now hanging above his chi si in a mess. It looked like it would be very difficult to recover. After leaving Sword City, the senior had already told him that the life scroll in his hand was a heavenly book. Moreover, it was the beginning of the heavenly book. At that time, he was very surprised. Later on, he didn't think much of it. Now, after being saved by the heavenly book, he realized that this thing could also be used as a bulletproof vest and shield. He hoped that all the heavenly books in the world would be in his hands. His hopes were plentiful, but reality was harsh. The senior also told him that 2 volumes of the heavenly tomes had already fallen into the hands of the Eternal Night cult. Therefore, before he could voice out his wish, it had already been shattered. He had a good memory. The Eternal Night cult not only had 2 heavenly books, they also had 2 innate stage martial artists. Although he had died so many times without dying, he believed that if he didn't have eyes and went to the Eternal Night cult to snatch the heavenly book, he would definitely be beaten to death. Just by looking at the Eternal Night cult's Son of God, one would know how terrifying the experts in the Eternal Night cult were. Ningchen and Prince Yan continued to travel north. Finally, 2 days later, they encountered a very large tribe. The tribe was very lively, as if there was some important activity going on. Prince Yan wasn't very interested, but Ningchen was. He turned his wheelchair and went into the crowd. Anyway, the sword rack was still with him. Don't follow me if you dare. Disabled people would be taken care of no matter where they were. Ningchen sat in the wheelchair and cut through all obstacles. He was invincible. In a short while, he was at the front of the crowd. Prince Yan followed him unhurriedly. Wherever he passed, the crowd unconsciously opened up a gap for him. After he passed, they squeezed tightly again. In the open space in front of him, a group of young men were struggling to snatch an embroidered ball. Ning Chen's eyelids twitched. He immediately knew what was going on. It was another one looking for a groom. Ning Chen moved his wheelchair slightly to the back of the crowd, using half of Prince Yan's body to block it. What he was most afraid of now was a groom search. Northern Meng's culture was very open. The groom sat on a high platform. She looked a little shy. She was very fair and beautiful. She's a good match for the senior, Ning Chen said secretly. This lady's dress showed that she wasn't an ordinary person. She must be the daughter of a high-ranking member of the tribe. The senior was so handsome, and the young lady was so beautiful. It could be said that they were a perfect match, a match made in heaven. While Ning Chan was lost in his thoughts, the young men in the open space in the middle were about to go crazy. Whoever had the embroidered ball would have a bloody nose and a swollen face in the next moment. Punching and kicking was not allowed, but it couldn't stop someone from playing dirty. There were so many people who could see clearly who was playing dirty. There was a time limit for the groom search. It was impossible to let this group of young men fight endlessly. Time passed little by little. It was about to end. The embroidered ball was still flying in the air. It flew here and there, and then it flew to Ning Chen's side. Then it fell into Prince Yan's arms. Ning Chen was stunned. The lady on the high platform smiled. The crowd was boiling. Chapter 83. Ning Chen admitted that he was just letting his imagination run wild, but he didn't expect that his imagination would come true. However, after a short moment of surprise, Ning Chen gradually calmed down. He knew that Prince Yan only cared about the sword, and he couldn't accept this girl. In the open space, the young men all looked unconvinced, but they didn't dare to act presumptuously here. On the high platform, the beautiful girl walked down shyly. She went forward and hung the red ribbon in her hand on the arm of the person she liked to show her feelings. The crowd immediately clapped. This was the most beautiful pearl of their tribe, and she deserved the warmest blessings. The show is over. Let's go, Prince Yan said indifferently, looking as calm as ever. He turned around without a trace of reluctance, as if what had just happened hadn't been reflected in his eyes at all. The red ribbon and the embroidered ball slid down and fell to the ground silently. They floated in the wind and rolled, but they still couldn't make the person turn around to look back. Ning Chen sighed inwardly and also turned his wheelchair to leave. In this world, lovers couldn't always be together, let alone heartless people. Senior was a Xiantian, a diviner. He was a peerless genius who had entered the fourth tribulation of the Xiantian realm in less than 30 years of cultivation. How could he be tied down by worldly feelings? The beautiful girl was stunned, looking at the red ribbon and the embroidered ball on the ground. She couldn't come back to her senses. Men, stop them! At this moment, an old man with a white beard walked out and said with a gloomy expression, "Yes, sir." As he spoke, more than 10 big and sturdy grassland men rushed out and quickly chased after the two. However, just as they were about to approach the two, they felt an irresistible force and were all sent flying. Warriors! The old man with a white beard narrowed his eyes. He knew that these two people weren't simple. But the Chiu tribe's reputation couldn't be tarnished either. He couldn't just let this matter go. "Ming Cheng, stop them!" The old man with a white beard shouted with a serious expression. "Yes, sir." Before he finished speaking, a man in black with a machete at his waist appeared. He stamped his feet and turned into a black shadow that swept towards the two. Clang! The sword and saber met, blocking the path of the black-clothed man. Ning Chen exerted force in his hand and pushed the former away. He frowned unconsciously. Seeing the scimitar in the black-clothed man's hand, he suddenly remembered that when Zhang Sun was attacked, the assassins had used scimitars like this. In this world, there were not many people who used scimitars, and the moon-shaped scimitar in the hands of the black-clothed man was even rarer. On the other side, the man in black moved again. His machete slashed across like a slanted moon, silently approaching. Bang! There was a loud collision, and the dust and sand around the two of them were thrown into a frenzy. However, there was a clear cracking sound, and a very obvious crack appeared on the wheels of the wheelchair. Ning Chen frowned again. He focused his left hand into a finger and aimed it at the man's chest. In the instant of contact, 70% of the force was withdrawn and 30% penetrated the man's body. The black-robed man let out a muffled groan and was sent flying. He retreated a few steps and then spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes withered. "Senior, we won't be leaving for now," said Ning Chen. "What's the matter?" Prince Yen stopped and asked. "Yes," Ning Chen nodded and answered. He wanted to confirm whether the assassins of Zhang Sun had anything to do with the black-clothed man in front of him. Moreover, his wheelchair was almost broken and needed to be repaired. The wheelchair that Mr. Liu of the Academy had made for him had been destroyed in the explosion. The one he was sitting on was bought with Prince Yan's money from a merchant in northern Meng. Now it seemed that it was indeed very fragile. The wheelchair creaked. The two of them turned around and walked back to the white-bearded elder. "Greetings, old sir." Ning Chen smiled brightly and bowed in greeting. "Arrest them!" the white-bearded elder shouted with a darkened face. More than 10 men struggled to get up from the ground and immediately surrounded the two of them. They looked fearful and did not dare to move forward. "No need to arrest us. We won't resist," Ning Chen said with a smile. "Yen, you decide how to deal with them." The white-bearded elder looked at the woman not far away and said in a low voice, "Take them back to the tent first." Pei Yen, who had been silent, said softly, "Ning Chen and Prince." Yen did not have any objections. They obediently followed the escorting men to the tent where they were locked up. Most of the tribes on the grassland lived a nomadic life. They lived in tents that could be easily moved. Ning Chen and Prince Yen entered. Looking at the furnishings, it did not look like a place for prisoners, but more like a place for guests. It seemed that the girl had a good heart. Even if she was angry, she would not go too far. Speaking of which, half of the fault this time was on them. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. They only followed the clothes of the Romans, but still could not accept other things. Why did you stay? Prince Ian walked to the table and poured himself a cup of tea. He asked calmly, I felt that the machete in the black-clothed man's hand was very similar to the weapons used by those who assassinated the Empress. Ningchen answered seriously. At that time he had suspected many people, including the royal court of Northern Meng, the Eternal Night sect, and the one in the West Palace. Now it seemed that it was the people of Northern Meng who did it. Since it was done by the royal court of Northern Meng, it must have something to do with Fan Lingyue. Can you confirm it? Prince Ian asked with a trace of coldness in his eyes. The possibility is very high. That's why I asked to stay. Ningchen nodded. His expression was also very ugly during that assassination. If Qing Ning had not risked her life to protect them, he and Zhang Sun would not have been able to escape. Thinking about it now, he still shuddered. Don't hurt them by mistake, and don't let them go by mistake, Prince Yen said calmly. Understood, Ningchen replied. Outside the tent, the white-bearded elder looked at the black-clothed man beside him and said in a heavy tone, Ming Cheng, can you tell where they came from? I can't, but the young man in the wheelchair is very powerful. I am not his opponent. As for the man in green, I can't feel the aura of a warrior. He should be just an ordinary person. Ming Cheng expressed his opinion. Could they be from Xia? The white-bearded elder asked. We can only know after testing them. Ming Cheng thought for a while and said, but they shouldn't have any bad intentions. If the young man didn't hold back just now, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stand here. The white-bearded elder nodded and said, It's better to be careful. Although the Pei tribe does not agree with the war between the two dynasties, Northern Meng and Xia have already started fighting. We can't be the ones who invite the wolf into the house. Yes, Ming Qing nodded and replied. Inside and outside the tent, everyone had their own schemes. However, the person who should be paid the most attention was ignored by the four of them. Why was it so easy to forget a woman's happiness? Pei Yan fell in love with the man in green at first sight, especially the tranquil and calm aura on him. It made her feel an unprecedented peace. Grandpa! Pei Yan walked over and respectfully greeted the white-bearded elder in front of the tent. Yan, have you taken your medicine? The white-bearded elder asked with concern. His granddaughter had been suffering from heartache since she was young. She had to take medicine every day to ensure that it would not relapse. I've taken it, Pei Yan replied with a gentle smile on her face. Where's third brother? Pei Yan looked around and found that Ming Cheng was nowhere to be seen. She could not help but ask, In the tent? The white-bearded elder turned his head and glanced at her. In the tent, Ming Cheng, who just walked and looked at the young man in the wheelchair, and the man in green who was drinking tea quietly beside the table. He felt strange. No matter how he looked at it, the man in green who did not have any chi of a cultivator was the one in charge. As for the young man, he seemed more like a junior. He was not a cultivator, but he could still maintain the appearance of a man in his 20s. No matter how he looked at it, it was a little strange. May I know how I should address you? Ming Qing lowered his attitude and asked politely, Ning Fan, this is an elder in my family. He doesn't like to talk to others. So, I won't introduce him, Ning Chen replied with a bright smile. I'm Pei Ming Qing. Thank you for showing mercy, Brother Ning. Ming Cheng bowed respectfully and thanked him. Brother Pei, you're too courteous. We were also in the wrong earlier. I hope Brother Pei won't blame us for being rude. Ning Chen sighed softly and said, It's not appropriate for me to ask about my sister's matter. I can only wait for Yen to make the decision herself. It's not that the Pei family is deliberately making things difficult for her. It's just that the matter of choosing a groom is an extremely serious matter in our tribe. Brother Ning's attitude just now really made my sister feel a little embarrassed. Ming Qing explained the seriousness of the matter. It was the custom of the Pei family for the past thousands of years. The people of the grassland were not so cunning. The men would snatch the embroidered ball, and the women would only wear the red ribbon if they were willing. Both parties were willing. Today's situation had never happened before. Yen Er was the granddaughter of the patriarch and also the pearl of the entire tribe. Her reputation was extremely important. Today's matter was indeed the fault of the two men in front of him. Hearing this, Ning Chen glanced at Prince Yen, who was still calmly drinking his tea. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. "Senior, can you say something?" "Brother Pei, we really didn't consider this matter properly. We're new here and aren't familiar with the customs. I hope Brother Pei can give us a solution." While speaking, Ning Chen poured himself a cup of tea. Why should he be thirsty when his senior was drinking tea? Ming Chang thought for a moment and said, "Let your senior marry Yen Er." Aft, cough, cough. Hearing this, Ning Chen spat out his tea and coughed non-stop. His face turned red from choking. This matter was very unreliable. He should think of a way to get some information and then send a message. "Cough, cough, Brother Pei. Although the seniors in my family haven't got married yet, marriage is still a big matter for two people. Your Miss Yen Er and my senior both need to think about it carefully. There's no rush." Ning Chen's head hurt. What should he do? If it was a matter between men, he could just send a message if he couldn't think of a solution. But now that it involved a pure and innocent girl, his intelligence was not enough. Should he write a letter to Zhang Sun and ask? This thought suddenly flashed through Ning Chen's mind. Immediately, he shivered and immediately dismissed this suicidal thought. Chapter 84. Ning Chen admitted that he was a very dangerous person. He would never provoke people he couldn't afford to offend. For example, Zhang Sun and Zhang Sun. Everything in the world had its weakness. Even if he reached the Xiantian realm, he still wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of Zhang Sun. Moreover, he was still far away from the Xiantian realm. After recovering his cultivation, his confidence had increased a lot, but it also depended on who he was facing. He couldn't beat Zhang Sun, and he couldn't afford to offend him. In the end, he could only bully outsiders with his 7th grade cultivation. Ming Qing could tell that Ning Chen was stalling, but he didn't point it out. He also needed time to test their background. Yen Er's marriage wasn't a small matter. How could it be decided just like that? "Brother Ning, may I know why you came to the Pei clan? If there's anything you need help with, just tell me," Ming Cheng asked casually as if nothing had happened. "We're just passing by." "It's nothing," Ning Chen replied with a smile. "Where are you going, Brother Ning?" Ming Cheng continued to ask. "The capital," Ning Chen said honestly. "I've long heard that the capital of Northern Meng is a miracle in the desert. I've always admired it, but I've never had the chance to see it. This time, I came with the elders of my family to see it." "Brother Ning, are you not from Northern Meng?" Ming Cheng asked in surprise. "Huh!" Ning Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, "An I country is a small country. It's not worthy of Brother Pei's attention." Ming Cheng frowned, but he didn't ask any more. He had never heard of an I country, but in this world there were countless big and small countries. If he continued to ask, it would be rude. "Brother Ning, have a good rest. I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave first." Ming Chen cupped his fists and said politely. Ning Chen also cupped his fists and said sincerely with a smile, "Brother Pei's saber technique is good. If there's time, I must ask for your advice again." "Any time," Ming Chen replied. After Ming Chen left, Yan Imperial Prince drank the tea in his cup and said calmly, "You're quite patient." Ning Chen chuckled and said, "I've just arrived here. How can I ask for information so quickly? It's better to leave an honest impression." However, this Pei Mingqing was a little impatient. He asked too many things he shouldn't have asked. "Not everyone can be as scheming as you," Prince Yen said calmly. Ning Chen was speechless. He was forced to do this. He also wanted to be pure, but how could he be pure? The world was so chaotic, and people's hearts were so unpredictable. If he didn't learn to hide a knife behind a smile, others would stab him in the back first. Is there really such a place as an I country? Prince Yen asked casually. Who knows? The world is so big and there are so many countries. Who knows? Ning Qin replied indifferently. Huh. Prince Yen chuckled. Indeed, he was full of nonsense. He wondered how Weo had brought this brat back to the Weiyang Palace. Senior, how should we deal with that lady? Ning Chen was put in a difficult position. This was the most important thing right now, and everything else was still manageable. It's up to you. You're the one who wants to watch the show, and you're the one who wants to stay. Naturally, you'll be the one to resolve this matter. It was rare for Prince Yen to say more and push all the responsibility to the younger generation. Hearing this, Ning Chun was furious. This matter couldn't be settled like this. Who was the one who took the embroidered ball? Who was the red ribbon for? So what if they were Xiantian? So what if they were Legend? Could Xiantian and Legend casually make things difficult for the younger generation? Senior, you're shirking responsibility, Ning Chen argued, unwilling to take the blame just like that. So what if I am? Prince Yen replied calmly. Ning Chen was dumbfounded. This was too arrogant. How could he be like this? He thought of a saying from his previous life. Only a strong country could have diplomacy. Senior had demonstrated this point incisively and vividly. So what if he was? Such a domineering and arrogant statement. What could he do? He didn't dare to do anything. Senior, you win. Ning Chen clenched his teeth and complimented him. Huh. Prince Yen didn't care. He continued to drink the tea in his cup calmly. The tent quieted down. Ning Chen calmed down and thought about how to solve the problem in front of him. First, there was the trouble of Senior, and second, there was the assassination of Zhang Sun. He wasn't good at Senior's matter, but Zhang Sun's matter shouldn't be difficult to investigate. There weren't many people in the entire northern Ming imperial court who used this kind of scimitar. They might even be from the same faction. He only needed to know some clues, and he could follow them until he found the final target. He had Prince Yen, a nuclear weapon, by his side. No matter how strong the faction was, they could be chopped up like vegetables. Just as the two of them were thinking, a beautiful woman opened the tent flap and walked in. Ning Chen felt a headache coming. He looked at the woman and then at Prince Yen. In the end, he decided not to be a third wheel and leave enough space for the two of them to talk. You guys talk. I'm a little hungry. I'm going to eat something. Before he finished speaking, Ning Chun hurriedly turned his wheelchair and slipped out of the tent. At this moment, he had the urge to stand up and run. Bring some back for me too, Prince Yen said calmly. Ning Chin staggered and almost fell down. He quickly stabilized himself and gritted his teeth. Definitely. The tent flap fell. Ning Chen wiped his cold sweat and looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside. He was in a good mood. In his eyes, other than that uncute fan Lingyue, the rest of the people in the northern Ming imperial court were still very cute. The herdsmen were already busy with their livelihood at the beginning of the year. After winter and spring came, there were already patches of green on the grassland. Although it was still not enough to herd horses and sheep, it was not as desolate as before. Night was coming. The people in the tribe were preparing dinner. They were killing sheep and starting fires. People came and went in front of every tent. It was very lively. Ning Chen was so envious that his heart itched. He turned his wheelchair and went over, wanting to get familiar with them. However, he was mercilessly given a cold shoulder by the men of the grassland. They knew this young man. He had just offended the most beautiful pearl in their tribe. He was a very bad person. No one in the world knew how thick-skinned Ning Chin was. Even if others ignored him, he would still approach them with a smile on his face. He would help with fetching water and helping with the fire. In short, no matter how strong the enemy was, he wanted to be as pleasant as the spring breeze. The maidens and ants of the grassland quickly accepted this diligent, laughing, and kind-hearted young man. The men of the grassland forced their wives and mothers to gradually change their attitudes. Little brother Ning, you don't know. At that time, that wild wolf was less than a zhang away from me. Its eyes were wide open like lanterns, but I was not afraid. I threw myself at it and killed it with a few punches and kicks. In front of the bonfire, a man was bragging. Big brother, Ahu, you're so awesome. Next to him, Ning Chen's face revealed a look of worship as he complimented. Little brother Ning, don't listen to his nonsense. At that time, he was so scared that he couldn't even walk. It was the tribe's divine archer, Ashue, who shot an arrow through the wild wolf's eye and saved him. At this time, Ahu's wife came over to deliver the mutton and ruthlessly undermined him. Ahu scratched his head in embarrassment and argued with a lack of confidence. In the end, it was me who killed it. It would have died even if you didn't kill it. Ahu's wife replied. Big brother Ahu is still very awesome. The first time I met a wild wolf, I was so scared that I almost peed in my pants. Ning Chen promptly saved the situation. Oh, little brother Ning has also met a wild wolf? Sure enough, Ahu's attention was attracted and he asked curiously. Yes. At that time, little brother's legs weren't crippled and I hadn't practiced martial arts. After I saw a wild wolf, I was so scared that my face turned white. Even after the wild wolf died, I was still vomiting. Ning Chen said with a bashful face. Ahu laughed heartily. He felt that this little brother was very much to his liking. He was honest, simple and honest, and he was also very down to earth. Ahu's wife also smiled with good intentions. The people of the prairie were all afraid of meeting a wild wolf. 1 or 2 was still okay, but a pack was a bit scary. Being scared by a wild wolf wasn't a shameful thing. Big brother Ahu, is there anyone in the tribe who can do carpentry? Little brother's wheelchair is a bit broken. I need to find someone to fix it. While speaking, Ning Chen's face flashed with a touch of embarrassment as he asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Ahu and Ahu's wife both laughed. Just find your big brother Ahu. He's the person who's the best at carpentry in the tribe. Ahu's wife laughed. Ning Chen was startled. He turned his gaze towards Ahu and saw Ahu proudly nodding his head. He was surprised in his heart. He didn't expect that this simple and honest man actually had some skill. You can't judge a book by its cover. Who said Zhang Fei didn't know how to embroider? This big and rough man could actually do fine carpentry. Big brother Ahu, then I'll leave it to you. Ning Chen politely saluted and said, Little brother Ning is too polite. Ahu laughed and casually said, While the 2 people were chatting, the bonfire crackled and popped. The aroma of mutton also began to gradually spread. Ning Chen's gaze also moved to the mutton on the bonfire. His mouth was drooling. Mutton with his hands. He wanted to taste it in his previous life, but unfortunately he never had the chance. Come, little brother Ning, I'll give you a leg of mutton. Ahu's wife was a relatively careful person. She saw Ning Chen's greedy look at a glance and handed over the leg of mutton that was roasted first. Then I won't be polite. Ning Chen's face was smiling like a blooming flower. He took the leg of mutton and ate it happily without fearing that it was hot. Your elder won't come out to eat? Ahu asked strangely. He's not hungry. Ning Chen was busy eating the meat. He didn't have time to explain. He directly solved the problem with 3 words and then continued to wolf down the meat. Oh, Ahu didn't doubt him. He used a knife to cut a piece of roasted meat and handed it to his wife. He also began to eat in big mouthfuls. The 3 of them sat around the bonfire. Ahu's wife, Ahu and Ning Chen, slowly ate the meat in big mouthfuls. After a while, only the bones of the half of the goat were left. Ahu's wife ate a little. Ahu ate a leg, and Ning Chen ate the rest. After eating, Ning Chen thanked the enthusiastic Ahu and his wife and prepared to return to the tent. As he walked, he felt that he had forgotten something. He thought for a while, but couldn't remember it. Since he couldn't remember it, it shouldn't be important. Who cares? Chapter 85. Early in the morning, the sun was shining brightly. In the open space in front of the tribe, the sound of swords clashing could be heard, attracting many people to come and watch. In the field, the people fighting were Ning Chen and Ming Cheng. The ink sword danced in the sunlight, blocking every angle of the scimitar. Ning Chen suppressed his cultivation to the same 6th grade as Ming Cheng, but he still had an overwhelming advantage. Prince Yan was also watching from the side. He was not surprised by this result. Although Ning Chen had not been practicing martial arts for a long time, the number of battles he had fought was not less than anyone else. Most of his opponents were people with higher cultivation than him. In terms of battle experience, he was already very rich. In a martial arts competition, there was nothing more than cultivation, foundation, and moves. Other than that, experience was the most decisive factor. In the middle of the battle, something unexpected happened. The moment the sword and the blade clashed again, there was a crisp sound. In the next moment, the wheelchair under Ning Chen shattered and flew in all directions. Ning Chen frowned at this sudden situation. His ink sword was on the ground, and he turned his right hand, flying backwards. In the next moment, the scimitar came towards him. It was as cold as the moon and as fast as lightning. Facing the unavoidable blade light, Ning Chen's left hand clenched his fingers. With a clang, he caught the scimitar. Taking advantage of the momentum, he let go of the scimitar and pointed his sword finger at Ming Cheng's shoulder. Ning Chen's finger strength penetrated his body. After succeeding in one move, he did not continue to attack. His right hand patted the hilt of his ink sword, and he immediately retreated from the battle. At the same time, Prince Yan waved his hand, and a chair flew out of the tent, landing right where Ning Chen had landed. This move was done so casually that no one noticed it. No one would think that this young man without any martial arts aura was actually one of the most terrifying Xiantian masters in the world. In the field, the scimitar in Ming Cheng's hand had already fallen to the ground. The numbness in his shoulder did not dissipate for a long time, and he could not even lift it up. Brother Ning's swordsmanship is brilliant. I am ashamed of my inferiority. Ming Cheng was not a petty person. A loss was a loss. His left hand gradually raised the scimitar, and he admitted defeat seriously. Brother Pei, you're too courteous. Ning Chen sat down in his chair. With a wave of his hand, the ink sword and scabbard flew back to him. With a clang, the ink sword returned to its scabbard and stabbed into the ground. I've seen Brother Pei's saber technique. Although it's as swift and fierce as lightning, it's mostly just for show. It doesn't seem like an orthodox martial art. Ning Chen frowned and pretended to feel that it was a pity. That's impossible. The Qing clan saber techniques are the most orthodox martial arts of Beiming. How can it be just for show? As expected, Ming Qing fell for the trick and immediately denied it. Sigh. At this moment, Ning Chen and Prince Yan sighed in their hearts. Too inexperienced. I lost because my skills were not good enough. Brother Ning, please don't slander the Qing family's saber technique. Ming Cheng did not know that there was a trap and continued to speak with a solemn expression. Brother Pei, please don't blame me. I was rude. Ning Chen bowed and apologized. His attitude couldn't be more proper. Seeing Ning Chen's sincere tone of apology, Ming Cheng's expression became a little better. He no longer cared about the former's rude words. After the fight and the show, the crowd applauded cooperatively and then dispersed. Everyone went back to their own homes and did their own things. Brother Ahu, don't forget my wheelchair. Ning Chen couldn't move. He could only sit on the chair and shout at Ahu, who was far away. I know. Ahu also replied in a loud voice. For the whole morning, Ning Chen sat in the open space outside in a daze. He couldn't go anywhere. The beautiful grassland scenery made him want to vomit. Do you want to get up and take a walk? Prince Yan walked over and asked lightly. No, you do your thing. Ning Chen refused without hesitation. Then you continue. Prince Yen turned and walked towards the tent. Senior, what did you say to that girl yesterday? Ning Chen couldn't suppress the fire of gossip in his heart. He couldn't help but shout at the former's back. When he went back to the tent last night, he happened to see Pei Yen walk out with red eyes. This made him very curious. He thought about it until midnight and almost couldn't sleep. I didn't say a word. Prince Yen replied without turning his head. Ning Chen was stunned. Then he couldn't help but say, "Damn." No wonder the girl almost cried. He originally wanted to leave some space for the two of them. Why didn't the senior reject him tactfully? If not, he could have rejected him directly. Yesterday he found out from Hu that this Pei Yan's identity was not ordinary. Her grandfather was the leader of the Pei tribe, which was the overall boss of this area. He was very powerful. He had a good impression of this girl. She was a little weak and seemed a little sentimental. However, she was still a kind and good girl. Such a gentle girl was more like a lady from a noble family in the Central Plains than a girl from the grassland. He also heard that this Pei Yen was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She liked the culture of Great Xia very much. He also heard that this Pei Yen had a heartache disease. She was like the original version of Lin Daiyu. He also heard that this Pei Yan's mother died right after giving birth to Pei Yen because of heartache. He also heard that this Pei Yen might not live past 25 years old. Moreover, more than one doctor said so. The more Ning Chen thought about it, the more indignant he felt. Yesterday afternoon he had painstakingly collected information outside. He had even sacrificed his face and wanted to find out Pei Yan's birth characters. However, this senior of his just stayed in the tent and drank tea for half a day. At this moment, a little girl's voice sounded in the grassland. Her tone was anxious, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people. "Miss has fainted." As soon as she finished speaking, the white-bearded elder in the tent not far away immediately walked out with a gloomy expression. He quickly walked towards Pei Yan's tent. Following behind him were the doctors from Ming City, the grassland, and a large group of people. Ning Chen thought hard. A heartache disease should be a heart disease in his world. Furthermore, this girl was born with it. The possibility of her being cured was really negligible. The caltrop crystal flower had a miraculous effect on heart meridian injuries. Unfortunately, he didn't have it. As for whether he would take out the caltrop crystal flower if he had it, only the heavens knew. There were no assumptions in this world. Therefore, this girl was probably incurable. Although it was cruel, this was the reality. Inside Pei Yan's tent, the doctor was checking her pulse. His expression became more and more serious, indicating that the situation was not optimistic. "How is Yen Air?" The white-bearded elder asked anxiously. "Patriarch, I've already tried my best." The doctor sighed softly and continued. Mrs. Body was already extremely weak. Before this, I suggested to chase away the bad luck for her because I wanted to see if a miracle would happen. Now, it's no longer necessary. How could it be? The white-bearded elder staggered and his face turned pale. Yen Er hasn't gotten married yet. How can she just leave like this? Chase away the bad luck. Yes, chase away the bad luck. At this moment, this was the only thought in the white-bearded elder's mind. He could not care less about other things. He immediately calmed himself down and ordered. "Men." "Yes." A few men walked into the tent. "Go and bring Mrs. Wedding Dress here. Tonight, Miss will get married. Also, take care of those two people." "Yes." The men accepted the order and left. At the side, Ming Cheng's face showed a hint of worry. "Patriarch, isn't it a little inappropriate to do this? That young man called Ning Fan is very strong. It's better not to offend him. We can't care so much. Yen Er's matter is the most important." The white-bearded elder said in a deep voice. Ning Chen, who was outside the tent, had no idea about what was happening inside. At this moment, he was still waiting for his wheelchair to be ready. The sun rose from the east to the south and then to the west. Ning Chen was sitting there, just as he was about to go crazy from boredom. He suddenly realized that the atmosphere in the tribe had gradually become a little unusual. A few young ladies from the grassland were walking around with all kinds of things in their hands. There were even red candles and red paper that were only used during festivals and weddings. Ning Chen did not take it seriously at first. Later, he felt that something was wrong. A thought flashed through his mind, and he could not help but open his mouth wide. Forced marriage? It can't be, right? The matter had become big. Ning Chen had a headache. The Yen Prince of Great Xia was actually forced to get married. Who would believe this? Little brother Ning, your wheelchair is ready. Just as Ning Chen was having a headache, he suddenly heard Ahu's loud voice coming from not far away. He could not help but be overjoyed. Now he could quickly run away. However, when he saw the wheelchair, he almost cried. He was wrong. He should not have believed that Zhang Fei could embroider. How was this a wheelchair? This was clearly a chair with wheels. Big brother Ahu, thank you. Ning Chen gritted his teeth and thanked him. Little brother Ning is too polite. Ahu was a careless person. He very happily accepted Ning Chen's thanks. Ning Chen sat on it. He felt that it would not fall apart in a short period of time. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. He would make do with it. He would buy another one in the royal city of the Northern Meng imperial court. Big brother Ahu, what are they doing? Ning Chen pointed at the young ladies from the grassland who were busying themselves and asked in a low voice. Ahu looked around and immediately lowered his head. He said in a low voice, I'll tell you. Don't tell anyone that I told you. Of course. Ning Chen nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. I heard from my wife that Miss Pei Yen is seriously ill. The clan leader is going to drive away the bad luck for Miss tonight, Ahu said in a low voice. Fuck, is that true? Don't fool me. Ning Chen pretended to be surprised. How can it be fake? It's absolutely true. Ahu patted his chest and almost swore. Big brother Ahu, you can go back first. I definitely won't say that you told me. Ning Chen said gratefully. Ahu left in satisfaction. Ning Chen immediately turned his wheelchair and came to Prince Yan's tent. The first thing he said when he came in was, Senior, Ahu said that you are going to be forced to marry. Should we run? In the tent, Prince Yan glanced at Ning Chen indifferently and said, This is the solution you have been thinking about for the whole day. Ning Chen was a little ashamed, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was not right. Why should he be ashamed? He was not the one who caused this. Hurry up, surround the tent. Don't let them run away. At this time, the unique, rough voice of a man from the grassland sounded from outside. Immediately, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. There were at least 100 people. All right, it's too late to run now. Ning Chen sighed helplessly. He was very unhappy. Why did he have to fight all day long? Chapter 86. The curtain of the tent was lifted, and a few burly men walked in. They looked murderous and unfriendly. The men of the grassland had seen blood before. Once they were serious, they would exude an oppressive aura that was different from ordinary people. However, this was only for ordinary people. The two people in the tent could not be said to be murderous, but they were the kind of extraordinary people who would not even blink when killing. Ning Chen turned the wheelchair around and stabbed the black sword into the ground. He did not hide his displeasure. You want to fight? Who's afraid of who? The white-bearded old man walked in. Ming Cheng walked in, and even the doctor came in. Seeing the calm young man in green, they frowned. Take him away! The white-bearded old man shouted. Yes. The 7 burly men went around the wheelchair and directly grabbed the young man in green. Ning Chen's displeasure grew. Did they think he was invisible? He patted the black sword with his right hand, and a wave of true essence spread out. The burly men were forced to take a few steps back. Let's talk nicely. Ning Chen was guilty, and he did not want to make things worse. He suppressed his temper and said, "Ming Cheng, you hold him back!" The white-bearded old man shouted. "Yes." Ming Cheng helplessly pulled out the scimitar at his waist and took 2 steps forward. He said to Ning Chen, "Brother Ning, sorry for the offense." Ning Chen's expression gradually turned cold. He gave him face, but he did not want it. Clang! The black sword was unsheathed. Frost condensed on the sword, and snowflakes surged. The temperature in the tent dropped. The tense atmosphere spread, and a fight was about to break out. At this moment, Yanqing Prince, who had been silent all this time, spoke. "Okay, put your sword away." Yanqing Prince walked out of the tent and said lightly, "Go and see what's going on." "Okay." Ning Chen narrowed his eyes, put his sword back into the scabbard, and followed him out. When the 2 of them walked out, Ming Cheng broke out in a cold sweat. They had underestimated the young man in the wheelchair. Even if there were 10 more of them, they would not be able to stop him, let alone him. "Patriarch, we can't use force," Ming Cheng advised again. The white-bearded old man snorted coldly, then turned and walked out of the tent. In Pei Yan's tent, Ning Chen and Yanqing Prince looked at the beautiful girl lying on the bed and got the truth from the doctor. "Senior, is there any way to save him?" Ning Chen asked via voice transmission. "Caltrip flower," Prince Yen said calmly. "So there's no hope?" Ning Chen asked in a low voice. "With your blood and my help, I can extend her lifespan by 3 years. Like I said before, you can do whatever you want with her," Yan Wang said calmly. "We'll do our best." Ning Chen nodded and made a prompt decision. After he finished speaking, Ning Chen turned around and looked at the white-bearded old man who had just entered. He said, "We can extend Miss Pei Yan's lifespan by 3 years. As a trade, all the enmity from before will be forgotten." The white-bearded old man was stunned, and so was everyone else. Ning Chen didn't urge him, but waited patiently and coldly. The worry of the people present was in stark contrast to the calmness of the 2. Zhang Xuan's words that day were vividly reflected at this moment. Ning Chen was the most heartless person in the world. If it weren't for the fact that they were the ones in the wrong, who lived and who died would have nothing to do with him. She wasn't a man. "Are you confident?" The white-bearded old man asked with a trace of distrust in his eyes. "It's up to you to believe it or not," Ning Chen said indifferently. The white-bearded old man's expression changed again and again. A moment later, he clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, I agree. You can all leave." Yan Wang stepped forward and arrived in front of the bed. The white-bearded old man and everyone else hesitated, but they still couldn't decide. "It's not too late to back out now." Ning Chen also turned his wheelchair and arrived in front of the bed. "Get out." The white-bearded old man finally made up his mind. He drove everyone out of the tent and then followed them out. "Poor parents." Ning Chen sighed softly. Then he used his sword finger to cut his arm. Drops of blood flowed down his arm and dripped onto Pei Yan's chest. He had the heaven-reversing pill in his body, and he had also soaked in Northern Ming's heavenly lake. It could be said that he was a living primer. At the same time, Yan Wang turned his palm and condensed qi. Xiantian power wrapped around the dripping blood and quickly entered Pei Yan's heart meridian. In an instant, the medicinal power spread and began to nourish Pei Yan's extremely weak heart. After about 10 breaths, Yan Wang stopped. Ning Chen wiped his hand and a silver light flashed, stopping the blood on his arm. Then he looked at Pei Yan on the bed and waited for her to wake up. After half an hour, Pei Yan woke up. She looked at the young man in green in front of her and said weakly, "Can you tell me your true identity?" "Great Xia Yan Wang," Yan Wang said lightly. Pei Yan was stunned. Then she closed her eyes weakly. A drop of tear fell silently. "Thank you." Ning Chen and Yan Wang went out. The white-bearded old man immediately entered the tent. When he saw Pei Yan waking up on the bed, he couldn't help but cry with joy. "Let them go." The old man's voice came from the tent. Ming Cheng and the others heard it, and automatically made a path for the two of them to leave. "Let's go." Yan Wang walked in front, his green robe fluttering in the wind. "Okay." Ning Qin responded and followed him. The two of them left unhurriedly without any reluctance. No matter how beautiful the grassland was, they were just passers-by. It was enough that they had seen it. The mountains have no foundation, the waters have no foundation, the grass is desolate, the clouds are faint, the willows are green. The cuckoo is unbearable to hear. On the grassland there was a voice saying goodbye. Ning Qin turned around and saw a woman in a red wedding dress sitting in front of the tent. She was holding a pipa in her arms. Her face was pale and her red lips were red like blood. She was like a rose blooming in the cold wind. She was so beautiful that people didn't dare to look at her directly. What a pity. Ning Qin sighed softly but didn't say anything. Then he turned around and continued walking forward. Yan Wang's expression was still as calm as ever. There was no fluctuation in his expression. He walked step by step without any hesitation. The grassland was very big. The two of them walked all the way north without stopping until they reached their destination, the capital of northern Meng. This was a city in the desert. From afar, it looked like a holy city floating on a yellow sea. It was very shocking. After the two of them entered the capital, they found that the lives of the people here were very different from the grassland outside. They were somewhat similar to the people of the Central Plains. They did all kinds of small businesses. They worked from dawn to dusk. Ning Qin glanced at the majestic palace building in the distance and sneered. It was said that after the death of the Northern Ming Emperor, the palace was in chaos and several princes fought for the throne. It was also at this time that Fan Lingyue appeared out of nowhere and swept away all resistance. He helped the previous emperor's infant son to the throne and ended the internal strife in the Northern Ming Empire. This meant that the emperor of Northern Ming was only 7 years old this year. Northern Ming's sand sword is about to appear. I want to go take a look. Let's part here. Yan Wang's eyes flashed. Hearing this, Ning Chun was startled. Then he nodded. Since Senior didn't let him go, it meant that he wasn't strong enough. It might be dangerous if he went. How do I contact you? Ning Qin asked. No need. I will look for you. Before he finished speaking, Yan Wang's figure had already disappeared. He was rushing towards the north. Ning Qin opened his mouth and finally shook his head, helplessly. He was hoping that Yan Wang could do this with him. Now, it seemed that he had to rely on himself. It was a little difficult, but he couldn't keep waiting. The situation of Great Xia was already very dangerous. Zhang Sun was still having a headache. He had to do something. When he had just entered the capital, he had already inquired about the current situation of the war between the two dynasties. The Great Xia's Heaven's Gate had actually been broken through by Fan Lingyue, and Northern Ming's army of 300,000 marched straight in, even blocking the 3 martial marquises of the Great Xia outside the pass. This was the worst news. Since the war between the two dynasties, Great Xia's losses had reached a terrifying number. However, Northern Ming's army was almost unharmed. Beijing Plains and Yangue cities, 200,000 soldiers. Zhuqiusheng's 350,000 soldiers, and the 300,000 soldiers in the hands of the 3 marquises were no longer a threat. Great Xia's 850,000 soldiers couldn't stop Northern Ming's 300,000 soldiers. The biggest difference was that Northern Ming had Fan Lingyue, but Great Xia didn't. This was a woman who could single-handedly create an era. She was already invincible. Ning Qin didn't want Fan Lingyue to know that he was still alive because he didn't want to confront her directly. He was also full of fear for such a woman. Ever since he came to this world, he had suffered a few big losses and even suffered serious injuries. Fan Lingyue was behind all of them. She wanted to kill him, and he wanted to kill her. It was so simple that he could ignore everything. The Qing clan was a pawn that could be used. Based on the scimitar in Ming Cheng's hand, he could basically conclude that the group that assassinated Zhang Sun back then was from the Qing clan. Then he could also conclude that the Qing clan was also a hidden pawn of Fan Lingyue. He wanted to go in and see what kind of place the Qing clan was. The Qing clan was in northern Meng's capital. In this imperial land where there were as many aristocratic families as there were dogs and nobles everywhere, it wasn't very eye-catching. However, the Qing clan was different from other aristocratic families and nobles. The Qing clan wasn't really a clan with a single surname. There were very few direct descendants of the Qing clan, and they weren't allowed to marry outside, causing the number of descendants to dwindle. In a situation where they had no choice, the Qing clan set a rule that those who made great contributions to the Qing clan could be bestowed with the surname Qing. Regarding the traditions and rules of the Qing clan, Ningchen only had one word to say: "Pooh. Incestuous marriage, I won't kill you all." However, this also gave him a lot of convenience. For the continuation of the bloodline, the Qing clan didn't reject any true experts. In the future, as long as they made enough contributions, they could be bestowed with the surname. He didn't have the slightest interest in this surname. Moreover, he went in to stab a knife. The Qing clan was very big, so big that it was shocking. Ning Qin entered the Qing clan in a very high-profile and arrogant manner. He directly fought his way in. His cultivation of 7th grade immediately attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Qing clan. A 7th grade martial artist under the age of 20 was really rare. This young master is here to be a guest elder. Call someone who can talk. Ning Chen held a broken iron sword in his hand and stabbed it into the ground. He spoke arrogantly to a group of people who had fallen in front of him. Chapter 87. Ning Chen did not use the ink sword because he did not want people to recognize him. As for his appearance, with the beard and scars, who would recognize him? He was not Pan En, who was unforgettable. Moreover, everyone in the world knew that he was already dead. If there were still people who linked him to Pan En, he would really have nothing to say. Soon, the butler of the Qing family walked out. When he saw Ning Chen with a ferocious face and an unshaven beard, he could not help but frown. Such an ugly person. "May I ask your name?" The butler asked politely. "Jade-faced gentleman by Yu Tong." Ning Chen raised his head and said arrogantly. The wriggling scar on his face made him look somewhat scary and disgusting. "Brother Bai, why have you come to the Qing mansion?" The butler held back his disgust and continued to ask. "Didn't I say it? I am here to be an honored guest." Ning Chen did not see his face and continued to do whatever he wanted. He said arrogantly with his nose up in the air. After some thought, Ning Chen added, "I am also here to marry that little girl, Qing Wushuang." He knew that the Qing family had a missy named Qing Wushuang. At that time, he was puzzled about how there were so many thick-skinned people in the world. The Qin family of Wushuang City had Qin Wushuang, and the Qing family of Beimeng had Qing Wushuang. However, as soon as Ning Chen finished speaking, a clear and cold voice resounded from within the estate. "Men, throw him out!" While the voice was speaking, a girl with a cold expression walked out. When she saw the ugly man in the yard, her beautiful eyes revealed a strong sense of disgust. "You are Qing Wushuang," Ning Chen said with surprise. Only this surprised expression appeared too ferocious when paired with the scar on his face. "Missy." Before the butler of the Qing family could persuade her, 9 men dressed in black had already walked out and surrounded Ning Chen. "Come, I have been itching for a fight recently. Little girl, I will teach you a lesson after I take care of these bastards." Ning Chen pulled out the broken iron sword from the ground, turned his wheelchair, and walked 2 steps forward. Fortunately, he had bought a sturdy wheelchair as soon as he had entered the city, or else he would not be able to fight today with that thing made by Ahu. The sword was a broken sword. As soon as Ning Chen injected a strand of true qi into it, he felt that the sword showed signs of cracking. He hurriedly withdrew his true qi and wrapped it around the sword. Ning Chen's arrogance infuriated everyone present. The 9 men in black attacked with machetes in their hands. Their machetes were ruthless, and every strike was aimed at the vital points. Qin Wushuang's cold face did not show any trace of pity. It was already unforgivable for this person to trespass into the love mansion, yet he still dared to speak rudely. He must be tired of living. The 9 of them worked together and unleashed a chain of attacks. Each attack was fiercer and more dangerous than the last. Ning Qin laughed out loud and swung his sword to block the attacks of the 3 people in front of him. His expression was incomparably savage as he said, "Good timing!" As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen's rank 7 aura was fully unleashed. His sword momentum was unreasonably large. The 9 of them were soon no match for him. One by one, they were sent flying, covered in blood. When she saw this, Qin Wushuang gave a cold sneer. Moving her lotus steps, she instantly arrived before Ning Qin and pressed her palm towards the latter's chest. At this critical moment, Ning Qin sent out his finger. The finger and palm collided with each other. With a bang, a violent wind emerged around the 2 of them. It was a battle of foundation and strength. The corner of their mouths were dyed red. Instantly, the frightening power shattered the stone floor beneath them and sent gravel flying everywhere. The evenly matched battle had shocked both of them. Ning Chen's eyes became cold. Indeed, the love mansion was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. However, even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, he would still charge in. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was also shocked. Yet, she did not dare to withdraw her power. Ning Chen gave a cold sneer and unleashed his power without giving in. The brilliant battle had attracted the attention of a few important figures in the love mansion. Immediately, a powerful palm appeared and separated the 2 of them. When the dust and sand had dispersed, a middle-aged man appeared. He looked at Ning Qin and said calmly, "You want to marry Wu Shuang?" "I wanted to before, but now I don't want it anymore." "In the future, it'll depend on my mood," said Ning Qin arrogantly. The middle-aged man frowned. "It doesn't matter if you want to or not. If you want to enter the love mansion, you must first pass the love mansion's test and abide by the love mansion's rules." "What test? What rules?" asked Ning Qin suspiciously. "The test is very simple. Defeat an azure-robed disciple. As for the rules, we'll talk about them after you pass the test," explained the middle-aged man. He then turned and walked towards the back of the mansion. "That's exactly what I was looking for." Ning Qin raised his broken iron sword and followed. After the 2 of them left, Qin Wushuang suddenly staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. She had actually lost the previous battle by half a point. "Miss," the steward immediately went forward with a concerned expression. "It's nothing." Qin Wushuang waved her hand, but a trace of dread flashed through her eyes. Just now, she had truly underestimated this young man called by Yutong. She had already taken half a step into the 8th grade martial path for a long time, but she did not expect to suffer a hidden loss at the hands of this person. There were not many people with such a foundation in the entire northern Meng. Ning Qin followed the middle-aged man into the back of the love mansion. He immediately saw 4 blue-robed old men. Each of their auras was more terrifying than the other. The weakest was at the 9th grade realm. "I've entered a den of thieves," muttered Ning Qin in his heart. His face subconsciously revealed a brilliant smile. However, he had forgotten that he was now an arrogant fool. He had also forgotten that his face was extremely ugly. As a result, this smile became somewhat terrifying. The 4 love mansions elders could not help but feel a burst of irritation. How could there be such an ugly person in this world? "Which one of you wants to go first? Or all of you together?" Ning Qin pointed with his iron sword. Qin Wushuang walked in. The first thing she saw was the former's savage appearance. This time, she did not say anything. Instead, she walked to the side of one of the blue-robed old men and whispered a sentence. "First elder, keep him." First elder was startled. He frowned and asked why. with his cultivation, he could naturally sense that the young man in front of him was only at the 7th grade realm. Although he was already outstanding among the younger generation, it was not to the extent that the love mansion would do anything to win him over. "I lost just now," said Qing Wushuang honestly. Hearing this, First Elder's eyes narrowed. He tried hard to digest the shock that this sentence brought to him. He knew better than anyone else Wushuang's strength. She was already about to enter the 8th grade. Coupled with the Love Mansion's special cultivation method, she would not be at a disadvantage even if she faced a real 8th grade expert. He did not expect that she would lose to such an ugly person today. "Old 7, go test him." First Elder's thoughts turned, and he said, "First Elder, this is not in accordance with the rules." The middle-aged man who brought Ning Chun in frowned and interrupted. According to the Love Mansion's rules, if one wanted to enter the Love Mansion, one only needed to defeat a blue-robed disciple. If it was an elder, it would be too difficult. Ning Chin was also a bit stunned. He was just saying, they really planned to send a 9th grade old man? Did they still have any shame? He only needs to be able to withstand 5 moves, First Elder said lightly. The middle-aged man frowned again, but did not continue to argue. The 4 elders were in charge of the guest elder assessment. He could not interfere too much. 7th Elder was a slightly younger old man, but no matter how young he was still an old man. Ning Chin was indignant. If he was also a 9th grade expert, he would definitely beat this guy until his mother could not recognize him. The problem was that he was only a 7th grade expert. A rank 9 old man bullying a rank 7 disabled person. How could they do such a thing? Who's afraid of who? "Come on," Ning Chun suddenly shouted, encouraging himself. "Young men, please." 7th Elder walked out and smiled. "Old man, I won't be polite." As he spoke, Ning Chin slapped his wheelchair and flew out. He stabbed his sword forward, starting the battle. "Young man, you are always too impatient." As he spoke, 7th Elder leaned to the side and reached out to grab Ning Chen's right hand that was holding the sword. However, he felt the sword turn in the air and went straight for his throat. Clang! The sword and palm collided. 7th Elder exerted force, and the sword broke into pieces. The poor quality of the sword was clearly shown. 3 taels of silver were gone. Ning Chun was reluctant, but before he could feel the pain, 7th Elder waved his hand again. The broken pieces of the sword turned into rays of light and shot out mercilessly. Ning Chin, who was still in the air, did not have time to dodge. The dark yellow vortex in his energy C-spun, and the thick earth energy quietly took effect. His whole body suddenly fell, avoiding the rays of light. 7th Elder frowned and reached out to grab Ning Chin again. However, Ning Chen slapped the ground hard and bent his body into a strange angle. He condensed his sword fingers and pointed at his heart meridian. Bang! The 7th Elder raised his arm to block the attack. His cultivation of the 9th rank exploded, and he shook off the fatal blow. Ning Chin flew back and returned to his wheelchair. He looked at the old man who was approaching him and smiled brightly. "It's already been 5 moves." 7th Elder stopped and snorted softly. He turned and returned to his seat. This guy's moves were so strange. There were no signs to be found. It was as if every move was thought out at the last moment. Everyone present could see some clues. This young man was indeed not simple. "Bai Yutong, from today onwards, you are a guest of the Qing family. All the rules will be taught by Wu Shuang herself," First Elder said, deciding the result of this battle. The Qing family needed such a strong person with potential. On the side, Qing Wushuang did not have any objections. She wanted to accept this person, so naturally she would teach him. "Come with me." Qing Wushuang glanced at Ning Chen and said indifferently, "Little girl, don't be so arrogant. Sooner or later, this young master will teach you a lesson." Ning Chen muttered, but intentionally or unintentionally he didn't conceal it. allowing everyone present to hear him clearly. Qing Wushuang's eyes flashed with coldness. She sneered, "If you want me to be obedient, wait until after your surname is Qing." In the backyard of the Qing family, Ningchen was led into a small, independent courtyard. Qing Wushuang threw out a sentence and did not want to see this ugly face for even half a second. "Tomorrow morning, go to the main hall and wait for me." Her departing figure was so cold that Ningchen did not care. He entered his room and closed the door. Soon after, he wearily closed his eyes. Pretending in front of others was always the most tiring thing. The Qing family's strength had shocked him. Just the Qing family alone had 4 elders above the 9th rank. Moreover, it seemed that this was not all of them. He had not expected the Qing family, which had always kept a low profile, to have such a deep foundation. Now what he wanted to do was even more troublesome. Chapter 88. What Ningchen wanted to do, only he knew in his heart. It was a very crazy and bold idea. Fan Lingyue didn't know that he was still alive, so he wanted to give her a big surprise. However, before that, he had to find a way to stab the Qing family in the back. He couldn't take it lying down. In this world, he could be bullied, but he couldn't bully Zhang Sun. Qing Wushuang wasn't a simple woman. She could endure what ordinary people couldn't. He heard that the Qing family had a young master named Qing Wuyo, who hadn't appeared in the residence for a long time. He didn't know what kind of role the Qing family played in Fan Lingyue's hands, but if he could destroy it, it would cause some trouble for Fan Lingyue. Qing Wushuang wanted to recruit him now, so it was the best opportunity. The Qing family was deep, and it wasn't a secret that Qing Wushuang and Qing Wuyo didn't get along. This kind of thing wasn't rare in any big family. Moreover, since the appearance of the military advisor in Northern Meng royal court, the status of women rose sharply. If Qing Wushuang wanted to rise, she naturally had to step on Qing Wuyo. The current master of the Qing family was a very low-key person. Perhaps it was because of her personality, or perhaps it was because of the situation. In the era where Fan Lingyue was in power, it was destined that any big shot in Northern Meng would be overshadowed. This also caused the younger generation of the Qing family to be dazzling, completely overshadowing the previous generation. Other than Qing Wuyo and Qing Wushuang, there was also an extremely mysterious eldest daughter, Qing Wuhen, the direct descendant of the Qing family, 1 son and 2 daughters. In the past, the position of the next master would belong to Qing Wuyo, but it wasn't the case now. Not to mention Qing Wuhen, who had never shown herself. Qing Wushuang alone wouldn't sit by and watch the position of the master of the Qing family fall to someone else. A peaceful night passed. On the second day, Ningchen arrived punctually at the main hall of the Qing family. Qing Wushuang also arrived quickly. Her face was still as cold as before, and one could even see a hint of disgust. Ningchen expressed his understanding. Last night, when he smiled at the mirror, he also disgusted himself. There's a saying, "I'm ugly, but I'm gentle." Second Mississippi, Ningchen decided to perform well, greeting her brilliantly, respectfully, and with a good attitude. Qing Wushuang frowned, not used to the former's change. If it wasn't for this face that disgusting, she would also like to have a good relationship with a young expert with potential. "Well, did you rest well last night?" Qing Wushuang nodded in acknowledgement, comforting herself that no matter how ugly the face was, she could get used to it. Unconsciously, her tone became slightly better. "Not bad. I just lack a little girl to accompany me." Ningchen grinned. Qing Wushuang snorted coldly in her heart, but her tone remained calm as she said, "I will arrange for a maid to accompany you tonight." Hearing this, Ningchen's heart skipped a beat, and he was a little dumbfounded. He knew that he had gone overboard with his acting. When he came to his senses, he hurriedly laughed and covered it up. How could those vulgar rouge and powder enter the eyes of a fair-skinned gentleman like me? It would be better if second Miss personally accompanied me. Qing Wushuang's expression darkened again. This fellow hadn't even finished his sentence, and he had already reverted back to his disgusting self. By Yutong, I don't want to hear these words a second time. All right, since you've entered the Qing family, you naturally have to abide by the Qing family's rules. Now, follow me to the law enforcement hall to do the first thing. After saying that, Qing Wushuang turned and walked out of the main hall, towards a side hall in the west. Ning Chen withdrew his smile and followed behind. After the scare just now, he was a lot more well-behaved along the way. The law enforcement hall was not far from the main hall. The person in charge was the middle-aged man from yesterday. After Qing Wushuang entered, she politely greeted him, and then officially led Ning Chen to the front. Name. In front of a stone pillar engraved with names, the middle-aged man asked, By Yutong, by as in fair-skinned gentleman, Yu as in jade tree, Tang as in dignified appearance. Ning Chen replied seriously. Qing Wushuang endured her disgust and did not go up to kick him. The middle-aged man pointed through the stone pillar and engraved the 3 words by Yutong under the densely packed names. Then he turned to look at the young man in front of him and said calmly, From today onwards, you are officially a guest of the Qing family. The Qing family doesn't care about your background. As long as you perform well, one day you will be bestowed with the surname Qing and enjoy all the resources of the Qing family. I hope you can cherish it. Pei. Ning Chen did not hesitate to disdain him in his heart, lying without even blushing. He dared to guarantee that there were many people secretly investigating his identity right now. However, how could it be so simple to miss a person who appeared out of nowhere? By the time they found out, he would have long run away. Even so, Ning Chen was still very serious. He nodded seriously and said, In order to marry Second Miss as soon as possible, I will definitely work hard. The middle-aged man and Qing Wushuang felt helpless in their hearts. They did not know where this person's face and confidence came from. 2 days later, the Qing family will choose 3 people from the younger generation to participate in the martial feast in the imperial palace. Do you want to sign up? The middle-aged man thought for a while and still made the announcement according to the rules. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. He secretly thought that it was finally time. This was the reason why he chose to become a guest of the Qing family. Ever since Fan Lingyue came to power, the Northern Meng Imperial Palace would hold such a martial feast every year. Every major aristocratic family had a quota, and the top 3 of the martial feast would even receive a special reward from the emperor. It was said that the young general by Fan Lingyue's side was the champion of the first martial feast. However, although the martial feast had been going on for 7 years, the rules were constantly changing. In the first 3 years, the participants had to be below 20 years old. In the middle 2 years, the age limit was relaxed to below 30 years old. In the following 2 years, the conditions were relaxed again to below 35 years old. This also caused the martial feast to become more and more unfair to the younger generation. However, Ning Chen was not surprised at all. In Fan Lingyue's eyes, there was no such thing as fairness. There was only the difference between usefulness and uselessness. 7 years ago, Fan Lingyue was still at the stage of stabilizing the court. He needed to cultivate a group of obedient and talented young people. In the middle 2 years, the court gradually stabilized. What he needed more were officials with steady minds and a desire to achieve great things. In the recent 2 years, Northern Meng had already entered a period of complete stability, gradually entering middle age. A group of people with mature minds would instead be more suitable candidates. The younger generation of the Qing family had already matured. Logically speaking, the 3 spots should not be given to outsiders. However, all signs indicated that Qing Wuhen and Qing Rio were not in Northern Meng's capital. This also caused at least 2 of the 3 spots of the Qing family to be empty. Therefore, when he heard the elder of the law enforcement hall ask him this question, Ning Chen could not help but smile. His smile was abnormally bright. Whether or not he could poke the Qing family's sore spot depended on this. This young master is registered. After saying this, Ning Qin turned to look at Qing Wushuang. He grinned and said, "Second miss, if I become the champion of the martial feast, will you consider marrying me?" This time, Qing Wushuang did not refuse. Unexpectedly, she agreed. "Sure." "Wushuang, don't mess around," the middle-aged man shouted with an unhappy expression. "Elder Fa Wushuang knows what to do," Qing Wushuang replied seriously. "Haha, straightforward." Ning Chan laughed loudly. He turned his wheelchair and walked out. In that instant, a coldness that could not be colder flashed through his smile. "Wushuang, you're messing around too much," the middle-aged man said with an unhappy expression. Qing Wushuang lightly shook her head. "Elder Fa, I've carefully considered what I said just now. Among the 32 candidates for this year's martial feast, the weakest is at least at the 6th rank. Most of them are at the 7th rank. Although there are few at the 8th rank, it's not like there aren't any. These years, the requirements for the martial feast have been relaxed again and again, making it harder and harder to become the champion. If he really has the strength to become the champion, even if I marry him, it wouldn't be a disgrace to me." The middle-aged man sighed and said helplessly, "You decide for yourself." This second miss of the Qing family was good at everything, but she was too calculative. She could even coldly use her own life's most important matter as a transaction. After going through the law enforcement hall, the two of them paid their respects to the 3 elders of the law enforcement hall, the law enforcement hall, and the law enforcement hall. Only then did the ceremony of entering the Qing family officially come to an end. When Ning Chen returned to his small courtyard, he was already exhausted. The rules of the Qing family were really troublesome. These were only the rules of the guest elders. If he was officially bestowed the surname Qing, who knew how many tests he would have to go through? However, for the remaining 2 days, Ning Chen was much more relaxed. Qing Wushuang came once to deliver 2 swords, one heavy and one light. She told him to choose one. Ning Qin naturally didn't hesitate to take both swords. This caused Qing Wushuang to frown again. How could this guy be so greedy? This young master has always used dual swords. Ning Qin didn't care what Qing Wushuang was thinking. He arrogantly and shamelessly replied. As it turned out, this was well-founded. 2 days later, in the Qing family selection, Ning Qin stubbornly used dual swords to fight for a spot. The elders of the Qing family weren't too surprised. This brat was a bit ugly, but his strength was unquestionable. No matter which family he was from in the capital, it wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain a spot. The slightly troublesome part was this brat's identity. According to him, he came from the Ni country in the south. However, they really didn't know when the Ni country had appeared in the world. The world was too big, and there were as many countries as there were hairs on an ox. Not being able to name them was even more common. They also had no way of determining whether it was real or fake. The spies they sent out had already gone south according to this brat's description. They couldn't really trust a person of unknown origin. If he wanted to become a member of the Qing family, he would have to go through many tests. Ning Chen's heart was clear about this. He was just practicing his drawing. As for whether or not he could find it, it had nothing to do with him. The imperial palace's martial feast was in 7 days. The entire Qing family attached great importance to it. They did their best to satisfy Ning Qin and the other 2 people's requests. Qing Wushuang didn't participate and gave her spot to someone else. Her cultivation method was special, and it wasn't convenient for her to reveal it at the martial feast. The Qing family was generous, so Ning Qin naturally wouldn't be polite. He took the opportunity to ask for a wheelchair. The one he was sitting on only cost a dozen or so taels of silver. It would probably break after a few fights. However, at this time, bad news came, causing the atmosphere of the Qing family to immediately become heavy. A 9th-rank guest elder had come to the capital's Shao family. Chapter 89. In this world, ninth-ranked martial artists were not as common as cabbages. Those under 35 years old were even rarer. Ning Chen used to think that ninth-ranked martial artists were worthless. Everyone he met was a ninth-ranked martial artist, and each one was younger than the last. After thinking about it, he realized that it was not because there were too many geniuses, but because there were too many geniuses in the palace. Xia Kingdom, the #1 country in the world, naturally had no lack of experts and geniuses in its palace. In fact, after he left the palace, this situation immediately disappeared. In this world, there were more normal people than monsters. Northern Meng royal court was much weaker than Xia Kingdom. The number and level of experts were also much lower. The few ninth-ranked martial artists in the Qing clan were all over 50 years old, and this was the result of many years of hard work in recruiting martial artists. It was too difficult to produce a ninth-ranked martial artist in the younger generation. The Qing clan did not have one, nor did the other clans in the capital. Unexpectedly, one came from the most inconspicuous Shao clan. The Qing clan and Shao clan were not on good terms. In other words, among the top 10 clans in the capital, there was no one who was truly friendly. The arrival of a ninth-ranked martial artist in the Shao clan was not good news for the rest of the clans. Ning Chen was helpless. He despised the Qing clan's luck. They all relied on external help. Those who were lucky got a ninth-ranked martial artist, and those who were unlucky got him. The martial arts banquet was approaching. The atmosphere in the capital was getting heavier by the day. 7 days later, the vast and magnificent desert city finally welcomed the most important event of the year. The leader of the Qing clan was Elder Fa from the law enforcement hall. Qing Wushuang also followed beside him. The other two from the Qing clan were the best among the disciples with different surnames. One of them was a 7th-ranked martial artist, and the other was an 8th-ranked martial artist. Ning Chen still had that sloppy look on his face. He sat in his wheelchair and hummed a tune. His nostrils were up in the air, and he was extremely arrogant. Elder Fa was not a talkative person. As long as it was not too out of line, he would not care. Qing Wushuang even walked at the front of the group without looking back. The other two from the Qing clan had seen Ning Chen's strength. They knew that this guy was not as stupid as he looked, so they did not want to provoke him. Therefore, in the whole group, Ning Chen became the overlord. He was definitely the most eye-catching person. The palace of Northern Meng royal court was located in the center of the capital. Although it was not as magnificent and majestic as Xia Kingdom, it had its own unique style. The palaces rose and fell, creating a unique scene in the desert. The Qing family was neither the strongest nor the weakest of the 10 great families of the royal city, at least on the surface. The strongest family was, without a doubt, the royal Ming family. Ranked second was the Yang family, a family that had a position in the military that could not be underestimated. Comparatively speaking, the Qing family was somewhat inconspicuous, and the degree of attention they received was really ordinary. However, this year seemed to be an exception because there was an idiot in the mistress's family. The Qing family had always kept a low profile. Now, the ugly young man in the wheelchair was too eye-catching. His nose was up in the air, and he looked like he was #1 in the world. It was hard for him not to be noticed. With regards to this kind of idiot, other than spitting in their hearts, everyone did not take it seriously. In the cultivation of martial arts, one's state of mind was as important as one's talent. If a person with such a bad personality wanted to succeed in martial arts, the sun would rise from the west. Of course, they didn't mean to insinuate the imperial preceptor. The imperial preceptor was a genius of his generation. How could ordinary people compare to him? In front of the palace, the people of the 10 great families were already in position. The Qing family was in the middle of the row on the right, and the leading family was the royal family, the Ming family. On the other side, the Yang family was at the front, and the Shao family was at back. In front of the palace, the little emperor of Northern Ming sat quietly on the dragon throne. Although his face was young, he already had the faint majesty of an emperor. Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the little emperor. His eyes narrowed slightly. Was this the son of the late emperor of Northern Meng that Fan Lingyue helped up? Just from their first meeting, he was more or less a little weak. Even though he tried his best to maintain the majesty of an emperor, he still felt that something was missing. He believed in Fan Lingyue, just like he believed in himself. This little emperor would be a good emperor. Unfortunately, he was the emperor of Northern Meng. It was impossible for Great Xia and Northern Meng to have peace. As long as Northern Meng wanted to go down south, the first obstacle they would face was Great Xia. The grudge between the two dynasties was a territorial issue. Unless Northern Meng gave up on their ambition to go down south, the war would continue. Northern Meng having Fan Lingyue was the greatest misfortune of Great Xia. Let's begin. At this moment, the little emperor of Northern Meng announced the start of the martial feast. His voice was a little soft and had the crispness of a child's voice. He sounded like a girl. Other than the Yang family and the royal family, the Ming family, each of the 10 aristocratic families sent out 3 young experts. Including the 8 from the Yang and Ming families, there were a total of 32 people. The rules of the competition were very simple. They would draw lots and eliminate people one by one until the top 4 were decided. Then, they would fight in pairs to decide the top 3. Ning Chen was the first in the first round, and his opponent was a girl who was a 6th grade martial artist. It could be said that he was the best of the best. The remaining 2 from the Qing family were not so lucky. An 8th grade martial artist would meet a 7th grade martial artist, and a 7th grade martial artist would meet an 8th grade martial artist. Ning Chen's smile became even more brilliant. The scar on his face kept wriggling, making the surrounding people want to hide far away. The wheelchair squeaked on the stone floor. Ning Chen came to the center of the martial feast and stabbed his heavy sword into the ground. Looking at the girl opposite him, he laughed loudly and said, "Come, I will give you a handicap of my legs." Bah! Everyone couldn't help but spit in their hearts. This person's face was already unparalleled. If you have the ability, then don't give me a handicap. The girl opposite him clearly had a good temper and was even a bit nervous. She even stuttered a word of thanks. The scene was too strange. The 10 aristocratic families, people were a bit dizzy. The fight hadn't even started yet, but they already felt that there was nothing to see. The following fight was not as they had guessed. It was extremely boring. The thick-skinned man and the stuttering girl exchanged over 100 moves before the thick-skinned man won. "I'm so tired." Ning Chen put on an act, panting as he walked back. "Don't go easy on me in the next fight," Qing Wushuang indifferently said. "Oh, you even saw through that?" Ning Chen pretended to be surprised. "Don't think that other than you. Everyone else is an idiot. Whether or not I went easy on you, everyone will know." Qing Wushuang coldly replied, I'm a person who has tender feelings for the fairer sex." Ning Chen shook his head and sighed. Qing Wushuang didn't say anything else. She felt uncomfortable talking to this guy. As long as he could win, he could fight however he wanted. Ning Chen gave this martial feast a disgusting start. After the last round of competition, everyone's appetite wasn't whetted again. The Qing family's 7th rank was eliminated without a doubt. The 8th rank advanced. Including Ning Chen, there were 2 in total. The results were neither good nor bad. In the second round, Ning Chen wasn't the first. He was placed in the middle. His opponent was a 7th rank. In the end, Ning Chen barely advanced. The Qing family's 8th rank also advanced. It was an easy fight. After all, most people were still 7th ranks. In the third round, Ning Chen's opponent was still a 7th rank. After fighting for a long time, he once again won by half a move. Immediately, the whole place was filled with boos and jeers. The Qing family's 8th rank met an 8th rank expert from the Imperial Ming family and was eliminated. The top 4 came out. The Ming family, the Yang family, and the Shao family each had one person. 2 8th ranks, 1 9th rank, and finally the lucky thick-skinned man, Ningchen. When the rankings came out, Ningchen used up his bullshit and directly faced the Shao family's 9th rank. The Ming and Yang family's 8th rank experts were also tit for tat. No one showed weakness. Then, Ningchen admitted defeat. The banquet was filled with booze, curses, and mockery. The young people were full of anger. They had been unhappy with this person for a long time. If they didn't vent their anger, they would suffocate to death. The Shao family's 9th rank didn't win. He smoothly won a round. However, the top 4 rule was that everyone had to fight 3 rounds. The result was still unknown. The Ming and Yang family's 8th rank experts fought fiercely. Both of them were at the peak of rank 8 and could step into rank 9 at any time. It could be said that they were evenly matched. They didn't dare to hold back in every move. In the end, both of them were injured. The stronger Ming family's 8th rank expert won this difficult battle by a single move. The Yang family's 8th rank expert was crippled. In the last move, his Qi Ocean was injured. It was hard to say if the Ming family's 8th rank expert did it on purpose. However, the Yang family was the last to be eliminated without a doubt. Ningchen was foolishly guaranteed to be in the top 3. For a moment, he couldn't react. The Yang family's 8th rank expert was crippled. Ningchen's battle was empty. The other battle was between the Ming family's 8th rank and the Shao family's 9th rank. The battle between the 9th and 8th ranks didn't have much suspense. The Shao family's 9th rank quickly won, and the Ming family's 8th rank lost. Then Ningchen admitted defeat again. This time, the surrounding people couldn't take it anymore. All kinds of curses rose and fell. Was this a competition? This was to disgust everyone. The few people from the Qing family also felt that they had lost face. The top 3 was too shameful. However, what kind of person was Ningchen? He was so thick-skinned that he could withstand swords and sabers. No matter how strong you were, he wouldn't fight no matter how strong you were. The martial banquet's champion, 2nd place and 3rd place, come up to receive your title. At this moment, the eunuch beside the northern Meng young emperor spoke in a hoarse voice. Immediately, the scene quieted down. Ningchen grinned. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The wheelchair creaked. Ningchen was on the left. The Shao family's 9th rank was in the middle, and the Ming family's 8th rank was on the right. They climbed up the stairs and arrived in front of the emperor. "I am by Yutong. I wonder if I can ask your majesty to bear witness to something?" Ningchen looked at the young emperor and grinned. "Speak," the young emperor said maturely. "The Qing family's 2nd young miss once promised that as long as I took the position of champion, she would agree to marry me. She even asked your majesty to bear witness." Ningchen's smile became more and more brilliant. The scars on his face also became more and more twisted. Ningchen didn't lower his voice, so everyone present heard these words. At the same time they were puzzled, they saw a black light flash by. The Shao family's 9th rank, the Ming family's 8th rank. A sword without warning. Condensed with frost and dyed with blood, it drew the most beautiful light. It was so fast that no one saw it clearly, including the 2 people who had already fallen. Under the feet of the emperor, who dared to rashly perform martial arts. Now that the 2 of them are dead, will the champion be me? Ningchen was laughing. There was madness in his laughter. The black sword in his hand dripped with blood, shocking everyone present. Chapter 90. Qingning had said before that there were no absolutes below the Khanate stage. Even a 10-year-old child could kill a 9th-rank powerhouse who was severely injured. Ningchen was not a 10-year-old child. The Shao family's 9th rank and the Ming family's 8th rank were not severely injured. However, they still could not dodge this attack, because the thought of dodging did not even cross their minds. For some reason, they deserved to die. With the two dead, the little emperor was exposed in front of Ningchen. How far was a distance of 3 feet, a little more than 10 meters, was very close to a martial artist. However, how could the emperor not have a powerhouse by his side? When Ning Chen's sword moved, a figure appeared beside the emperor, a 9th rank, another 9th rank, and a true powerhouse who far surpassed the Shao family's 9th rank. A powerful palm came at him, and the wheelchair shattered with a bang. However, the original figure in the wheelchair was gone. Ning Chen, who was crippled, could not dodge this attack. However, it did not mean that he could not dodge it with his legs intact. He had been in the wheelchair for many, many days just for this day. A 9th rank powerhouse was also human. Naturally, he would have a blind spot. With a blind spot, he would make a mistake in judgment. Ning Chen took advantage of this mistake and avoided the palm. He approached the little emperor and grabbed the latter's shoulder. "Your Majesty, please grant the marriage." Ning Chen stood beside the little emperor and said seriously, "How dare you?" The little emperor frowned and shouted angrily, "Your Majesty, please grant the marriage." Ning Chen was unmoved and replied calmly. Below the stone steps, the 10 families finally came to their senses. They were all shocked. No one expected such a drastic change in such a short time. Using force in front of the palace to force the emperor to grant the marriage was a capital offense. 9 generations of the family would be executed. The people from the Qing family were shocked, especially Qing Wushuang. Her expression was extremely ugly. This person wanted to consign the Qing family to eternal damnation. As expected, an old official in front of the palace looked angry. He looked at the people from the Qing family and said sternly, "Let him go!" Qing Wushuang walked forward and said gloomily, "By Yutong, I agree to marry you. Let go of the emperor." The rank 9 in front of the palace also tensed up. Once Ning Chen let go of the little emperor, he would immediately kill him. "If I believed you, then I would have lived 17 years in vain. Little emperor, come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen grabbed the little emperor and walked step by step towards the palace. When he passed by the middle of the martial feast, he stopped for a moment and said calmly, "Qing Wushuang, go and prepare a horse. My patience is limited. I hope you can hurry up." Hearing this, Qing Wushuang frowned, unable to conceal the fury in her heart. Just as she was about to flare up, she was stopped by a voice. "Do as he says," the old official in front of the palace said angrily. Qing Wushuang snorted coldly and left quickly. Ning Chen grabbed the little emperor and walked out of the palace step by step. A large group of people followed behind him. They did not dare to get too close, nor did they dare to stay too far away. The little emperor was very stubborn. He didn't beg for mercy at all. Ning Chen admired him in his heart. This little guy was very good. It seemed like that woman Fan Lingyue had groomed an incredible successor for the northern Meng royal court. Talent, knowledge, the way of ruling a country, anything could be learned. However, the bearing of the ruler of a country could not be lost. Otherwise, if even the emperor begged for mercy, what would happen to the subjects of the entire northern Meng? After a large number of guards in the palace surrounded them, they had no choice but to make way. They watched Ning Chen walk out of the palace with the little emperor. Behind them, the imperial 9th grade followed step by step, waiting for an opportunity to save the emperor. However, Ning Chen had endured for so long. How could he make any mistakes at this time? Holding the little emperor in his left hand and the ink sword in his right hand, he never relaxed for a moment. At this distance, no one could save the little emperor except for Xiantian experts. He was a 7th grade. Perhaps he could not defeat the 9th grade, but it did not mean that he had no power to fight back. Before the 9th grade made a move, he had enough confidence to drag the little emperor down with him. Everyone present understood this point. Therefore, no one dared to make a move easily. No one dared to bear this great crime that would implicate 9 generations of their family. In front of the palace, Qing Wushuang led a horse over. Looking at Ningqin, she asked with hatred, "Who exactly are you?" "Country of Ni, White Jade Hall," Ningqin replied with a smile. Qing Wushuang was so angry that her chest felt stuffy. Even at this time, this guy still refused to give himself away. Next, a strange scene appeared in front of the people of Northern Ming's capital. An ugly man with a ferocious face led their little emperor and walked in front. Behind him, a woman led a horse and followed closely behind. Behind them, the civil and military officials, as well as the people of the 10 great clans, followed closely behind. Everyone's expression was extremely ugly, as if they had eaten a fly. Northern Ming's capital was not small. Ningchen led a large group of people and walked for a total of 8 hours. They walked from morning to sunset before they finally left the city. The little emperor's face had already turned pale. A journey of 8 hours was unbearable for a 7-year-old child, but the little emperor still gritted his teeth and persevered. Ning Chan admired this little guy more and more. Threads of true qi flowed through his arm and into the little emperor's body, silently helping him to relieve his fatigue. Night fell and a cold wind began to blow. The night in the desert was very beautiful. The entire sky was clean, and one could see the stars and the bright moon in the sky. The majestic group finally arrived outside the capital. "Ride your horse and wait for me at the Sand Pavilion 30, Li East." Ningqin turned to look at Qing Wushuang and said seriously. Qing Wushuang's expression immediately changed. Every word of this sentence struck at her heart. He wanted her and the Qing family to die without a burial ground. "Do as he says." The old official in the court spoke again with a gloomy expression. Qing Wushuang had no choice but to mount her horse. With a light shout, she rode east. Seeing Qing Wushuang disappear without a trace, Ningchen grinned at the people behind him. Then he did something that no one had expected. Ningchen ran, carrying the little emperor as he ran for his life. While everyone was stunned, only a shadow was left in front of them. If a 7th-rank martial artist ran for his life without a care for anything, he would be faster than a war horse. The 9th-rank consecrator in front of the palace was the first to react. He stamped his foot and immediately followed. Then the elders and young experts of the 10 great clans also came to their senses and chased with all their strength. Ningqin felt helpless. He had no choice but to run. Staying here was just courting death. As for a plan, there was no plan. This was Northern Ming's territory, and the senior was not here. Who knew what to do? He was so nervous that he broke out in a cold sweat when he was able to kidnap the little emperor. The little emperor kept struggling, and Ningqin slapped the little guy's butt. He liked people who were not violent and did not cooperate. The little emperor bit his lips, and tears welled up in his eyes, but he would rather die than cry. His stubborn appearance, coupled with his delicate little face, made him look like a child who was at odds with his parents. Ningchen led a large group of people and ran for his life. He did not care about the direction. As he ran, he did not even know where he had run to. Suddenly, 2 shocking sword qi soared into the sky and collided with a loud bang. The surrounding heaven and earth could not bear the huge force and shook violently. In an instant, the world shook and a sandstorm surged. Fuck! Seeing a huge wave of sand come crashing down, Ningchen only had time to curse before he was buried by the sand. The consecrators in front of the palace and the young and old of the 10 great clans were not any better. They were smashed into the yellow sand by this terrifying wave. In the next moment, a dark yellow light flashed and Ningchen carried the little emperor out of the sand. He did not say anything and ran away. Fortunately, he had the dust scroll and the power of thick earth in his body, which played a big role at the crucial moment. After 10 breaths of time, the consecrators in front of the palace came out. They raised their heads to look for Ningchen and the little emperor, but they could no longer see their shadows. The elders and young experts of the 10 great clans also came out of the sand one after another. They were all confused and did not know what was going on. After a while, they came to their senses and their hearts sank. The emperor was lost. He was kidnapped by a seventh-rank young man. This was a great humiliation for the Northern Ming imperial court. Everyone's expression became very ugly. They knew that this time the capital would most likely face a huge purge. Send someone to inform the military advisor of today's matter. In addition, lock up the entire Qing family in the sand dungeon. Kill anyone who resists. The consecrators in front of the palace said coldly, "Yes." An elder and 3 young experts of the Ming family respectfully accepted the order. They immediately went forward and restrained Elder Fa and the 2 young men of the Qing family. The rest of the 8 great clans did not dare to make a sound. At this time, whoever asked for mercy would be courting death. Moreover, they could not plead for mercy. The 3 of them did not dare to resist and allowed the experts of the Ming family to seal their qi seas. The only result of resistance was death. Now their last hope was that His Majesty could be found as soon as possible. On the other side, Ning Qin ran for another 2 hours. Seeing that no one was following him, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He threw the little emperor down and lay down, panting heavily. The sand was very soft. Even so, the little emperor's mouth was puckered from the pain. After resting for a while, Ning Qin sat up and looked at the little emperor beside him. He curiously asked, "What is your name?" The little emperor turned his head. His expression was angry, and he refused to answer. When Ning Qin saw this, he was immediately unhappy. Did he have any awareness of being a hostage? Was he really not going to cooperate without violence? "Little guy, it's just the 2 of us now. If I'm not happy and leave you here, I guarantee that when your officials find you, you'll be left with only bones." After saying this, Ning Qin patted his butt and stood up. He really had the intention to leave. "My name is Ming Yu." The little emperor could not bear it and replied awkwardly. His voice was soft and crisp. It was very pleasant to hear. No matter how strong a child was, he was still afraid of being left alone in this endless desert. Ning Qin frowned. He felt that something was wrong. A child would not lie. It was just that the name Ming Yu sounded very awkward. Today, in front of the palace, when he heard the little emperor's voice, he felt that something was wrong. At that time, he thought that it was because the child had not changed his voice. Thinking of this, Ning Chen went forward and grabbed the little emperor's arm. He injected his qi, and his expression immediately changed. He could not help but curse again. Fuck. Chapter 91. A girl. Ning Chen wasn't a doctor, so he wasn't good at checking the yin and yang qi in the meridians. However, he wasn't blind. This was clearly a girl's meridians. The little emperor panicked. She hurriedly withdrew her arm and took a few steps back. Her face was pale. "You're a girl?" Ning Chen asked seriously. "No." The little emperor shook her head in a panic, but that crisp and soft voice made the already weak denial seem even more feeble. Ning Chen sighed and didn't ask any more questions. The little emperor's panicked expression confirmed his judgment once again. Northern Ming's little emperor was actually a girl. What a pitiful and ridiculous thing. It turned out that the previous emperor of Northern Ming didn't leave behind any princes. No wonder Fan Lingyue killed all the eunuchs and maids in the palace as soon as he came to power. Fan Lingyue's guts were really big. He actually helped a little princess to the throne. Ning Chen's mind was in a mess. Logically speaking, he should use this secret to threaten Fan Lingyue and even spread the news, causing chaos in Northern Ming's court. However, this was a child after all. Once the truth was exposed, the anger of the entire Northern Ming would be focused on this 7-year-old girl. It was obvious how terrible the consequences would be. A girl in power was still not accepted in this world, let alone a female emperor. There could only be one Fan Lingyue. This was also the limit of what Northern Ming's subjects could accept. Little Ming, you seem to have thought of something. Her face was pale as she squatted on the ground and shivered. She no longer looked stubborn and looked extremely pitiful. Ning Chen couldn't bear it. Even if his heart was as hard as steel, he couldn't do such a cruel thing. He was a human. No matter how cold-blooded and heartless he was, he still had a heart. If the little emperor had grown up, he would definitely spread the news without hesitation and cause Northern Meng to fall into chaos. However, the one in front of him was just a little girl who had just turned 7. "Get up, I won't tell anyone." Ning Chen walked forward and sighed softly. Hearing this, Mingyu raised her head. Her face was filled with shock, disbelief, and a trace of hope. "A gentleman keeps his word. I said I won't tell anyone. So I definitely won't." Ning Chen looked at Mingyu and said seriously. "Really?" Mingyu's beautiful eyes were filled with hope as she asked weakly. "Really?" Ning Chen nodded. Of course. Even if he didn't say anything, he wouldn't completely give up on this weakness of his. He still had to get something from Fan Lingyue. However, these were all the schemes between adults, and had nothing to do with the little emperor. Hearing Ning Chen's promise, Mingyu stood up obediently. Her impression of the former improved a lot. She realized that the ugly man in front of her wasn't completely a bad person. "If you send us back, we won't kill you." Mingyu hesitated for a moment before making what she thought was a huge concession. Ning Chen slapped little Mingyu's head and said, "Don't talk about me like that in front of me. I don't like it. Also, do you think I won't kill you just because you said so? Those officials of yours can't wait to eat me up." Mingyu cried out in pain. "This emperor." Just as she opened her mouth, she saw that Ning Chen's palm was about to land on her. She immediately changed her words. "I am the emperor of the Northern Meng royal court. I don't want you to die. If anyone dares to oppose this emperor will kill him." Domineering, Ning Chen gave him a thumbs up in his heart. This little emperor had a great style. "We'll talk about this later. Let's get out of this desert first." Ning Chen didn't want to continue this topic. Instead, he used the moonlight to look around. He suddenly felt dizzy. It was the same everywhere. How were they supposed to get out? Mingyu didn't dare to refute and looked around as well. Her dark eyes were filled with confusion. She also didn't know how to get out. "Do you know which way to go?" Ning Chen asked. "I don't know." Mingyu answered honestly. Ning Chen was very unhappy and said with disdain, "Emperor? You don't even know how to get to your own country." Mingyu was speechless. The Northern Meng royal court was so big. How could she know everything clearly? "Forget it. Let's go this way." Ning Chen randomly chose a direction and then pulled Mingyu forward. However, after taking 2 steps, Ning Chen felt that something was wrong. He looked at the little girl and asked, "You can't walk anymore?" "I can walk." Mingyu bit her lips and said. Ning Chen frowned. He squatted down and untied Mingyu's shoes. With one look, his expression couldn't help but darken. The little girl's white and tender feet already had several blisters. Some of the skin had already broken, revealing bright red flesh. It looked a bit miserable. Ning Chen felt helpless. This little girl was too stubborn. She was already in this state, but she still refused to make a sound. Speaking of which, it was also his fault. They had walked for more than 8 hours today, not to mention a little girl. Even an adult wouldn't be able to take it. "I'll carry you." Ning Chen carefully put the shoes back on Mingyu's feet and said, I can walk by myself." Mingyu's face was slightly red, but she still stubbornly said, "You can either carry me or hug me. Choose." Ning Chen was angry and said angrily. Mingyu's expression changed again and again. In the end, she had no choice but to compromise. "Carry me." Ning Chen's expression became a bit better. This little girl was asking for a beating. She only agreed to cooperate after he was angry. "Come up." Ning Chen paused and glanced back at him. Mingyu slowly crawled up, her face turning even redder. In this world, the distance between men and women was far beyond imagination. Moreover, Mingyu was a member of the imperial family, so she knew even more. For example, a girl's feet couldn't be casually seen by a man. For example, it was taboo for a girl to be carried or hugged by a man. Previously, when they were running for their lives, they didn't have a choice and didn't think too much about it. However, the situation was different now. In the end, it didn't conform to etiquette. How could Ningchen know so many things? Previously, when he was in the palace, he was basically a big boss. Other than Zhang Sun and Qingning, he didn't care about anyone else. Just as Zhang Sun was about to teach him some rules, he had already run away. Moreover, she was just a little girl. How could she be so calculative? The night in the desert was a bit cold. Ning Qin took off his clothes and put them on Mingyu. After all, she was still a little girl and her body was more delicate. Ning Qin felt that this hostage kidnapping was not worth it. Not only did he risk his life, he also had to treat her like an ancestor. Ming Yu laid on Ning Chen's back. Feeling warm, she gradually became sleepy. However, at this time, Ming Yu suddenly noticed that the scar on Ning Chen's face had opened a little. She couldn't help but feel a bit strange. She reached out her small hand and gently pulled. Then the scar fell off with a patter. Ning Chen slapped the small hand in front of his face and threatened, "Don't mess around. Be careful or I'll throw you down." Ming Yu wasn't really afraid. She could also tell that Ning Chen wasn't as bad as he looked. Moreover, once a woman's curiosity rose, nothing could stop her. Although Ming Yu was just a little girl, she was still a woman. Ming Yu's sleepiness was gone. She reached out her small hand and carefully tore off the scars on Ning Chen's face one by one. Ning Chen saw that scaring her didn't work, so he didn't bother with her and let her do whatever she wanted. After tearing off the scars, Ming Yu looked at them again. She still felt a little uncomfortable. After thinking for a moment, she shifted her gaze to the beard in front of her. "Behave." Ning Chen felt the little girl's gaze and helplessly reprimanded her. However, once you lose your dignity, it's hard to get it back. Ming Yu was already sure that he wouldn't do anything to her. The fear in her heart faded. Ming Yu's two small hands searched for a long time before she finally found the glued part of the beard. She carefully tore it off. Instantly, her beautiful big eyes curved into crescents with a smile. She was very cute. "You look better now." Ming Yu looked at Ning Chen's side profile and said in a soft and crisp voice. "You have good taste," Ning Chen praised. The little girl really knew how to talk. "I'm a little thirsty," Ming Yu said. Ning Chen reached out his hand and a silver light lit up. Immediately, snowflakes fell. They were very small. This was the only snow in the desert. Ming Yu put her two small hands on Ning Chen's big hands. She held the falling snowflakes and slowly accumulated a small amount of water. "Are you thirsty?" Ming Yu asked. "No," Ning Chen replied. Ming Yu took a small sip and then put her small hand next to Ning Chen's mouth. She didn't say anything. Ning Chen drank the rest of the water. It was cool and very comfortable. Ming Yu wiped her two small hands on Ning Chen's body. After drying them, she put her hands around his neck again. "Can you walk out tomorrow?" Ming Yu asked softly. "Yes," Ning Chen replied with certainty. Even if he couldn't, he had to. There was no food or water in the desert. He was still fine, but little Ming Yu didn't have any martial arts foundation. She definitely couldn't handle it. Although he had rescued little Ming Yu from the Beimeng Imperial Palace, he didn't want her to be hurt. He could be cold-blooded and heartless to everyone in the world, but he couldn't be cruel to a little girl. Moreover, before he saw Fan Lingyue, he couldn't let anything happen to little Ming Yu. A normal military advisor was already scary enough, let alone a crazy military advisor. "After we get out, I'll order people to capture you. However, I won't kill you." Ming Yu's eyes gradually darkened as she murmured softly. "Up to you." Ning Chen continued walking step by step and replied calmly. Little Ming, you finally stopped talking and fell asleep from exhaustion. Today, this little girl had been frightened too much. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't take it anymore. Ning Chen gently supported her with his hands, so that little Ming Yu could sleep more comfortably. When he turned his head, he saw that the little girl was still wearing the crown that symbolized imperial power. He couldn't help but frown. He carefully took it off and casually threw it into the desert. In the next moment, little Ming Yu's long hair fell down like a waterfall and hung down behind her back. The night wind blew, and it fluttered gently. Occasionally, a few strands of hair would mischievously fall on Ning Chen's face. It was numb and itchy. Under the moonlight, above the desert, Ning Chen quietly walked step by step. He didn't say another word. On his back, the little girl was sleeping soundly. In her dream, there was no fear or struggle. Chapter 92. After Mingyue fell asleep, Ning Chen walked faster and faster. Under the night sky, he was like a white shadow, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The desert was unimaginably huge. The two of them had lost their way while running for their lives and could only head in one direction now. Fortunately, although the moon might not rise from the east, it would never change its pattern of heading west. If they kept walking in the direction of the moon, they would eventually walk out of the desert. Little Mingyue was in a deep sleep. Her delicate little face still showed signs of fatigue. The little girl was indeed frightened previously. Fortunately, he was not a bad person. At least, that was what Ning Chen thought. However, he had kidnapped the little emperor of Northern Meng. The Northern Meng royal court would definitely be in chaos for a while. Fan Lingyue was only one person after all and couldn't take care of the throne. This was the best chance for Great Xia to take a breather. This woman was too powerful. If they continued to fight, no one knew what the outcome would be. The night passed quickly. When the sky was about to brighten, Ning Chen gradually saw the specks of oases in front of him. Northern Meng's territory was either desert or grassland. It was very barren, and only sheep and horses could sustain their livelihood. This was also the reason why the people of Northern Meng were so valiant. The end of the desert meant that they could find food and water. Ning Chen walked faster, hoping to meet the herdsman of the grassland earlier. Little Mingyue was still sleeping soundly. She looked very cute and was no longer the awkward little girl from before. Unfortunately, Ning Chen couldn't find any herdsman even after searching for a long time. It seemed like there was no one living in this oasis. Actually, this wasn't strange. The Northern Meng royal court was vast but sparsely populated. It wasn't easy to meet someone in the vast grassland. There was a small river in the oasis. It wasn't big, but he could see the silhouettes of fish. Little Mingyue needed to eat. After running with him for a day and a night, she was probably starving. Ning Chen gently put down little Mingyue and went to the river alone. With a stroke of his right hand, a silver light flashed and the entire river was frozen. A few small fish fell onto the ice. Ning Chen bent down and picked them up one by one. He then returned to the shore and prepared to start a fire to roast the fish. Little Mingyue woke up in a daze. She didn't know where she was. When she saw the vast grassland, she remembered that she was kidnapped. "What are you doing?" Mingyue sat up and rubbed her eyes. It was still a little cold in the morning. Little Mingyu wrapped herself in her oversized clothes and didn't want to move at all. Usually at this time, court would have already ended. She had never slept so long before. "Cooking," Ning Chen replied casually as he was cleaning up the fish. "How do we start a fire?" Mingyu nodded and immediately raised a very practical question. "Eat it raw," Ning Chen threatened. "Zhan, I'm not eating anymore." Mingyu was indeed intimidated. She wrinkled her nose and looked a little worried. "Goo goo." The little girl's stomach growled. Her worried little face became even more worried. Ning Chen tidied up the fish and picked up some firewood from the ground. Then he walked in front of little Mingyue and sat down. He calmly took out a fire starter. As someone who often bombed other people's residences, how could he not have something to ignite the fire on him? Besides, even if he didn't bring this thing, he was already a 7th-ranked expert. Drilling wood to get a fire was still doable. Mingyu pouted. She was unhappy that the bad guy had lied to her. After starting the fire, Ning Chen skewered the fish with a branch and slowly roasted it. At this moment, Ming Yu's face turned slightly red. She shyly stood up and secretly ran away. After a while, she ran back. Of course, Ning Chen wasn't stupid enough to ask about everything. Little girls also knew how to be shy. After returning, little Mingyu had already washed herself clean. Her face was also much cleaner. It was just that her oversized clothes looked a little out of place. The Northern Mang royal family's bloodline was different from the people of the Central Plains. They looked a little exotic. The little girl inherited all her mother's good points. She already showed the potential of a beauty at a young age. Ning Chen was curious. It was fine now, but when little Mingyu grew up, how was she going to deceive those old officials? Fan Lingyue's health wasn't good. He probably couldn't wait until Mingyu grew up. When that time came, who would be able to hold up the sky for a little girl? Thinking of this, Ning Chen was a little irritated. When did he become so sentimental? Wasn't he looking forward to Fan Lingyue's early death and Northern Meng falling into chaos? The fish is done. Be careful, it's hot. Ning Chen passed the roasted fish to little Mingyu, suppressing the messy thoughts in his heart. He would talk about the future in the future. Who could be sure that the little girl wouldn't become the second Fan Lingyue? Ming Yu had been watching since just now. When she saw the fish in front of her, her eyes immediately curved and she smiled like a crescent moon. The way the little girl ate was very refined. She took small bites and looked very pleasing to the eye. In comparison, Ning Chen was quite unparticular. He finished the fish in 3 bites and didn't even spit out the bones. Out of the 10 fish, little Mingyu ate 2. The remaining 8 were stuffed into Ning Chen's stomach. To him, these things were just filling the gaps between his teeth. If he was really full, there would probably be no more fish in this river in the future. After eating her fill, Mingyu's mood was obviously much better. She took the initiative to get up and hurry on with her journey. She didn't feel nervous at all as a hostage. Ning Chen was helpless. He had really kidnapped a little ancestor. The 2 of them set off together and headed south along the grassland. The grassland was very beautiful. Ming Yu had never left the palace before and had never heard of such a large grassland. Therefore, she was very curious about everything along the way. Looking at the greenery that gradually covered the ground, she would run a few steps and pick up a small flower. Her smile was very bright. Ning Chen didn't care about her. It was fine as long as she was within his sight and didn't run away. "What's your name?" Mingyu ran to the front, turned around, and asked curiously. She still didn't know his real name. As for the name by Yutong, even an idiot would know that it was fake. Ning Chen. Ning Chen answered honestly. Ming Yu thought hard and then said, "Sister Lingyue mentioned you in the letter. She said that you're not a good person, and we have to be careful." Ning Chen was speechless. Fan Lingyue really thought highly of him, instilling the idea of being on guard against him in little Mingyu so early. Actually, he and Fan Lingyue weren't good people. He was ruthless, but Fan Lingyue was even more ruthless. The difference between the 2 of them was just 50 steps and 100 steps. When we meet the herdsman, change your clothes. It's too conspicuous. Ning Chen didn't argue with the little girl and instead suggested. She came out in a hurry. So little Mingyu was still wearing the little yellow robe she wore during the imperial court. It was indeed very conspicuous. Mingyu wrinkled her little nose. After a moment, she seemed to have thought of something. Touching her head, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. "Zhen, where's my crown?" "I threw it away." Ning Chen didn't care. What was the use of that thing? It was so heavy and would affect a child's development. "How can you throw away my things?" Ming Yu was furious. She pointed at the bad guy in front of her and said crisply, "You're my hostage now. Why can't I throw it away?" Ning Chen reminded the little girl of her current identity. "You're a bad guy." Ming Yu was so angry that her little chest puffed up. I never said that I was a good person. Ning Qin said leisurely, which good person would do something like taking a hostage. Moreover, he was taking the emperor of a dynasty. Ming Yu turned her face away and decided to ignore him. She walked in front angrily. Ning Qin didn't mind and slowly followed behind her. Wherever the little girl went, he would follow. He wasn't in a hurry to travel yet. The one who should be in a hurry wasn't him, but the Northern Meng imperial court and Fan Lingyue. In the end, little Mingyu was too bored by herself and took the initiative to compromise. She once again made a big concession. I forgive you. Mingyu stopped and waited for Ning Qin to catch up. Ning Qin smiled. This little girl was quite magnanimous. He thought that she was going to argue with him for a while. Okay, let's make up. Ning Qin stretched out his hand and smiled. Okay. Ming, you put her little hand in his big hand and let the bad guy hold it. Are we going to Grand Xia? Ming Yu suddenly asked. Yes. Ning Qin nodded. He still had to return to Grand Xia in the end. Are you going to hand me over to the Emperor of Grand Xia? Ming, you looked a little sad. She wasn't stupid and naturally knew her value. No. Ning Qin denied without hesitation. He had risked his life to rescue little Mingyu. Why should he hand her over to the Emperor of Grand Xia? Moreover, the Emperor of Grand Xia seemed to have changed into a different person. Ming, you wouldn't be able to survive in his hands. Mingyu raised her little face and asked in surprise, Then why did you kidnap me? Ning Qin didn't know how to answer. He really hadn't seriously considered this question. The main reason he kidnapped little Mingyu was to make Fan Lingyue have misgivings. As for how to deal with little Mingyu, he really didn't have any ideas. We'll see. If Fan Lingyue can withdraw her troops, I'll return you to her. Ning Qin thought for a while before answering. What if Sister Lingyue refuses? Ming Yu was a little worried. We'll talk about it when the time comes. In any case, I won't hand you over to the Emperor of Grand Xia. You don't have to be afraid. Ning Qin promised. Ming Yu smiled happily. She realized that the bad guy wasn't that bad. If you send me back, I'll make you a high official. Ming Yu promised very seriously. How high? Ning Qin asked. Ming Yu thought for a while before replying. I'll make you a great general. Ning Qin thought for a while. Indeed, it wasn't low. The position of a great general in Grand Xia should be second only to the 10 marquises and on the same level as the city lords. What if Fan Lingyue wants to kill me? Ning Qin asked again. I'll protect you. Sister Lingyue dotes on me a lot. I'll put in a good word for you. Ming Yu patted her little chest and said. Ning Qin also smiled. This little girl still had a conscience. She didn't provide for him in vain. In the future, if he really couldn't survive in Grand Xia, little Mingyu would still take him in. Okay, after the war between Grand Xia and Northern Meng is over, I'll send you back. Ning Qin replied softly. Mingyu nodded vigorously. Her little hand grasped his big hand tightly, unwilling to let go. She knew that this would be the only person she could rely on after entering Grand Xia. On the grassland, the big hand held the small hand, and Yi walked alone at a steady pace. It looked so peaceful and beautiful. Chapter 93. The little emperor of Northern Meng had been kidnapped. 2 days later, this news spread throughout the world like an earthquake. The entire world was in an uproar. This was even more shocking than Xia's gate pass being breached. After hearing this news, everyone had different reactions. Some rejoiced and some were disappointed. The war between Northern Meng and Xia had reached its most critical point. Such a thing happening now would undoubtedly have a huge impact on the war. Xia was already in imminent danger. Anyone with a discerning eye could see Xia's current predicament. Up until now, Xia's strongest force, the 10 marquises, had betrayed them. Marquis Bloodclad and Marquis Taiping were heavily injured. Marquis Jiu, Marquis Xiang, and Marquis Bai were blocked outside Heaven's Gate. On the other side, the Eternal Night cult came aggressively. Their martial lords and 3-peak 9th-rank generals were too powerful. Only Marquis' triumphant return could resist them. In the southwest, there was the Du-Yi Temple. Marquis Wangchuan could not return either. As for the southeast, Menyon country was ambitious and could invade again at any time. The two dynasties had been fighting on and off for decades and had never been at peace. Xia had always been wary of this country that was even more shameless than Jinji country. No matter what, Marquis Zhongyong would never return. Due to various reasons, Xia, which originally had many soldiers and generals, fell into a situation where there were no generals available. Xia, which had been invincible for 1,000 years, was defeated again and again by a woman's schemes. It was a huge irony. Now this awkward situation was likely to change because of the kidnapping of the little emperor. Xia needed a variable that could change the current unfavorable situation. In front of the northern Meng army, Fan Lingyue, who was still marching, received this news. Her expression immediately became gloomy, and she immediately gave the order to set up camp. It was him. He was actually still alive. That ink sword was given by her. How could she not recognize it? She didn't expect that not only did he not die, but he also gave her such a big surprise. Military advisor Qing Huio knelt on the ground with a pleading expression. Qing family has made a mistake. Naturally, they have to pay the price. I know what I'm doing. Also, tell Qing Wuhin to do her job well. Don't let the cat out of the bag, Fan Lingyue said coldly. Yes. Qing Huio sighed in her heart and accepted the order. In the barbarian dynasty, the barbarian king stood in the hall with a displeased expression. Not only was that kid not dead, but he had also caused such a huge commotion. Wild was holding a letter in her hand. As she read it, a happy smile appeared on her beautiful face. A man's way of thinking was always different from the average person. The things she paid attention to were also different. She only saw that he was at the 7th rank and that his legs had recovered. He's at the 7th rank. A man raised his head and gazed at his father. The barbarian king didn't react for a moment. After being stunned for a moment, he remembered the agreement between them. For a moment, he was even more upset. According to this kid's cultivation progress, peak rank 9 should not be too slow. Did that not mean that his precious daughter would soon leave him? How unpleasant! In the Weiyang Palace of the Great Xia, Zhang Sun and Qing Ning were stunned when they heard the news. They looked at each other and were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Without a doubt, this matter was definitely done by Ningqin. There were many people in the world with crippled legs, but there were very few people who could fight so well while sitting in a wheelchair. Needless to say, no one but Ningqin would do such a sinister and daring thing as standing up from the wheelchair to kidnap the little emperor of the northern Ming. Why did he go there? Zhang Sun couldn't understand. After King Yen took Ningqin away for treatment, there had been no news of him. Who would have thought that once there was news, it would be such a shocking matter? Qing Ning couldn't answer either. No one in the world could understand that kid's way of thinking. It wouldn't be strange even if he blew up the northern Ming palace. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Emperor Xia read the intelligence sent by his spy. A smile gradually appeared on his gloomy face. After a moment, he actually laughed maniacally. The heavens were on Great Xia's side. The heavens were on Great Xia's side. Ningqin and Little Ming, you didn't know what the outside world was like. They were still walking hand in hand on the grasslands. The grasslands were bigger than the desert. The two of them walked until they were disgusted and still hadn't walked out. Ming Yu was a little tired. She asked, "How long do we have to walk?" "Tired?" Ningqin asked. "Yes," Ming Yu said in annoyance. "Should I carry you?" Ningqin suggested. "Okay." Ming Yu nodded without hesitation. Thus, Ningqin carried little Ming Yu on his back again. The little girl was very light. She didn't weigh much on his back. She probably wasn't even as heavy as his ink sword. "Bad guy." Mingyu shouted. Yes, Ningchen replied. He didn't agree with this nickname that the little girl gave him. How was he a bad guy? When we get to the Great Xia, you have to protect me, Mingyu said worriedly. Okay, Ningchen nodded. I'm serious, Mingyu said. I'm serious too, Ningchen replied. Mingyu hugged his neck tightly and said softly, Bad guy, you have to do what you say. If I'm taken away by others, I won't live anymore. She knew very well what would happen if she fell into the hands of others. When that time came, wanting to die would be an extravagant hope. She might as well end her own life. As long as I live. Ningchen didn't say the rest. He was the one who rescued little Mingyu. Naturally, he would protect her. As long as he lived, no one could take her away. Mingyu understood the meaning behind Ning Chen's words. She put her little face on his back and quietly closed her eyes. She was a little tired and wanted to sleep for a while. Ning Chen temporarily slowed down his pace. After little Mingyu fell asleep, he quickened his pace again. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves and the creaking of wheels could be heard from afar. It came from the south and was gradually approaching. Ning Chen quickened his pace and quickly walked forward. If he guessed correctly, it should be a caravan heading north. As it turned out, this was indeed a caravan heading towards the northern Meng kingdom. When the manager of the caravan saw Ning Chen, he was a little surprised. In this boundless grassland, it was very easy to get lost and starve to death if one were to walk alone. Mingyu, wake up! Ningchen called out softly. The little girl who had just fallen asleep was obviously very grumpy when she woke up. She pushed Ning Chen's face away unhappily and immediately buried her head back to sleep. Ning Chen had no choice but to give up. He smiled apologetically at the manager of the caravan and then requested to buy some food and clothes. When the manager of the caravan saw the big clothes draped over the little girl's body, he more or less understood what was going on. He took out a set of clothes that he had bought for his daughter and very kindly gave it to little Mingyu. Ning Chen was a little touched. However, at the same time, he couldn't help but lament that there were such kind people in every dynasty in the world. Why did they always have to fight? After the caravan had left, Ning Chen sighed softly and was about to continue his journey when he heard the rumbling sound of horse hooves coming from the southwest. It was very hurried and sounded like there were more than 20 horses. In the next moment, a cloud of dust rose as the horses passed by from afar, rushing north. Ning Chen didn't care at first, but after taking 2 steps, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. These people seemed to be heading towards the caravan just now. Thinking of this, Ning Chen immediately turned around and moved his feet, turning into a shadow and rushing forward. He hoped that his guess was wrong. Kill them. Take the women and the goods. Don't leave anything else behind. Just as Ning Chen arrived 100 steps away from the caravan, he heard a cold voice. The caravan was in chaos. No one had thought that they would run into horse bandits here. What merchants feared the most was horse bandits who killed and robbed. These people were inhumane and only knew how to burn, kill, and rob. However, just as the horse bandits were about to attack, a black light flashed and blood spurted out. Unfortunately, although the horse bandits were inhumane, they had run into Ning Chen, who was even more inhumane. Compared to killing, he was better at it. The black sword was as fast as the wind, mercilessly reaping the life of each horse bandit. Everyone only saw a blur before their eyes as a shadow flashed past. 27 horse bandits were all killed. I'll give the horses to you, said Ning Chen, then turned and left. Only then did the people in the caravan come back to their senses. They were all shocked. No one had thought that the young man just now was actually such a terrifying expert. Kindness is rewarded. This was the thought that flashed through everyone's minds. If the consul hadn't kindly given the young man clothes and food, they probably wouldn't have been able to escape this disaster. Bad guy, you're really handsome, praised little Mingyu, who had woken up at some point. I've always been handsome. Ning Chen accepted the little girl's praise without hesitation. You were the most handsome just now, praised Mingyu. "Huh, you really know how to talk," laughed Ningchen. "Can you walk on your own?" "Okay." Little Mingyu nodded and jumped down. Clothes. Ningchen handed over the clothes the steward had given him. When Mingyu saw that it was a little girl's clothes, she hesitated. She had only worn men's clothes since she was young and had never worn women's clothes. "Change into them," said Ningchen softly. Mingyu made up her mind and took the clothes. She whispered, "Turn around." Ningchen was speechless and obediently turned around. This little girl really knew how to be shy. Mingyu wrinkled her nose and made a funny face. She then took off her little dragon robe with a slightly red face and began to change her clothes. "Don't turn around!" shouted Mingyu worriedly. "I won't turn around." Ningchen helplessly replied. She wasn't a big girl, so what was there to be afraid of? After a while, little Mingyu finished changing her clothes. Her face was red as she whispered, "Okay, you can turn around now." Ningchen turned around. When he saw her, his eyes couldn't help but light up. What a delicate little girl. Although little Ming, you also looked good in the dragon robe. Because of the way she was dressed, she was more neutral. Now, little Mingyu's crown had been thrown away and she had changed into a girl's clothes. It was obvious that she was beginning to show the gentle beauty that a little girl should have. All in all, little Mingyu could still score above 90 points. "Do I look good?" asked Mingyu a little embarrassedly. "Yes," said Ningchen honestly. "You really know how to talk." Little Mingyu's eyes curved into crescent moons. Chapter 94. A day later, Ningchen and little Mingyu finally left the grassland and arrived at a city in northern Meng. The two found an inn in the city, paid the tavern, and went straight to the second floor. Ningchen sat in the room in a daze. He needed to think carefully about what to do after returning to Great Xia. Now that he had little Mingyu with him, he would definitely be hunted down by countless forces, especially Emperor Xia, who would definitely be even crazier this time. Little Mingyu didn't care so much. She lay on the bed and slept. After walking for so many days, she was already exhausted. Ningchen was a little worried. He knew that he couldn't hide his identity for long. Besides Northern Meng, there were at least 4 people who had already guessed that he was the one who kidnapped the little emperor. Zhang Sun, Barbarian King, Fan Lingyue, and Emperor Xia. In this world, there would always be enemies among those who understood you the most. Fan Lingyue and Emperor Xia were the best examples. Fan Lingyue was still fine, but little Mingyu was in his hands and would definitely have some scruples. Now, his greatest enemy was Emperor Xia. Once this lunatic went crazy, he would do anything. He didn't doubt that Emperor Xia had already set up an inescapable net for him to jump into. Last time, it was the Dark Shadow Squad. This time, it would probably be the Dark Dragon Squad. The lowest cultivation of the Dark Dragon Squad in Great Xia was at least the 8th grade. As for the captain, the lowest was the 9th grade or even the peak of the 9th grade. Last time, Prince Yen blocked a 9th grade Dark Dragon Squad for him. This time, he might not be so lucky. Now, he could barely deal with one 9th grade expert. If there were more, he would have to risk his life. He didn't want to risk his life, so he had to think of a way to avoid the pursuit of the Dark Dragon Squad. At this moment, he and little Mingyu were in northern Meng, and no one could recognize him. However, it was hard to say in Great Xia. Back then, when he fought the emissary of the true extreme state in the palace, many people had seen him. Many of the Shadow Dragon guards, who were hiding in the dark, probably remembered his appearance. Great Xia and Northern Meng bordered each other. After Beijing Plains, it was Great Xia's Yangue City and Xingqiao Pass. Yangue City was now occupied by the Northern Meng army, so it was impossible to go there. As for Xingqiao Pass, there would be countless people waiting for him to die. This was the most dangerous choice, but also the only choice. The only thing he was glad about now was that little Mingyu was a girl, which made things a lot easier for him. Everyone in the world knew that the little emperor of Northern Meng had been kidnapped. Therefore, Qing dynasty would definitely check all the strangers who brought along a 7 or 8-year-old boy. As for the middle-aged man who brought along a little girl, no one would have the time to care about him. Thinking of this, Ningqin got up and prepared to go out by himself. He was not worried that little Mingyu would run away. This little girl was very smart and knew that there were more people in the world who wanted to capture her than save her. In this world, there were only 3 places where little Mingyu would be the safest: Beimeng Imperial Palace, Fan Lingyue's side and his side. Beimeng City wasn't as prosperous as Great Xia. Ningqin spent a long time searching before he finally found what he wanted. After returning to his room, he fiddled with the mirror. However, disguising himself was not an easy task. Ningqin spent nearly 4 hours trying, but he still did not achieve the desired effect. "You're so stupid." Little Mingyu had woken up at some point and was sitting on the bed, curling her lips. She finally knew why the bad guy had disguised himself to be so ugly. It was not intentional. He was only at this level. Ningqin was slightly ashamed. It was indeed embarrassing to be looked down upon by a little girl. Looking at his 2 hands, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, they looked like feet. "I'll help you." Mingyu put on her shoes and jumped off the bed. She walked to the front, took over the skin wax, rubber, blades, and other tools, and carefully cleaned up Ningqin's face. "What do you want me to look like?" "Just look a little older." As he spoke, Ningqin sat there, not daring to move. He was afraid that little Mingyu would accidentally disfigure him with a blade. Mingyu understood tacitly. Her little face was extremely focused as she used the tools in her hands to dress him up bit by bit. After the little girl had washed up, there was a faint milky fragrance on her body. It was very comfortable to smell and made people feel at ease. This proved that when it came to makeup, women would always be better than men. After an hour, little Mingyu clapped her hands and took half a step back. She said with satisfaction, "Take a look yourself." Ningqin turned around and looked at the mirror on the table. He sighed in his heart, comparing goods, throwing away, comparing hands, chopping. How could little Mingyu be so clever with her hands? The middle-aged man in the mirror had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. There were faint lines at the corners of his eyes, but it did not affect the overall appearance. Instead, it gave people a mature feeling. In short, there was only one word to describe him: handsome. Amazing. Ningqin gave a thumbs up and praised. Of course, little Mingyu didn't know what modesty was and naturally accepted the praise. After waiting for a while, the rubber on his face was almost dry. Ningqin carefully tore off the mask and put it away. Then he looked at the gradually darkening sky outside and asked, "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat in or go out?" "Let's go out and eat." Mingyu thought for a while and stretched out her little hand. Ningqin naturally took the little girl's hand and walked downstairs to the main hall. At this time it was dinner time. The tables downstairs were basically all full. There was only one empty table left. The 2 went up and sat down, then called the waiter to order. Ningqin was not picky about food, but little Mingyu was very picky. It was no wonder. She had been an emperor since she was young and was tired of eating all kinds of delicacies. It was hard not to be picky. After the dishes were served, Mingyu didn't want to eat anymore after a few bites. She put down her chopsticks and said, "It doesn't taste good." Ningqin's head hurt. If it didn't taste good, what could he do? "Roast the fish for me to eat," Mingyu continued to say pitifully. Ningqin nodded helplessly and said, "Okay, wait here. Don't run around." After saying that, Ningqin got up and walked towards the kitchen of the inn. There should be fish in the kitchen. He would buy it himself and roast it for little Mingyu. The kitchen was not far from the main hall. After Ningqin went in, he stated his purpose for coming. The head chef readily agreed. This was not something excessive. It was difficult to please everyone. No matter how good a chef was, he could not guarantee that everyone would like to eat the dishes he made. Ningqin gratefully paid the money and grabbed a fish. After carefully cleaning it, he borrowed a stove and carefully roasted it. "Is that little girl your younger sister?" the chef asked as he cooked the dishes. "Yes," Ning Chin replied. "You're a good person," the head chef said seriously. "Huh." Ning Chin chuckled and didn't say anything. If he was a good person, then there would be no bad people in the world. He was never a good person. He was just being himself. "I also have a little sister. She's 3 years younger than me. When she was young, she was very naughty. Once, I couldn't help but hit her. Mother taught me that the reason why an older brother should be born before his younger sister is because he needs to grow up faster so that he can protect his younger sister. From then on, I never fought with my younger sister again." Unfortunately, the head chef's face darkened. He sighed and didn't say anything else. "My condolences." Ning Chen's expression was calm as he slowly said, "I'm fine. It's been many years." The head chef wiped his wet eyes and forced a smile. "Treat her well. She's not a burden, but an honor in this life." The head chef's voice was slightly hoarse. "I definitely will." Ning Chin nodded. The fish was quickly cooked. Ning Chin thanked the head chef and then took the fish to the front hall. Little Ming Yu was probably impatient from waiting. However, just as Ning Chin was about to enter the hall, he suddenly heard the sound of bowls and plates shattering. Feeling that something was wrong, he quickly walked over. When he arrived at the front of the hall and saw the scene inside, his expression immediately darkened. At the table before them were 3 finely dressed youths and a scantily clad woman. Little Ming Yu stubbornly stood to the side, unwilling to leave. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Ning Chen's anger immediately overflowed. He calmly walked forward. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes narrowed. Only then did he notice that there were 5 red fingerprints on Ming Yu's face. Unable to suppress the anger in his heart, Ning Chin coldly swept his gaze over the surrounding people who were still eating and watching the show. He icily said, "Everyone please leave. I'm going to kill someone." The hall was in an uproar. Some people ridiculed him, while others felt that the atmosphere wasn't going to subside and quickly left. However, the majority of people stayed. Ning Chin no longer paid attention to them. He had already warned them. Bang! In the next moment, a white figure flashed. Ning Chan went forward and sent the table flying with a palm strike. At the same time, he directly stepped on one of the youth's face. He revealed his killing intent. "Speak, who did it just now?" "Impudent. Do you know who I am?" The youth struggled on the ground with a pained expression. "I don't care who you are. Even if the heavens came today, they wouldn't be able to save you." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen kicked the young man and sent him flying. With a loud bang, blood spurted out of the young man's mouth and splattered 10 meters away. "It's your turn. Speak, who did it?" Ning Chen coldly said as he grabbed the other blue-clothed youth. The blue-clothed youth's face was filled with fear. He trembled. "You," however, before he could finish his sentence, Ning Chen sent another kick flying. The hall was dyed red once more. "It's her." The last youth saw Ning Chen look over and immediately pointed at the woman beside him. The woman was shocked. Just as she was about to deny it, Ning Chen grabbed her throat. "Speak, who did it?" The dangerous light in Ning Chen's eyes grew stronger and stronger. The woman continued to struggle, but she wasn't willing to speak. Ning Chen coldly laughed and slowly tightened his grip. He liked stubborn people the most. The woman only felt that it was getting more and more difficult to breathe. Under the desire to live, she unconsciously raised her left hand and said with difficulty, This hand, crack!" As soon as she said that, everyone in the hall heard a crack. In the next moment, what they saw was a broken arm. The white bone pierced through the flesh and blood, looking extremely frightening. Several people in the hall couldn't help but vomit. Their faces were pale from fright. Chapter 95. In front of Ning Chin, the woman's expression was twisted. She struggled violently, but she couldn't say a word because her throat was being choked. Blood gushed out from the severed arm. It was a shocking sight. At this moment, a Buddhist sigh sounded. "Benefactor, where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Please stop." This sudden voice attracted everyone's attention. Looking over, they saw a plain-clothed monk appear in front of the door. He looked young and benevolent as he slowly walked over. On what basis? Ning Chen turned his head and asked indifferently, "The heavens are benevolent. I hope young master can be merciful." The plain-clothed monk stopped and bowed. "The heavens are benevolent. That's their business. What does it have to do with me?" Ning Chen grabbed the woman's other arm and snapped it. Blood flowed out once more. "She slapped Mingyu, so I broke both her arms. It's fair and just. What can the heavens say?" Ning Chen's cold eyes and emotionless words provoked everyone present. Ning Chen's face was cold and terrifying, causing people to involuntarily shiver. "Amitabha, benefactor, your killing intent is too strong. You've already become a demon. I can't allow you to continue wreaking havoc in the world." The plain-clothed monk's body moved, and he stretched out his hand to make a move. Immediately, a strong wind blew towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was stunned. Clang! The black sword came out of its sheath and blocked the Buddhist's palm. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, and he slowly said, "Unbreakable Vajra body." The plain-clothed monk's Buddhist palm wasn't injured at all. It was as hard as steel. "You're a disciple of Du Yi Temple." Ning Chen's expression sank. His luck was really good. He had met another peak Xiantian successor. Why would someone from that broken temple appear here? "I, Wu Ju, will eliminate this demon for the world today." Wu Ju's palm moved, and the sound of Sanskrit rang out. The golden Buddhist light around him was as brilliant as a saint, illuminating everything within 100 jong. Buddhist sacred art, Tathagata, illuminates the heavens. "Idiot!" Ning Chen snorted coldly. His black sword condensed into frost and stabbed toward the former's eyes. Wu Ju frowned and raised his palm to block the black sword, but his Buddhist technique was interrupted. Ning Chen's sword turned around and attacked Wu Ju's eyes, forcing the latter to retreat again and again. "Treacherous, evil, and arrogant. How can Wu Ju tolerate you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Buddha closed his eyes. Golden light shone brightly, and the sound of Sanskrit filled the sky. A solemn, holy Buddha statue appeared behind him. It was the move of the Buddha in the past. Ning Chen focused. His sword drew the frost and snowflakes in the air. His whole body was raised to its peak. Boom! The two moves collided and golden light illuminated the world. However, the ink-colored brilliance broke through the golden light and directly pierced towards Wu Ju's right eye. With his eyes closed, Ning Chen could not move an inch forward. He flipped his right palm and let go of the sword in his hand. Then he pushed his palm towards the end of the ink sword. With a bang, the Buddha retreated. A drop of dark red blood quietly dripped down from his eyelids. The golden body had already been broken, and the silver sword chi instantly entered. Wu Ju's body trembled, and his mouth was dyed red. "Righteous Buddha, where is your Buddha now?" Ning Chen sent the former flying with his sword and asked coldly. "Jia." Wu retreated more than 10 steps and vomited a mouthful of blood. After an instant, he became dispirited. The devil showed mercy, but the Buddha found it difficult to do so. This was the greatest insult to the Buddha. Where had the Buddha of this world cultivated to? Clang! The ink sword returned to its sheath. Ning Chen glanced at the people around him and left a silver ingot to the shopkeeper. Then he pulled little Mingyu upstairs. With a bang, the door closed. Ning Chen staggered and blood spilled from his mouth. "What happened to you?" Mingyu was shocked. She hurriedly supported him and asked anxiously, "I'm fine." Ning Chen forced a smile. What a powerful Buddhist move. What a powerful, indestructible body. If not for this little monk's lack of battle experience, it would have been hard to predict who would have won today. As expected, the monks of the Do-Yi Temple were not easy to deal with. It was no wonder that a martial Marquis of the Xia Kingdom was guarding there. Ningchen closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing for a moment, forcibly suppressing his injuries. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. In front of him, little Mingyu's eyes were still filled with worry. The handprint on her face was also becoming more and more obvious. Ning Chen's heart flashed with self-blame. He had said that he would protect her, but he had let her suffer so much. Does it still hurt? Ning Chen carefully caressed the little girl's delicate face and gently asked, "It doesn't hurt anymore." Mingyu shook her head and replied, "I've let you suffer," Ning Chen said apologetically. "It's fine." Mingyu bit her lips and held back her tears. Ning Chen gently pulled the little girl into his embrace and firmly promised, "There won't be a next time." Okay. Mingyu finally couldn't hold back her tears. The empress of a dynasty was being humiliated here. The little girl had endured it for a long time. Ning Chen lightly sighed. He felt very uncomfortable. "I almost forgot. Your fish." Ning Chen took out the grilled fish from his bosom. Fortunately, it hadn't turned cold yet. Mingyu got up from his embrace and smiled through her tears. She took the already flattened grilled fish and ate it like it was a treasure. Ning Chen pulled the little girl to the bed and had her sit on it. He sat down and immediately activated the life scroll. A silver light flowed from his left hand and entered the handprint on little Mingyu's face. Mingyu only felt a cool sensation on her face. The burning pain from before quickly lessened by a lot. Ning Chen took out an amulet from his bosom and put it around the little girl's neck. This was something he had when he woke up. It was tied together with a moon-shaped jade pendant. Zhang Sun must have put it on him when he was unconscious. Now that he had no use for it, he gave it to little Mingyu as a small gift. "Tomorrow we'll be going to Granxia. It might be dangerous, but I'll protect you," Ning Chen said softly. "Okay." Mingyu didn't refute. She knew that Ning Chen wouldn't change his mind, although he was very good to her and was even obedient to her. When it came to matters of principle, he definitely wouldn't compromise. "Quickly go to sleep. We still have to hurry tomorrow morning," Ning Chen said as he rubbed the little girl's hair. "Okay." Mingyu obediently lay down and closed her eyes. Ning Chen walked to the side and extinguished the candle. Soon after, he walked over to a table not far from the bed and sat down. After today's battle, he discovered that he was still barely able to fight against these Xiantian successors. The number of moves he had learned was too few. He only had one move that Jian Consecrator had taught him. There was one move in the life scroll. Unfortunately, he hadn't learned it, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to use it. The price was too great. He couldn't bear it. As for the other heavenly scroll, the dust scroll, the requirements for the moves recorded in it were too high. Unless one was a Xiantian, they couldn't be of any help to him. For now, if he wanted to increase his strength as quickly as possible, the best way was to obtain as many moves as possible. This wasn't an easy task. The majority of the world's cultivation methods were controlled by various powers. If he wanted to obtain them, he would have to pay a hefty price. In this world, the only person he had never seen other people's moves was Prince Yen. With Senior's talent, he didn't need to learn other people's moves. All of his moves were created by himself. Thinking of this, Ning Chen suddenly remembered the two shocking sword auras he saw in the desert that day. One of them must have belonged to Senior. Thinking about it carefully, he could roughly deduce the other one. In this world, only the sword in Sword City was comparable to a Xiantian expert. Senior went to the desert to find a sand sword. It was very likely that the sword in Sword City was also there for the same purpose. It was just that he didn't know how Senior was doing now. He said that he would look for him after he found the sand sword. But until now, Senior still hadn't appeared. He didn't doubt Senior's strength. However, the Sword and Sword City was comparable to the 5 strongest Xiantian experts in the world. He couldn't help but be worried. After returning to the Great Xia, he would try his best to find out more about Senior. If he really couldn't, he would have to ask Zhang Sun for help. The night passed quickly. The next morning, little Mingyu woke up and the two of them set off. Ming, you didn't want to go to the Great Xia so quickly. Most of the time, she wanted to walk by herself. Ning Chen also let her be. Only when the little girl was tired, he would carry her on his back and speed up. The speed of a 7th grade martial artist when rushing at full speed was very frightening. Moreover, Ning Chen had cultivated the life scroll, and his foundation was unparalleled in the world. His Zhen Qi recovery speed was much faster than ordinary 7th grade martial artists. He basically didn't need to rest along the way. After 2 days and 1 night, even if little Mingyu didn't cooperate, the two of them still arrived at the border between the 2 dynasties, Beijian Plains. This was the place where the war between the 2 dynasties took place. Broken spears and flags could be seen everywhere. Too many corpses of Great Xia soldiers were buried in the hundreds of miles of Beijian Plains. The lonely night was cold, and the cold moon shone alone. The night in Beijian Plains was frighteningly cold. The cold wind whistled, and the yin qi was bone-chilling. Ning Chen held little Mingyu's hand as they walked through the northern plains. He looked at the corpses of the soldiers that littered the ground. Out of 100,000 soldiers, only less than 40,000 were left. It was an unbelievable defeat, turning the northern plains into a land of no return. The two of them silently walked in the city, their hearts gradually sinking. Step by step, they only saw broken spears and young faces. There was no fear of death, only reluctance to part with their loved ones. My blood, my bones, from now on, may the heavens take pity on me. I hope that after death, I will become a war spirit and protect the land of Great Xia forever. Beside the fallen general, 27 words were written in blood on a broken flag. Ning Chen silently bent down and picked up the blood-stained flag, his heart heavy. Beiwu Marquis deserves to die. Ning Chen's hands cracked. The corpses of tens of thousands of soldiers could not be buried. Beiwu Marquis' sins could not be redeemed even with 10,000 deaths. Little Mingyu was silent. She took in the bleakness in her eyes. Facing the soldiers who used their lives to protect the land behind them, all words seemed to pale in comparison. All differences and standpoints, all schemes and schemes had disappeared along with the lives that had been lost. All that was left was the deepest respect for the soldiers who used their blood to protect their country. There shouldn't be war. Mingyu said softly, "If you are in power, you have to worry about the people. I don't know if the division between countries is right or wrong, but the existence of war is definitely wrong." Ning Chen said solemnly. Mingyu nodded, taking Ning Chen's words into her heart. Chapter 96. Little Mingyu was not used to the coldness of Beijian Plain, so Ning Chen carried her on his back and left quickly. He planted a seed of peace for little Mingyu, hoping that one day she would grow stronger. He could not change Fan Lingyue, so he could only try to change the future ruler of Beiming. The world had been ravaged by war for too long and could not continue fighting. After passing through Beijian Plain, Great Xia Xingqiao Pass was not far away. Ning Chen and little Mingyu walked for an entire night and finally reached their destination before noon the next day. Ning Chen put on the mask that he had prepared beforehand and disguised himself as a middle-aged man. He held little Mingyu's hand and openly walked into Xingqiao Pass. Xingqiao Pass was currently guarded by Marquis Qinghe. Before the war between the 2 dynasties ended, this Marquis with the highest seniority in Great Xia would continue to guard this place. Great Xia had already lost Yangui City and could not afford to lose Xingqiao Pass. After Ning Chen arrived at Xingqiao Pass, he first brought little Mingyu to an inn and then asked the little girl to make a mask for him. "Where are you going?" Mingyu asked curiously, as she helped the bad guy with his makeup. To the Marquis government, Ning Chen said honestly. The old Marquis of Xingqiao Pass was Zhang Xuan's father. He had received too much kindness from Zhang Xuan's family. Since he was here, he had to pay him a visit. Oh! Mingyu nodded and did not ask further. Once she heard this, she knew very well that she could not follow. Be careful, Mingyu reminded him. I'm fine, Ning Chen replied calmly. Although he heard that the old Marquis was somewhat old-fashioned, he could not be impolite this time. After the mask was done, it would take about an hour to dry. Ning Chen calmed down and thought for a while before taking out a brush and ink. He took out the moon-shaped jade pendant and dipped it in the ink before gently imprinting it on the paper. Ming Yu's face was filled with worry. She had a feeling that the bad guy's trip would not go smoothly. Ning Chen saw the worry in the little girl's eyes and reached out to rub her hair. He said softly, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." After waiting for a while, Ning Chen took off the mask on his face and changed into his original middle-aged appearance. He then got up and walked out of the door. Wait for me to return. Ning Chen left with a solemn expression. He hoped that nothing bad would happen to him. The temporary Wu Hou government in the Qing Dynasty Pass was about an hour's journey from the inn. Before Ning Chen reached the Wu Hou government, he purposely found a secluded place to change his mask. When he appeared again, he was already an ordinary-looking young man. After half an hour, Ning Chen finally arrived at the Wu Hou government. In front of the government, there were 2 guards dressed in battle armor, standing upright. I have a matter to discuss with the Marshal Marquis. I hope that the general can pass the message on my behalf. Ning Chen took out the letter in his hand and handed it over to one of the guards as he spoke politely. Wait here. The guard took the letter. He didn't say anything superfluous and didn't make things difficult for him. He turned around and walked into the mansion. A moment later, the guard returned and respectfully said, "The Marquis invites you in." Ning Chen thanked the guard and walked into the Wu Hou government. In the main hall of the Marquis manor, Marquis Qinghe sat quietly on the main seat. His face was slightly aged and he looked to be in his 50s. However, he had a righteous aura that was very oppressive. "You're Ning Chen." Marquis Clear River sized up the young man before him and spoke calmly. "That's right." Ning Chen nodded. "You don't look like the portrait that Wu Yu gave me. Take off the mask." Marquis Qinghe said indifferently, "Ah, as expected, I can't hide from the Marquis." Ning Chen removed the mask and revealed his true face. He then respectfully bowed. "Junior Ning Chen greets the Marquis." "Not bad." Marquis Qinghe nodded. His calmness had a trace of praise. "You were the one who kidnapped Northern Meng's young emperor, right?" Marquis Qinghe's tone didn't have much surprise as he asked. "Yes." Ning Chen did not deny it and nodded. "There are 2 letters here. One is from His Majesty, and the other is from Wu Yu. Take a look." While speaking, Marquis Qinghe's hand moved, and the 2 letters turned into a stream of light that flew towards Ning Chen. Ning Chen received the 2 letters. After opening them, he read them one by one. There was no change in his expression. He already knew the attitude of Emperor Xia and Chang Sunday. Now that he read it again, he wouldn't be surprised. Emperor Xia's letter clearly stated that once he was discovered to have entered Xingqiao Pass, he was to immediately stop him at all costs, regardless of life or death. As for Northern Meng's young emperor, he had to be sent back to the imperial city alive. As expected, Chang Sun's letter tactfully begged for mercy. Between the words and the brush, he did his best to ask for Ning Chen to hand over the young emperor voluntarily. Finally, he repeatedly warned his father not to use force. The 2 letters with completely different tones represented the final attitude of the current emperor and empress of the Grand Xia. This was unfortunate for Ning Chen, but also an honor. "What are your thoughts?" Marquis Qinghe asked. "I don't have any thoughts. I already expected this." Ning Chen waved his hand and returned the letter. "This is Emperor Xia's world. His Majesty's words are imperial edicts. This is Grand Xia's world, not Emperor Xia's. As for imperial edicts, they are meaningless to me, Ningchen said coldly. Outrageous. Marquis Qinghe's expression immediately sank. He coldly snorted and said, Men, capture this brat for me. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 generals entered and quickly surrounded Ningchen. Senior Marquis, I only came to visit you because you are the Empress' father. This is my due courtesy. However, that doesn't mean that I will give up without a fight. Ningchen's expression also sank. Then let me see what you're capable of. Attack! Marquis Qinghe shouted coldly. Clang, clang. The 4 generals unsheathed their swords, and a powerful stench of blood wafted out. These generals, who had been through hundreds of battles, were abnormally powerful. Each one of them was at least at rank 8. Ningchen's expression became extremely grave. His feet moved, and he took the initiative to attack. His figure flashed, and the black sword wrapped in cloth appeared behind him. His sword light slashed down towards one of the generals. Bang! The swords and sabers collided. Ningchen used his peerless foundation to force the general back half a step. However, at the same time, 3 sword lights arrived behind him. He couldn't get away in that half a step. Ningchen's body trembled. His sword light turned around and knocked away 2 of the sword lights. The powerful backlash caused his blood and qi to churn. The final attack was unavoidable. Ningchen's left hand formed a sword finger. True qi overflowed, and he met the general's attack head-on. The 2 sword fingers collided. Ningchen was unable to use the power of the sword qi. The sword qi entered his body, and blood flowed out of his mouth. Seeing that there was no advantage in this prolonged battle, Ningchen made a prompt decision. His sword moved, and snow filled the sky. He raised his cultivation to its peak. Flying swan feather, one sword of heaven and earth. His sword was as fast as lightning, and it once more shot towards the general who had already retreated half a step. Then, with a boom, the general received the attack and retreated several steps. Ningchen took a step forward, wanting to leave. However, at this moment, Marquis Qinghe attacked. His body was like a streak of light, and he instantly arrived in front of Ningchen. His finger pierced through his forehead. Bang! Ningchen's body trembled, and he was suddenly sent flying. He vomited blood, and it dyed the sky. In this moment of life and death, Ningchen forcefully endured the pain all over his body. He took a step forward, and using the remaining force, he turned and rushed out of the Marquis estate. Chase him. We must capture him alive and ask him where the Northern Ming Emperor is. Marquis Qinghe's face sunk. Yes, the 4 generals accepted the order and quickly chased after him. Seeing the 4 of them disappear, Marquis Qinghe glanced at the darkness and sighed. He then turned and walked into the hall. Wuyo, this is all your father can do. The rest will depend on his own luck. Ningchen immediately put on his mask after escaping the Marquis estate. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth as he staggered toward the crowd. The 4 generals followed closely behind him. They chased him for over 10 streets, but they lost him in front of an inn. Go in and search, said one of the generals. Yes. The remaining 3 generals nodded and walked in together. The inn's manager was just about to stop them, but when he saw that it was the 4 armored generals, he immediately shut his mouth. On the 2nd floor, the door to a room was pushed open with a bang. Little Mingyue jumped in fright, but when she saw that it was Ningchen, she let out a sigh of relief. There will be people coming in a bit. Help me cover up. Ningchen endured his injuries and quickly said, Okay. Mingyue saw that his expression was not right and quickly agreed. Ningchen quickly took off his outer clothes and stuffed them into the bedside cabinet. Then he lay down on the bed. Dang dang! The next moment, there was a knock on the door. Before little Mingyue could open the door, a general pushed the door open and entered. Sir, Mingyue pretended to panic and took 2 steps back as she spoke timidly. The general saw that it was a little girl and frowned. He walked into the room and looked around. When he saw the pale and sickly middle-aged man on the bed, he dispelled his doubts and turned to leave. Mingyue closed the door. Just as she walked to the bedside, she saw Ningchen spit out a mouthful of blood. He covered his mouth and coughed. "What's wrong? Don't scare me." Little Mingyue panicked. She used her sleeve to wipe the blood from his mouth, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not wipe it all away. Marquis Qinghe did not hold back in his last move. There were too many spies in the Marquis estate, so he could not hold back. "I'm fine." Ningchen gently pushed little Mingyue away and sat on the bed to rest. When he attacked just now, he really thought that he might not be able to come back. He thought that the conversation would not go smoothly and might even end on bad terms. However, on account of Zhang Sun, Marquis Qinghe would not be too ruthless. He did not expect Marquis Qinghe's attitude to be so intense. It was only after that finger attack that he instantly understood that Marquis Qinghe was acting for the people in the dark. That finger attack did not hold back, but there were many more things. The cultivation technique of Zhang Suan's lineage and the old Marquis's 10 years of cultivation. This was already his limit. The old Marquis was at the peak of rank 9 and was even a half step in born expert. 10 years of cultivation was enough to forcefully raise an ordinary person without any foundation above rank 5. In his dantian, the 2 cyclones were constantly devouring the endless energy that was pouring in. Ning Chen's cultivation was also constantly rising. Late stage rank 7, peak rank 7, early stage rank 8, mid stage rank 8, late stage rank 8, peak rank 8. However, just as his cultivation was about to break through to rank 9, Ningchen forcefully stopped the expansion of the cyclones and forcefully suppressed his realm. He could not break through to rank 9 yet. Otherwise, his foundation would be unstable and it would affect his future cultivation. After a moment, Ningchen slowly opened his eyes and sighed in his heart. The old Marquis had given him too much of a favor. Chapter 97. Marquis Qinghe's loyalty to Great Xia had never been doubted. This old Marquis was bestowed the title of Marquis by the late emperor. He had spent his entire life guarding the borders of Great Xia and had worked hard without any complaints. The peace of Xia was fought for by generations of martial marquises. The borders of Xia were too big. If not for these martial marquises, they would have been trampled into a wasteland by the cavalry of other dynasties. As the only surviving martial marquis of the previous generation, Marquis Qinghe's prestige in Xia was unparalleled. Even Marquis Kaishian, who was the head of the 10 martial marquises, could not compare. However, Emperor Xia's recent actions had chilled the heart of this old Marquis. Marquis government, Marquis Qinghe stood in the middle of the hall. In front of him, 4 generals were kneeling, looking ashamed. "Forfeit your salary for 3 months. Go back," Marquis Qinghe said indifferently. "Yes." The 4 generals bowed respectfully, then stood up and left. After the 4 of them left, Marquis Qinghe quietly looked out of Marquis government. His calm eyes flashed with deep fatigue. Xia, who had been invincible for 1,000 years, had fallen to the point where they had to rely on a young man to support them. How sad, how laughable. He knew from Wuyo that Ningchen had already sent the news of Marquis Beiwu's betrayal to the imperial city. However, he did not expect that Emperor Xia, in order to lure out the rebel forces within Xia, would watch as Yangui city was destroyed. In the end, the 170,000 soldiers and millions of civilians were completely slaughtered by the northern Meng army. It could be said that half of Xia's precarious situation was caused by Emperor Xia's own hands. As a subject, he had to be loyal to Emperor Xia. However, he was even more loyal to Xia that he had protected for his entire life. He was very clear about what Ningchen had done. It could even be said that if not for this young man, de Xia would be in an even worse state in this war. He believed in his own judgment, and even more so in his daughter's judgment of people. Therefore, he was willing to take a gamble. 10 years of cultivation was nothing to him. He would not be able to enter the Xiantian realm in this lifetime. He might as well help this young man this once. He only hoped that his decision this time would bring new hope to de Xia, and not the beginning of destruction. Ning Qin didn't know what the old Marquis was thinking, but he knew that he owed him a favor that could never be repaid. 10 years of cultivation was not something that any martial artist could casually give up, not to mention that the old Marquis was already very old. Losing 10 years of cultivation would definitely cause great damage to his vitality, and even cause permanent damage to his own foundation. Ming Yu had been quietly guarding by the bedside, her delicate little face filled with worry. "It's fine now." Ning Chen woke up from his meditation and rubbed the little girl's hair. Although the injuries on his body were not light, they were nothing compared to what he had obtained. He couldn't stay in this any longer. He and little Minghua had to leave as soon as possible. He had wasted a lot of time recuperating, and the sky outside was gradually darkening. However, this was a good thing for them. Every day at this time was the time when people who left early and returned late returned home. There were relatively more pedestrians on the streets. In addition, the sky was dark, which made it more convenient for them to leave. "Let's go." Thinking of this, Ning Chen put on his coat, held Mingyu's hand, and walked out of the door. Along the way, the pedestrians walked back and forth. The two of them didn't stand out as they walked, and soon disappeared into the night. In the next 2 days, the Qing dynasty pass was under martial law. The places where Ning Qin had appeared were checked over and over again. No one knew that Ning Qin had brought little Mingyue to another city 300 li away from the Qing dynasty pass, and they had stayed there for 5 days. His injuries couldn't be delayed any longer. He had to calm down and heal. Moreover, he needed time to cultivate the cultivation method that the old Marquis had given him. This was the martial arts of the Zhongsun branch. There were mental cultivation methods and moves. He didn't lack mental cultivation methods. What he lacked was the method to cultivate the moves. There were very few sword moves in the martial arts of the Zhongsun branch. Moreover, the old Marquis and the Marquis of Taiping weren't sword users. Fortunately, he didn't have to learn sword moves. He wasn't a sword fanatic like Prince Yan. He didn't mind learning any martial arts as long as it was useful. In the path of martial arts, the most taboo was to be impatient. Ning Qin didn't dare to learn too much. He only chose one sword move and one of the 3 palms. The old Marquis only taught one sword move and 3 palms. He was probably afraid that Ning Chen was young and impetuous and would be greedy. Any martial arts in the world had its unique way of cultivating. Ning Chen spent 5 days healing and cultivating before he had a preliminary grasp of the sword move and the palm move. 5 days later, Ning Qin took little Mingyue on the road again. They needed to get to the Heaven's Gate as soon as possible. After another 3 days, the two of them came to 5 li away from the Heaven's Gate and stopped moving forward. Ning Qin looked at the mighty Great Xia Pass in front of him, knowing that this was the last problem in front of him. It was definitely impossible to force their way through. Fan Lingyue must have left a real powerhouse in this extremely important place. If they forced their way through, they would only be courting death. The only choice was to pass through the Qizhou mountain range on both sides of the Heaven's Gate. The Qizhou mountain range stretched for nearly 10,000 li, forcibly dividing the territory of the Great Xia into 2 halves. The place where the Heaven's Gate was located was the most gentle of the mountains, but it still took a lot of manpower and material resources of the Great Xia to build. The Qizhou mountain range was a true primitive land. Very few people dared to set foot in it. However, Ning Chen had no choice but to pass through it. "Are you scared?" Ning Chen looked at the little girl beside him and asked. "No." Mingyue nodded firmly. She was the empress of the northern Ming. How could she be scared by such a small difficulty? Good job. Ningchen gave her a thumbs up. As they spoke, the two of them had already set foot on the road across the Chizhou mountain range. The mountain road was rugged, and every step was very difficult. The little girl's body was still very weak. She would be exhausted after a few steps, so most of the time, Ningchen carried her on his back. The primitive land was tens of thousands of li long, rolling up and down on the ground. Ancient trees were coiled up, covering the sky and the sun. There were also old roots that were intertwined, spreading horizontally and vertically, overflowing with the aura of time. This was a divine land that had gathered the essence of heaven and earth, nourished for tens of thousands of years. It had existed since ancient times. From time to time, there would be the roars of giant beasts and the cries of hundreds of birds. It was full of vitality. There was also a dense fog that rose and fell, flickering, and its source could not be seen. It was somewhat mysterious and unpredictable. The cold moon hung in the sky, bright and clear. Gusts of cold wind blew gently, rustling the branches and leaves. The whole mountain range was gloomy and somewhat scary. Even the roars of beasts could not hide the loneliness of eternity. "Are you cold?" Ningchen asked softly as they walked on the mountain road. "No." Mingyue leaned on his back and gently shook her head. The bad guy's body was very warm, and she was wearing very thick clothes. "If you're tired, sleep for a while. We still have a long way to go." Ningchen said, "Okay." Mingyue replied, but she was not sleepy. Her pearl-like eyes were wide open. "Do you want me to tell you a story?" After walking for a while, Ningchen saw that little Mingyue was still not sleepy. He was afraid that she would be bored, so he suggested, "Okay." Mingyue nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. "I'll tell you a story about Snow White." Ningchen recalled carefully. He did not know if he could still remember everything after not telling it for so many years. Once upon a time there was a king. The beginning of the story was very vulgar, the middle was very complicated, but the ending was very beautiful. It was a typical fairy tale of a prince, a princess, and a bad guy. Ning Chen's mouth could even make dead things come alive, let alone telling a story. Little Mingyue was very engrossed in the story. Ning Chen smiled in his heart. She was a little girl after all. "Does Fan Lingyue look like that bad queen?" Ning Chen took the opportunity to instill in little Mingyue the idea that Fan Lingyue was a bad guy. "You're the bad guy. Sister Lingyue is a good person." Little Mingyue's ability to distinguish right from wrong was very strong. She could tell Ning Chen's intention at a glance. She pouted and replied. Ning Chen rubbed his nose helplessly. His strategy had failed, and there was room for improvement. "If Fan Lingyue and I fell into the water together, who would you save first?" Ning Chen once again took out his trump card. "Sister Lingyue," little Mingyue said without hesitation. "I doted on you for nothing." Ning Chen was very hurt. The little girl answered too quickly. It would have been good even if she pretended to hesitate. "Your martial arts are so good, you can last for a long time. Sister Lingyue doesn't know martial arts, so I must save Sister Lingyue first." Mingyue hugged the bad guy's arms tightly and explained softly. "Huh." Ning Chen laughed softly. If Fan Lingyue didn't know martial arts, then there wouldn't be any martial arts in the world. That palm strike almost killed him. However, he couldn't tell little Mingyue these things. "Why don't you tell me a story?" Ning Chen suggested. "I don't know," the little girl said with difficulty. "Then I'll tell you a joke?" Ning Chen smiled strangely. "Okay." Mingyue nodded. Once upon a time there was a eunuch. Ning Chen opened his mouth and said nothing else. "What happened next?" Mingyue asked curiously. "Nothing else," Ning Chen replied. Mingyue was stunned. After a long time she finally reacted. She hit the former hard with her little hand and said with a red face, You're a bad guy. Haha, I'm just joking. Ningchen laughed and continued. Why don't I tell you a new story? No, I want to hear a story. Mingyue pouted. What kind of story? Ningchen asked. Little Mingyue thought for a while and said, Why don't you tell me about yourself? She knew that there weren't many people in this world who could make Sister Lingyue pay attention to them. Since the bad guy was so powerful, he must have a lot of stories to tell. Ningchen didn't refuse. Wasn't it just telling stories about heroes? He was the best at it. Once upon a time, there was a young, handsome, confident, kind, and cute boy who entered the palace. The story was very long, mainly because a certain someone had shamelessly added too many exaggerated adjectives, resulting in a story that could be written on a palm-sized piece of paper, taking more than 2 hours to reach the part where he fell off the cliff. You don't know how big that strange bird was when I fell down. Its wings were as wide as 4 to 5 feet. Ning Chen was in the midst of telling the story vividly, but was interrupted by little Mingyue without giving him any face. You're lying. How can there be such a big bird? The other plots may be slightly exaggerated, but I didn't exaggerate at all about this. That's... Ning Chen was about to explain when he suddenly heard a deep roar coming from the sky. His calm face instantly darkened. This time, there was no need to explain. Chapter 98. Above the horizon, a huge black shadow appeared. It covered the sky and blocked all the light. It was much wider than what Ning Chen had described. Little Mingyu was nervous. She hugged Ning Chen's neck tightly. No matter how determined the little girl was, she was still afraid of this unknown monster. Chirp! The strange bird let out a long cry and swooped down towards the 2 people below. Ning Chen's eyes turned cold. He stamped his foot and turned into a silver light. With a swoosh, he slashed at the bird's abdomen. Crash! Blood sprayed out. A long wound appeared on the bird's body. However, the bird was too big. It was more than 30 meters wide. After a painful cry, it quickly left. Ning Chen landed and found that the bird had disappeared. He couldn't help but frown. What was that thing? His sword couldn't cut it open. Its body was much harder than expected. There were too many unknowns in a primitive place, like the Chizhou Mountains. It seemed that he had to be more careful. Roar! Suddenly, the beast's roar shook the sky. Hundreds of birds flew away in fright. The earth shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Little Mingyu hugged Ning Chen even tighter. The nervousness on her face became more intense. Ning Chen walked forward quietly. The ink sword in his hand was still dripping with blood. He knew that tonight wouldn't be easy. No wonder no one entered the Chizhou Mountains. Even martial artists didn't want to try. Just the strange bird just now was enough to make martial artists below the 7th rank unable to deal with it. In the past, he met one when he fell off the cliff. Today he met another one. It seemed that this thing wasn't as rare as he thought. There were monsters every year, but there were especially many today. Boom! At this moment, the world suddenly shook. A huge fist fell from the sky. It was as heavy as a small mountain. It was so heavy that it made people breathless. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. He took half a step back. His left hand was covered in a dark yellow light. True chi flowed through his body. He gathered all his strength into one punch. With a rumbling sound, the aftermath spread out. The ancient trees around couldn't bear such a huge force. They broke apart and flew everywhere. The owner of the giant fist revealed himself. It was actually a beast ape that was about 30 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in dense brown hair. It had an ugly appearance and looked very frightening. Roar! The giant ape roared at the sky, and the terrifying sound waves turned into a gale, blowing up the fallen leaves. A mere beast dares to be so arrogant? Kneel! Ning Chen coldly snorted. His left hand opened into a palm and grabbed the giant ape's fist. The thick earth energy erupted and he suddenly pulled it downwards. However, with a thud, The giant ape lost its balance and fell to the ground with a loud crash. For a moment the heaven and earth shook. The ink sword moved, condensing into frost. Just as it was about to end this beast's life, it was stopped by little Mingyu. "Don't kill it," said Mingyu. Ningchen frowned. When did little Mingyu become so soft-hearted? As an emperor, how could he be so soft-hearted? We were the ones who trespassed into its territory. It was only protecting its home, Mingyu explained softly. Fear also appeared on the giant ape's ugly face. It lowered its head to show its submission. Ningchen was unwilling to go against little Mingyu's wishes. He withdrew his ink sword and coldly said, "Get up!" Hearing this, the giant ape actually stood up, as if it could understand human language. Ningchen looked at the path that was blocked by the big guy and frowned again. "Move aside, don't block the way." The giant ape carefully moved aside, afraid that it would make the terrifying human in front of it unhappy again. "I'll get down and walk on my own," said Mingyu softly. "Okay," replied Ningchen. He then squatted down and put the little girl down. Mingyu held the big hand in front of her and smiled at the big guy beside her. Then she walked forward with small steps. Ningchen followed and thoughtfully glanced at the giant ape. This big guy should have seen humans before and even interacted with them for a long time. Otherwise, it shouldn't be able to understand human language. No matter how smart a creature was, it was impossible to be born with the ability to understand human language. Even humans couldn't do it, let alone a beast ape. It seemed that there were still people who had set foot in this place. However, he didn't know who was so bold and bored to actually teach a monster to understand human language. Thinking of this, Ningchen stopped and turned around to look at the giant ape. He shouted, "Hey, big guy, have you seen humans before?" "Woo." The giant ape nodded its head in response. "Can you bring us to take a look?" asked Ningchen. "Woo." The giant ape nodded again in response. Ningchen held little Mingyu's hand, and with a stomp of his feet, he turned into a stream of light and landed on the big guy's shoulder. Then he said, "Let's go." "Roar." The giant ape roared towards the sky, scaring the little girl. "Don't shout." Mingyu shouted in dissatisfaction. The giant ape immediately shut its mouth and silently took large strides forward. The trees in the primitive land were too tall. The giant ape was already 10 feet tall, but it still didn't stand out among them. It was like a child next to an adult. The giant ape's skin was rough and thick. It didn't matter if the branches and vines hit it, but little Mingyu couldn't. Therefore, the one who had the hardest time was Ningchen. He used his true chi to protect the little girl, afraid that she would get hurt. Boom, boom, boom. Fortunately, not long after, they heard the deafening sound of a waterfall. The giant ape brought the two of them through the last part of the forest and stopped in front of the ancient pond. In front of his eyes, it suddenly opened up. On the precipice that was 1,000 feet high, one could only see the water rushing downwards. The water splashed, rolling faster and faster, rolling more and more fiercely. At the top, it was like a layer of smooth water, but at the bottom, it was like a snow-white jade belt. As it rushed downwards, it suddenly turned into an iceberg, a toppling snowy peak, collapsing downwards, directly rushing down towards the ancient pool below. The crashing sound of the waterfall was like 10,000 horses galloping, majestic and shocking to the extreme. There's actually such a treasure land in this mountain range. Ningchen was shocked. He felt the two cyclones in his chi sea begin to stir, indicating that the spiritual energy here was much denser than the outside world. So beautiful! The little girl always had no resistance to beautiful things. Looking at the majestic waterfall in front of her, she was slightly dazed. Ningchen brought the little girl down from the giant ape's shoulder and walked to the ancient pond. He touched the water. It was slightly cold, but not bone-piercing. "You play here. I'll look around," said Ningchen. "Okay." Mingyue really liked this place and softly agreed. Ningchen raised his head and glanced at the giant ape. He indifferently warned, Big guy, look after little Mingyue. If anything happens to her, I'll come back and tear you apart. Woo. The giant ape fearfully nodded in response. Only then did Ning Qin relax and walk to the side. He wanted to see just what kind of person was able to awaken a monster's intelligence. If someone had lived here before, there should be some signs left behind. After all, humans and monsters were different. After searching for a while, Ning Qin finally found a stone house 300 meters away from the waterfall. The surroundings were already covered in weeds. If you didn't look carefully, you would think it was just a large rock. The door of the stone house had already been corroded by the passage of time. It looked like it had at least several hundred years of history. There wasn't much inside the house. There was only a stone bed and a stone table. There wasn't even a stool. It should have been turned to dust by the merciless passage of time. Ning Qin stepped forward and found a piece of paper on the stone table. It was an ordinary piece of paper, but it appeared so unusual in this place. Even wood couldn't withstand the erosion of time and turn to dust, but an ordinary piece of paper could be preserved in good condition. There were a few words written on the paper. They were very clear and not difficult to understand. Encountered a little beast ape. Mother passed away. My heart was compassionate. I protected you for 10 years and left. Ji Taisher, there were only a few words written on the paper. There was no other words. The content didn't seem to be anything special, but the name signed at the end shocked Ning Qin greatly. Ji Taisher, 3 simple words, but they were more important than Mount Tai. The first imperial tutor of Daxia, the head of the 3 ministers, the founder of Confucianism 1,000 years ago. He was also known as the Master. The rule that the 3 ministers were not allowed to interfere in politics was also set by the Master. The 1,000 years of Daxia were inseparable from the contributions of Confucianism. Although Confucianism was gradually corrupted by power, it was undeniable that without Confucianism, Daxia wouldn't have been invincible for 1,000 years. It could be said that these 1,000 years were Confucianism's 1,000 years. Even the brilliance of Eternal Night sect was somewhat suppressed by Confucianism. Eternal Night sect believed in God, while Confucianism believed in human. The two were in fierce conflict and couldn't tolerate each other. In today's world, the only orthodoxy that could be compared to Eternal Night sect was Confucianism. This was also the reason why Daxia could prosper for so long. 1,000 years ago, God's ideology was so powerful. To be able to establish Confucianism under such conditions, one could see how amazing the Master was at that time. The Master opened the spiritual wisdom of the people of Daxia. They no longer blindly believed in God, and this made the world more rational and less ignorant. Ever since then, in Great Xia, teachers could no longer use the word teacher casually. Those who could be called teacher were all university quizzes. Ning Qin knew all this clearly, so he wasn't shocked by this. What shocked him was that he had seen the handwriting on the paper before. He had stayed in the academy for 2 months. There was also a master in the academy who looked very old. The master was very old, so old that he almost couldn't write anymore. In the entire academy, he was probably the only one who had seen the master write. At that time, his legs had just been crippled and he couldn't adapt to anything. His whole body slowed down. He learned slowly and walked slowly. Fortunately, he met the master who was also very slow. Therefore, other than chopping firewood, he liked to listen to the master's classes the most. On the night before he left the academy, he talked to the master for an entire night. They talked about many things, including many secrets that had been buried in his heart for a long time. He even told the master that he wasn't from this world. The master didn't say anything. He only wrote 4 words, "Go with the flow." It was written in the snow and disappeared with the wind. He didn't notice it at that time. It wasn't until today when he saw the words on the paper that he remembered. This matter was too shocking and too unbelievable. The master from 1,000 years ago was still alive.